Okay, let's see what we can do. We go to studio, says no data. Let's hope that changes. Okay. Thank God. All right, now let's see if we can get echo. And we go to studio, out of studio, we go to channel, and then we click for echo. Data, let's hope we get echo. We get echo. Yeah, I can't even say it. All right, and the first thing we do is upvote. Everyone, it is a very small act on your part to click that thumbs up button, but it means a lot to us. It is literally life and death to Team Dietrich as it spreads the word. It's what distributes our algorithm, to put it horribly. I don't know how to say that right. Okay, we are going to now start infinite call. We go to audio and we click. Then we bring on others, or try to. Let me see if we're registering. Oh, thank God. Okay, dear Aristides. Okay, somebody picked up, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. Who do you think?
Thank God. Well, I didn't actually see you because I'm looking at what happened was the computer updated as soon as I came home, of course. So I had to reconnect the mic. So I'm just staring at the bar to make sure your voice registers. So I didn't even see if that was you that answered. So
Okay.
yeah, but you're registering. So thank God for that.
Good.
Yeah. So okay, we've tackled one problem. Are you all right?
Also.
Well,
Sure.
oh, Amy joined us. Yeah, that was I thought so. Amy?
I'm here. I answered also. I thought I was saying no.
Great.
It
Yeah.
answered.
Yeah, what happened to your face? They took your symbol's gone. There's just a little there's like a generic symbol. This yeah.
Oh. I had an identity issue. I had like 4 different accounts. And this is the one that makes it. This is the one that is active right now.
Generic.
I guess. I don't know. I have a picture on my side. You're not seeing it?
No.
I have flowers. You're getting like a A.
Do you see it,
Aristides?
Do you see it?
I see the flowers. I see the flowers.
Yo, you do? Okay. No, I get generic. That's that's okay. Here's I don't know if you can see it if I do the screen share. Here, if I do the screen share. Okay, we go to the that reminds me. So yeah, this is what I see. Can you see what I see? If you can look at the screen share?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I see.
Strange.
But there it is. You see that?
Yeah, I have to only if I hit
it.
Yeah, only if I hover over it, but it only did it for a second and it's not doing it again.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Aristides, we better let him do his blurb, honey. And I do. Okay, so dear Aristides, can you are you in the mood for the blurb? Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you sound pretty monosyllabic. You sound pretty monosyllabic tonight.
Why, sure. I'd love to do a blurb.
Thank you. I mean, if you're up to it, do you want me to hold the stage for a few minutes, or are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Does anyone ever read my notes in the infinite call? No one ever responds.
What?
I leave like notes in the infinite call, and nobody ever responds to my notes.
You do? No.
I have seen them. I'll be better about saying something. I didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I was able to see whatever it was you put in there. I think that was the problem.
Okay.
Oh, you just said that you're coming back in for today. That's it. That was the last one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but nobody ever responds. Nobody ever acknowledges or
Because
says,
we assume when you say I'm not going to be there, that you're just going to like show up 2 seconds before you turn on your microphone.
well, you've pretty much got it down, but still.
I know it. So we're like, oh, okay. Don't bother.
It'd be nice to come home to see some acknowledgments just to make certain people saw what I entered. That's all.
Okay.
Anyhow,
Okay.
I love T-Tank dearly, but when I responded to Troy Bellamy, who left if you have to scroll up, if people, I'm so sorry, I don't mean to sound like this. It's just, anyhow, everybody on Team Dietrich, because our audience cannot do this, scroll up and you'll see Troy Bellamy left this comment about, did you know this, Douglas, about JD Vance? And it's and I'm sorry, honey, what was that?
I'm finding it. I see it.
Yes,
I see where he's saying something.
And then I respond, and I don't know whether this is the case or not. I love T-Tank very dearly. He's the man known as John Doe in the text box, but T-Tank, for God's sakes, when I'm responding to someone with an answer that's that serious, in which case he was the only one, T-Tank Barry, as John Doe, he was the only one who acknowledged that statement. Troy Bellamy sure as hell didn't. And he acknowledged it with a little flame sign. But then afterwards he followed with a bunch of really creepy entries because he's trying to portray the whole Aquino, Temple of Set, incestuous family vibe, which, okay, that nobody can see what I've entered after that. All they see is that really creepy series of images. So please, T-Tank, don't do that when I respond to somebody. I think that people just take a look at those images and they don't look any further. They just look away. Don't make people look away. It doesn't help for answers like that when I'm giving a serious answer to somebody like Troy, who was asking about JD Vance. And, hey, they're talking about him being Aquino's son. Oh, did you know this? What's his real name? I'm like, dude, I was the first person to say this years ago. He has no real name. He's legally changed his name 4 fucking times. I do not understand how someone can be in politics after changing their name legally 4 fucking times and make it to vice president, no less, and potentially the president should the sitting incumbent croak. This son of a bitch changes his legal name 4 times. How is this not suspect? And, but yes, he's the son of Michael Aquino. I said this years ago. Now everybody comes back to me with this, hey man, did you know? Yes, I'm the person who said it. All anyone does online is regurgitate what I first exposed. Yeah, and Erica Kirk is Aquino's daughter. And yes, JD Vance and Erica Kirk are incestuous siblings. Yes, that's the nature, and then of course I could understand the vibe that T-Tank Barry was trying to convey with all of his images, but that it only confuses the issue. And people just look at that and go, ooh, they look away, and nobody reads what I wrote. Oh, okay, life is so frustrating. All right, so now that I've vented, still a lot to vent about. Already getting emails about the photographic image embedded in thumbnail of live stream. That's one of my favorite blood boys who since graduated. Oh, that reminds me. I will put that into our friend Mr. Aristides' private messages. I will enter the full photograph because I'm compelled to do that because Aristides then has something that I do want to point out about this, and maybe I should put it in infinite call, but okay, secured identity, here we are, secured identity, I believe it should be under, anyhow, yes, honey?
I remember when you first mentioned that little thing about the 2 people there, Aquino's children.
Yeah.
Kirk and
Kirk and Vance.
Yeah, and I also remember when the ski resort had a little protest and refused to let Vance and his family come to Vermont for their little ski vacation, their little hideaway. in the Green Mountain National Park.
Yeah.
This was all
Yeah.
right. Like that was like about the same time where they hadn't killed Charlie yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then you just said it in like a 30-second time span, and I think it would be easy to miss. Although with the shorter episodes, it's easier to focus in on things too, especially with these fantastic timestamps. The timestamps are really nice for people who review after the blurb. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, honey. And quite true. Now, I want to point out something about the photograph. I put it with both Aristides privately for his files, and I put it in the team call. And I want everyone to notice that behind the lad is a blood beret, or a black beret that was called a blood beret because a blood initiation ritual was required. And that was part of the 1st Earth Battalion's satanic Green Berets, so to speak. I was awarded one of those berets by Michael Aquino as an honorary member of the 1st Earth Battalion. This is something that I gave to this lad because of my affection for him, but it cements the link to my narrative and is evidence. I couldn't fit that because of the nature of the photograph and the nature of the way that the thumbnail displays in live stream. So through the online broadcasting software, there's only so much of the photograph I could fit. So that couldn't fit into the photograph, which is perhaps for the best. But I do want people to understand that the young lad is garnished himself before a meal, so to speak, before I partook of my blood from him, because garnish is everything. Meal presentation is everything. And you don't take filet mignon and put it inside of a Dixie cup. So it's one of those things that's very important when it comes to the entire feeding process. All that being said, Amy has a photographic memory and she takes copious notes, and she'll remember things that I would never remember. She's remarkable, and therefore, a treasured asset to Team Dietrich. And that having been qualified, let's step aside and let our man Aristides do his blurb, and then we can get into a nice little round table. You sound pretty awake. You think you could stay awake for, a little bit longer, honey? Amy?
Yeah, I'm here. I have lots to rant about also.
Excellent. Well, that's always good. I mean, people love to hear you rant. They really do. So, yeah, so take it away, dear Aristides. And you can rant too, Aristides. People care about you as an individual. I mean, feel free. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Let's this blurb thing. And of course, ladies first on the ranting.
Do you want Amy to rant first? Do you
No,
want her?
ladies first. Ladies first.
Seriously? Okay.
After the blurb, and then she can rant.
Okay.
So
blurb first. Yeah.
Everybody needs to hit that upvote.
Yeah.
Right. You should know that. I should just slip that in right in the beginning before any of this. Because it's so important to get a bunch of upvotes right away. Not just to say rah rah, hey Doug, yay Doug, but to keep the algorithm in the positive, because because of the few bozos and their bots that put the downvotes right away that you can't see, but that would skew it into the negative. So need those upvotes to keep that positive. That affects the amount of people that program can reach and find, be found in searches, be suggested, etc. So it is practically very important to get those upvotes, and not just for morale, let us say. So hit that definitely. If you can't, most likely because you're not logged into YouTube, you have to be logged in to vote and do other YouTube things. It seems like kind of a pain, but it's good because it does put some kind of controls on the mischief that people can do. So if you never logged in, having a Gmail is a real easy way to do that. I believe you can just kind of check that in, and no further account creation needed. I'm sure they probably offer other options, but that by far seems the easiest. Most people already have one. And so once you do that, you can look at your account menu up in the corner and take a look in there. Where it's a switch account, that's where you control that. That is where you could add other Gmails or logins there and real easily switch between them. And we say this because once you do that, if you switch between them, you can upvote all over again. So it's just exciting and wonderful. All that a weighted democracy based on effort, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Infinitely superior to
Yes.
your electoral college. By the
Yeah.
way, I do want to say in the middle of Aristides' blurb, because it is so important, Matthew Bush sent 25 United States dollars during the episode. I did not receive any notification thereof via email from PayPal until after the episode had uploaded. So it was during the episode he sent the 25 United States dollars, which I used immediately to pay Bluehost to take that stressor out of the way and get that stressor out of the way by having the domain renewed immediately. So thank you so much for that. He put it into the personal card, but that was fine because I had to add the personal card to the Bluehost account anyway as the secondary method of payment. And so I had to call them and have them take the old cards out of the system, which they still had in the system, which only would have fucked it up. The PayPal cards that had been, what do you call it when they cancel them because of a security issue? They were rendered defunct. So all of that was taken care of. And then, just before, our dear Aristides really gets into it, just remind me after Amy's ranting, because like you said, ladies first in the rant department, remind me to tell everybody about having to come home to an appointment with my surgeon just before I got home to do the production. That was my head and neck surgeon who had taken care of my sinuses. And nothing negative about her. I gave her the last copy of Amphorology that I had and explained to her, how fucked up the book was in terms of its publication. And it's not a complete book, and that there's chapters that are reprinted, twice in there. Madness, just all part of the sabotage by, of course, Peter Moon as what he was, the enemy and an asset of the deep state that he always pretty much articulated himself to be. But of course, I've given no choice, and you just work with what you get. This is something that needs to be explained, when I get to my part of the rant, and we can take our time getting there. It's just I needed people to remind me to do that. And then after the appointment, there was further to rant about, just in terms of something that I truly found shocking on the way home from the appointment. All that being expressed, dear Aristides, take it away. You're at a good spot. You were talking about, the upvotes and all that.
Yeah, no problem. No
Thank
problem.
you.
That was important. Always take a pause to acknowledge contributors, I think. That's the most important form of support, really. Starts with the upvote and it ends with you sending Doug all of your money. So
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, that's why we're all broke.
Simple formula.
Yeah. He put this spell on us. He put on his black satanic beret, and he put this, and then we all just instant there we are. We're just wiring him all the money. The joke. That's a joke.
Actually, it was that way with Peter Moon. He actually was casting binding spells.
Yeah,
it doesn't
right.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not you believe these things work. It's what he was doing. He was going through all the rituals and motions for all the books he sold. Anyhow, continue, please. Thank you.
Anyway, jokes aside, upvote, and then if you register another account or login, say another Gmail, you can upvote again. And even if you only have one login, if you go into there, the same account management there, switch accounts, it'll say something like view all channels. I think you can create a channel. So even with one account, what you can do is create a channel. That's what you publish with. That's the publishing identity separate from your login. And you don't have to publish anything. You can just leave it blank, but channel can upvote on its own anyway. So, or also in addition to, the main login. So, there you go. That's just a way to increase the your presence and upvotes, and you can start an anonymous channel and post all those things that your friends and family would shame you for, or whatever. Or just leave it blank. But yeah, you can vote with the channel identity too, and just switch between them all there. So I've put 2 upvotes already. I should make another myself, since I
Thank you.
talk about it
Yes.
so much. Yeah, I should. Yeah. That was,
Yeah. If you ever find the ambition, yes.
Right. Yeah. Right. Well, we'll see. I still have to tell you the idea I had, but
Cool.
all right. Yeah. Okay. So that's how to vote and more than once. So in the Dietrich democracy. So so okay. All the usual, like all the things the normal influencers care about, like, subscribe, share. But here it's not. It's anything but normal, and the stakes are higher.
That's right. They're cosmic.
Yeah. So like, subscribe. If you see a button underneath that says subscribe, you want to hit that so that you can subscribe. If you don't, it's probably because you are, at least with the whatever login you're logging right now. In fact, you have more than one login, subscribe to all of them. So yeah. And so if you don't see that and you're pretty sure you're subscribed, you can check. Don't just click on it without being able to open a new tab or window, because you'll leave the live. But you can go to his channel. For me, I'm right clicking because I'm on a computer, but open new tab to do that. But and if you go to his channel, youtube.com/@DouglasDietrich, you'll see right there, it'll say for sure one way or the other subscribed or not. So you want to make that subscribed, and then in either spot you see the little bell icon. That's the notification bell. Controls a little pop-up that is ominous as a pop-up sound. There usually these annoying ads you got to close out so you can keep watching whatever it is you're watching or doing. Here it's very handy because it's a notification that the show is starting. So you want to, if you hit that, there's a little menu. You want to hit all, and that way every time it'll send you a notification, and then you won't miss anything. Nothing to remember, nothing to do, but just hit that, and probably a good confirmation that you are still subscribed. So that's
it's still live.
Still live notification. So let's yeah. So yeah, I don't want to actually. I'm not going to put. I could put the channel link in there, and then somebody will click on it, and then we're like, "Where'd you go? I can't hear you anymore." Because I'll leave the.
I think I'm gonna cough.
Yeah. But so okay, so that's checking the subscription, and then sharing. Sharing is caring, and
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, especially sharing with people who you think would be interested in the mind-bending, earth-shattering content here.
Yes.
So to share, easy way to do that, there's a button, another button underneath there to share. So if you hit that, it lets you grab a link there. You can copy, basically the same one you could grab out of the browser bar, but the algorithm feels you doing that. So you can hit copy. And,
it feels you and get stimulated. Yes.
Yeah. That's right. We all, definitely, all about that. So, or one of the platform specific ones there just opens that for you, but all it does is open that and then just make it so you can drop that very same link. So you can just save that, copy, paste it anywhere. Group chats, private messages, texts, emails to your whole company, to email your congressman, send them that.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, they need it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Anything you can think of to share electronically to a number of people, or even better, to someone who you think this is everything they've been waiting for. So
Yes.
yeah.
Or what they weren't waiting for. They never knew they needed it, but
or what they never knew they needed. Right. Even more importantly, right. Yeah, and sharing, if you can't, if you can contribute or do any other real, anything else really, hey, send it to somebody who can, right? So that's, more the merrier. So yeah, like subscribe, share, and then especially send it to your people, your friends that have a lot of money too, and that way if they like it, they can, they can contribute in great amounts. So let's get a link to contribute, right? Which is putting the normal link, right? The PayPal is the preferred way here at this at Doug's PayPal, which is Douglas D. Dietrich. That's his one we normally post. It's a personal account, unlike a business or his production account. Commercial accounts do take a little bit of a fee. This one doesn't. So that's the one we usually put. Let me put the explanation there. Okay, there we go. So that is by far the easiest way, and you never really need the link. All you have to do is remember PayPal and Douglas D. Dietrich, and he always has it right on the words up there on the image. Douglas D. Dietrich. You don't have to type that whole link in, just search for PayPal. Just do your search bar, type PayPal, go there, and then they have a search bar. Type Douglas D. Dietrich, and then you're there, and then send them your money.
Cool.
So
cool.
Yeah. So that's by far the easiest way. Short of that, if you'd like, don't have PayPal, don't want to get it, but you have a card you can use, debit, credit card. If you go to his web, the easiest way to get to his other PayPal is at his website, douglasdietrich.com. One he just obtained the money to keep.
Yes.
And you get there and you can check that out. Not much happening, not much updating there these days.
But it still looks good. It still looks good.
Yeah, Douglas is in need of a webmaster that is not
some kind of saboteur.
Right. Non-saboteur, a webmaster. But the button in the upper right, yellow button, says donate. That's the one. The one in the middle does nothing. That's now our practice button. That's just, like anything, you practice, with a dummy before, you use the live fire, right? Donate. And you're like, yes, I can. Okay, that's just to get you acclimated to clicking a button that says donate. All right, that's not.
Yes.
All right, just a joke. You can hit that yellow button, and it'll take you to a little menu. Donate to Dietrich Productions Incorporated. His production account. That's the one. It takes a little bit of a fee, but he does need some money in there for various things. And this is the one where you can click donate with debit or credit card. You don't have to be signed in at all. You just have to have that card in your hand. Or there's an option for Venmo if that's where you like to keep your digital dollars. And the other one, just to donate with PayPal, that's, I guess, being logged in. But if you can, if you're gonna be logged in, try to use the Douglas D. Dietrich one. In either case, this one has a well, I think anytime you send a donation, this one has it right even before you send it. Or but anytime you send money, it'll you can elect to make it a monthly donation. That would be by far the highest form of support, is becoming a regular contributor. So
Yes.
if you don't have a lot to send right now, if you can just click that, and then pretty soon you're used to it, just like you're part of your monthly bills, and you don't think about it. And
that's right. It'll be painless. Painless.
Yeah.
And you're helping the world.
Yeah. Taxes that get you something, right? And votes to get you something.
Yes. Indeed.
Yeah. So monthly donation, you can choose that there, or I think anytime you send even any type of PayPal payment, there's a little thing to check to make it a recurring payment. So do consider that. So beyond that, there's no real handy electronic ways. I don't have every pay service set up, but if you have some strange circumstances, you want to let us know, figure it out. Other than that, if you need or want to send anything physically, if check or money order, and you're just totally off the grid digitally, only deal in cash, we understand. We all know someone like that.
Actually, there's more and more people like that, and I just don't understand it, because everything's going to credit, yet there's more and more people who they can't have credit because the credit's blown, and they're just dependent on cash in what's increasingly a cashless economy. It's very precarious. Everything is precarious. But go on, yeah.
So you want to send anything physical payment via actual mail, money order, check of any kind, actual cash, not advised, but if you gotta, then just bundle it up real tight, in type of rigid envelope where you can't tell what it is, and double wrap it, and spray some scent on there to throw off the cash sniffing dogs.
That's right, because the postal inspectors, their entire career is based on just stealing money that's being sent through the mail. Such having been said, that the horror of our situation is that almost half our listeners are various intelligence assets of different nationalities, and the other half are living in tent cities. But anyhow, that's all gross. That's a gross apportionment. But it kind of, hopefully you're one of the people in between who can actually contribute it all. But back to Aristides.
Well, we don't expect much from people living in a tent city, but if you're part of the former group, you're still free to send money.
True enough. Yeah, why not? Sometimes they do, just as a taunt. Just as a taunt. It's always a few bucks that is almost worthless in terms of, petty coffee money, but
hey,
not that I drink coffee.
Maybe maybe you're winning them over, it's like, they listen, they're like, man, I work for some real assholes, and then so take your corporate expenditure account.
Yeah.
Go to
Good
that.
point. That's an excellent point.
Yeah. Go to that on the website there, where you can get to the credit card only payment, and just punch something in there. So there you go.
I mean, essentially, you have all of their money spent anyway. So why not just lay it out for them? Like, this is where all of your money is going to go, because you're going to send it to me, Douglas, Dietrich.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you might as well just tell them that, once you're like given that kind of leverage, like a lot of money, like more than you need, enough so that you could put your money towards something that you really want to do, not just write a book, because part of my rant is coming right now, and that is, I'm tired of people telling me, just read my book. I don't really want to hear that from anybody else anymore. Like, I just think...
Well, you don't hear that from me, because all the money goes to Peter Moon.
I know. No, not anymore. Although in the recent history, which I still think they let people listen to, you were talking about just buy my book for so long, and it really, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, that crashed and burned.
It just was such an embarrassing thing.
Yes.
So you have other ways that you've already spent everybody's money. So budgets are good. You could also come up with a budget for yourself. I myself budgeted in $105 ticket for driving Tokyo's car with no registration or insurance today. And it wasn't just me. Also, my friend, the cat lady, who's meant to bring me some kittens, she was pulled over by this officer as well today. She got the same exact ticket.
Wow. Damn.
I know. It's pretty good rant season right here. We're pretty holed up over here. And next month, they sent us a note. They're going to be working on the driveway, which means we won't be able to get in or out from the property. Again,
Damn.
remember how the whole driveway situation the first 2 years was a nightmare?
How could I forget? No, I mean.
Yeah, well, they're doing it again because they don't have any creativity. Like maybe they should send all their money to you, and you can come up with a budget on how to be better stalkers. Because here it is, y'all. I'm not fighting. I don't care. If you think that all that is going to hold me back or make me sad or do something stupid, send me into a rage, it's not going to. I've been at this for so long, and you're just boring me. You're boring me with your get her pulled over by the cops for something dumb. Get her pulled over by the cop that refused to show up when I was calling every day in May because Toke was on these crazy person meds, and he wasn't behaving like himself. And I called them every day, and this was the cop who took an affidavit from me. And then told me I would have to get an RFA, a relief from abuse.
Yeah.
Which does no good because I can't run this place without him. There's no house here. I have no running water. Somebody has to haul water. Somebody has to mow the lawn. I can't till the soil in order to deal with the garden. All of these things I couldn't have done without him. And this cop pulled me over today, 2 months later, after doing nothing. And charged me $105.
Oh no, that's outrageous. Look, I mean, we're gonna get back to you because I'm curious about the potential for the Canada option. I don't know if you want to talk about that publicly, but
it's too late.
Well, I mean, that's not any details. I'm not giving any details. I just called it the Canada option. For all they know, you might be sleeping with a Canadian. That's all. That's you know.
Oh, even Douglas, I can't sleep with anybody, much less Canadian.
Anyhow, so but let's let our man Aristides wrap this up first. He's getting to the part where he talks about the text and the summary, which is important. The summary for tonight's show is pretty important. Yeah. He'll get to that soon. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, and I should have said if you need to send a physical payment, do email, shoot Doug an email to let him know this coming and to get the address to send it to. So I'm trying to get some of these things into the chat here with explanations. Let's see, Penny's website and the email. That way there's no no ambiguity there. Email Douglas Dwayne Dietrich Duane. No W's.
That's right. The most exotic spelling for Dwayne you can imagine. I was not responsible for that. My parents chose that in a fit of an
I'm sure. No, I'm sure there's more exotic ones these days.
That'd be hard.
In that day and age, I think there's probably only those two.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. There we go. So, all right. So then, we move on to the telling people that there's always a lot in the title bar of the show. There, it's always filled up, and there's always a lot in the description below where you want to click see more and definitely look at all that. And if there's an asterisk, it refers to a footnote in there
Yes.
whether it's inside the text or broken out. And here there is actually, let's see, dagger, double dagger. So, but wait, is there separate? I don't see two asterisks. I still don't know how all this works.
Yeah. Well, there's an asterisk. Yeah, it's at the French holiday. Yesterday was the French 4th of July. That's what the asterisk on the top takes you to the one on the bottom.
Yeah.
Which then takes you via the dagger footnote or the obelisk to the one below that.
So it's like a sequence of
yes.
Right, a footnote for the footnote. Right?
That's right. No, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. And all of this is real.
Well,
it's not some system I developed myself. This is all academic from, established generations ago. All of it being ruined by today's, horrible texting, which has no concept of stuff like this. Yeah.
No, right. Yeah. Once upon a time, people wrote, in real ways.
Yes.
Yeah. So definitely check out the whole description there. Quite a bit in there this time. It's everything. Basically whatnot. I mean, is everything an anniversary or basically dates of significance, historically, socially, and etc. Other definitely always a collection of different fascinating languages and texts here. Your whole multicultural requirement fulfilled there
for DEI.
Yeah, makes you exempt from all trainings, at least for this quarter. That's what you tell people at your work, and then send them the link. Right?
Yes.
So.
And then that's when you lose your job. Yeah. For just so I can explain.
Don't do that if you think that's gonna happen. But,
yes, don't do that if you think that's gonna happen. Or if you do that, we're not responsible.
Well, no, don't. Yeah, well, don't do that because then you can't contribute. So, but all right.
So that having been said, just to explain the notes to anybody who opens that text box up, and please do so. The tonight's asterisk takes you down to the asterisk where, well, the first thing you'll notice in the title, which takes up all 100 characters, which our man Aristides usually points out, all 100 characters are normally taken up, and basically yesterday was International Non-Binary People's Day. Hence the photograph is more relevant to that. Tomorrow will be International Drag Day. So by Sunday's episode, Sunday's episode, then you'll get to see myself in drag. But in between was today. But it's a weird collection of holidays where in between there's kind of like this blank slate of today. But that's reflected by a national series of holidays, what Americans call Bastille Day in France, which doesn't exist in France. They call it the 14th of July. That's their version of the 4th of July. And only English-speaking nations use the term Bastille Day. If you talk to French people, the storming of the Bastille was no big fucking deal. That's something that's emphasized outside of France. And then you get a blank day, and then tomorrow is National Atomic Veterans Day, which is like a very sad and tragic Memorial Day. But parallel to that, which is the obelisk footnote, it's on a very personal level, Judith-Gay Eggert's Alcoholics Anonymous birthday, your kind of rebirth, was yesterday. And then on tomorrow, that will be Max Spiers' death day, the day Max Spiers was tortured to death in what was the production of a personal snuff film for Colonel Michael Aquino. And that takes us down to the double dagger footnote, which is the microbio or microbiography of Michael Aquino, which bizarrely enough, even though all the links are dead, they display. You know how I can't display links inside of the summary? Somehow all the links link, even though they're dead links, in tonight's summary, which is bizarrely thrilling in its own forlorn stupidity. All of that being said, we turn now to our dear designer. Listen, any thoughts from you, Aristides, before we turn to dear Amy Como and cut her loose? Isn't that odd? Oh, well, there you go. All right.
Let me think about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-mm.
He'll dwell on that for a few
Yeah.
minutes. And so dear Amy, okay, now cut loose. We've got
Only you could put together all those dates and events and
yeah.
connect them in such a strange and bizarre way. Judith Ager and Max SPIERS and Aquino. Of course, all those links work. None of that stuff matters anymore. It's just like scuzzy dust on the bottom of an old salt lake.
Oh,
Like, none of that shit matters. It's just nuts. It's old garbage that isn't. It's just a waterfall of garbage.
You
all of it.
You want to hear something horrible? This
Oh yeah, bring it on.
fat black chick from Kenya, who is the product of a marriage between a German businessman in Kenya, because Kenya used to be a German colony. The British stole it from the Germans in World War I, and basically what happened was the Germans maintained a lot of economic connections because they had developed all of the roads and everything, all the infrastructure there anyway. But she lives in Germany, and she's totally psycho schizophrenic, and she believes even though she's married to some poor son of a bitch and has some poor further bred out son, she's like basically she wasted about 3 months to 5 months of my life probing about Max SPIERS, trying to say she would become my next authoress, help me write a book. Of course, they all say that.
Again with the read my book,
Yeah.
people. People,
Yeah.
come read my book.
Yeah.
No, I don't have time for this.
It gave me $25 for my troubles, just to salt in the wound. Just
That's
to insult
it?
me. Yeah. That was.
I'm discouraged that you really just come down to $25. Like, you can't even ask for half 100 anymore. Come on. Inflation's really hitting people in the pocket that bad. You guys have really screwed up your lives so bad that you can't even get $25 together just for Doug. I mean,
seriously. And so, but this bitch, her thing is, she believes, husband and son be damned. She believes Max SPIERS is her soulmate, and on his death day every year flies from Germany to England to sit and picnic on his grave. So tomorrow his grave's
is dumb.
Yeah, poor
she
bastard.
Needs to stop. Yes. Get a hobby.
Seriously.
This is too much.
Seriously.
Too much.
Seriously.
You don't worship people like that, dead or alive.
Yeah, and this poor bastard, not only did he die by being tortured to death, he suffers the indignity of having his grave desecrated once a year on the date of his murder by this fat black chick who sits on his grave and picnics.
I didn't know the guy. I really didn't know the guy, but somehow Michael Aquino took a liking to him, and that was his downfall. He appeared way too delicious to that freak. Oh my God, whose offspring are like hopping around pretending like they're royalty in the U.S.
Yeah, fucking each other before our eyes. Yeah.
You know, I don't know anything. I really don't. My fat is maple flavored, and people will probably buy it when they finally kill me. But honestly, I need to just rant just a little bit more because I'd like my kittens.
And replace those flowers with Daria, or the picture of the label of that maple syrup, that highly alcoholic maple syrup you sent me. That's what you need. That photograph.
We got even better. And this is for the people who aren't here with us tonight, but who really they delve into the Vedas in such a way that it makes it really interesting for, Puritans in New England.
Man, you're awfully
This is
generous. You're awfully generous. Go on.
so I guess that you can eat a food grade mica, and the different colors of mica, which is plentiful in our state. The different colored mica is a special a purification ritual in Vedic culture. I don't know any of the names. I don't have any links with me. I'll try to put it up later, maybe, or not, or just forget what I said. Don't even bother looking for it. But you can get, so the idea is that it cures you of wrinkles and gray hair.
Wow.
So I
Damn.
know, which I was like, why? That is so great, because there is one particular place in Vermont that makes maple syrup with mica in it. And all I could think of was, that's just going to cause you to glow when they give you an MRI. And I didn't want to do it. I wasn't into it. And then I found out that you actually can use it as a purification ritual, and it's anti-aging for wrinkles and gray hairs.
Oh wow! I mean, but don't you like your gray hairs look fine. You look fine in gray.
Yeah. Sort of. I mean, honestly, if somebody out there could just marry my acupuncturist so she could come back, I'm sure she could cure me of everything.
Well, will she pay me? Will she pay me? I'll marry her. God damn.
No, here's the problem: is you need to get yourself the right kind of support so that we could present you to her without her just like hating me forever. You have to get your shit together, sir. You need to stack up some money, and you need to be like, I can marry you. You can come back to the U.S. I'll have something other than a
second.
for you to lay down in.
You've got this equation backwards. She's supposed to be the chick with the money.
Not your plan, but.
Well, but that doesn't make sense. She was spending thousands of dollars on an attorney to keep her here. She must be.
Yeah, well, now she lives in China.
Yeah.
Do you know how much money she can make in China with traditional Chinese acupuncture? Not very much.
Yeah. Pennies. Just pennies on the dollar. Here she was making the big bucks. Yeah.
I know. But she was looking into getting into cosmetology, like doing like special recipes with the needles in order to do the anti-aging.
I don't understand. Why don't you just turn her on to me, and I'll bring her back here, marry her, and she can give me a home to live in for 10 years.
Okay, well, first of all, you're going to shut your face about the crypt and how you sneak in through the tunnels. You're not going to bring her down there like that. Okay? First, you need a little human training. Just a little. You're fine, really. There's not that much to train. You have other guests, by the way. I'm not stepping on them.
They're patiently waiting. Ladies first. Oh, Heather's with us. She's another lady who gave 60 United States dollars. Her and Vin's 60 United States dollars will add to my ability to last a little longer this month, but we need everybody to contribute, really, because I've only got about maybe $200 altogether, about $200 altogether to last me till the end of the month. It's not going to last past 2 supply runs. 2 supply runs will be over the next, we'll still have 2 weeks after that, probably. So everybody just contribute everything you can. But all that being said, welcome aboard Sammy Romero and Heather MANAKTALA. She was, wonderful in her comments, but everybody say hi to Amy. But because Amy goes to sleep so early, let's just make certain she gets a chance to vent and cathart. She's had a lot happen to her. She's going to have a lot more happen to her with this driveway. But everybody say hi to her and, give her a chance to...
Hi, Amy. How are you doing? I hope good.
I sent you something. I don't know if you got it, but I hope
I'll have to look.
Yeah, I don't know if you got it. I didn't hear you respond, and that's fine. You don't always have to respond.
I'm going to show you how pretty the sky is right now. Are you ready?
We're going to look. Yep.
Okay, here we go. I don't know which side we're on. Can you see the sky? No, that's me. Okay, there you go.
That's not even sky. That's a good picture, though. It's nice.
It's hideous. It's fucking hideous.
Oh, it's a puppet. It's like a.
That's not a puppet. No, that's a
Isn't it
preserved
funny? It's like
cadaver
a-
that she's reanimated.
Oh my goodness.
No, that's the sky.
That's
Sky is the great puppeteer in the sky.
thank
What do you
you.
call those?
Whatever you're on, learn
Yeah.
to share. I want it. That's no, actually, I
Well,
don't.
right now at the golf course, if you drive to the golf course at this time, there's like 300 bunnies. You can
Cool.
count, and they all want to like run in front of the golf cart like they're
Of course.
racing, and then they want to cut you off. Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're all
I
suicidal.
love that.
Yeah, they're all suicidal. Yeah, no, they all say,
Yeah.
"Kill me, please kill me."
Yeah, they're like,
Sky
run over me.
rabbit.
Yeah, but that reminds me when I was at a séance once, and the woman's husband was being contacted, and it was like, oh yeah, he was like saying, when she was asking him what it was like on the other side, and he was like saying, oh, it's sex. I couldn't believe this is what was coming through the channel. It's sex all the time. Sex. And she was, oh, is that what heaven's like? I said, heaven my ass, he's a jackrabbit in Wyoming. But, all right.
He probably was.
Yeah, no doubt. That's, there you go. Upper level
I was
incarnation.
just, I was just at the cemetery looking for a good lawyer.
Okay, how, why there?
Because I think I'm just looking for a good lawyer. I don't have.
Oh,
one.
you mean one in the ground? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't find any that are alive. So I thought maybe someone can help me from the other side.
Cool.
Because it's some bullshit. Yeah.
Oh, what's going on now? I mean, you know.
Oh, just stuff I can't talk about probably, but you'd blame yourself, in the tax and things like that, like lost paperwork and some bullshit, just stuff like that.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah, I've been trying to settle some government issues, and like my paperwork gets lost. I have to reschedule this, do that. Now they're trying to undo everything. I'm surprised that I still have health insurance, to be honest with you.
Well, yeah. Well, thank God you do, but to give Amy her chance to vent, Amy, your health insurance, how's that going?
So I had a talk with somebody from the Social Security Administration, and I mentioned that the Crime Victim Rights Act is something that applies to financial abuse and such things as lost wages, housing instability, medical expenses, legal fees, security costs, daily traumas. These are all quantifiable and retroactive.
Okay.
Under the Crime Victim Rights Act.
And
thank you very much
they
for
will
that.
just, as you say, they're just going to keep telling you, we don't have your paperwork, fill it out again. That's what they keep saying.
I'm
So
like,
it's
are you
almost like-
serious right now? Wow.
And it is,
That happens
it's almost
to everybody,
like
huh?
you just have to like keep putting in their face the fact that they're unfit for purpose. Like there
are no
performing.
good lawyers for that, is there?
I don't know. I think the only reason that they called me and said, we have your medical record, we're sending it to you, don't have it yet, got ticketed trying to go pick up my mail today.
Yeah.
But they let me know that I have plenty of medical evidence, and the issue at this point for me is the fact that I haven't been working. So
You haven't?
No, because I was doing unpaid caregiving for both my parents through the pandemic.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like I could just go out and get a job while both of them were immune compromised with all their surgeries and prostate cancer and radiation treatments and stuff nobody else was helping them with. And so, so those years I'm not contributing, right? Through
That
employment.
makes sense. They do everything by calculation. I know that.
Well, and the calculation is doomed to keep you from getting any money at all. It's
But we can't
all
change
about,
it is the problem, you know?
well, and it is, it is a civil rights violation. Like, you're not asking for anything but basic human rights. That's it. I mean, you have to just present it to them in that way where you're putting them on notice. Like, this is the problem, and I am now making you responsible for the crime of not acting and not presenting my case to be reviewed in such a way that there's a decision. It's just this continual
It's
denial
like,
of
why do they even
services.
have people working there? You
Well, and
know?
it is, yeah, it is like they really don't know who they are, what they're doing. They don't understand they have a fiduciary agreement, like, through their employer to provide beneficiaries with their benefits. They don't
Yeah,
get
why
it.
did they make it? Why did they make it like a game, like a rabbit in a
Whack-a-mole.
wilderness?
Like rabbits in front of the golf cart? I don't know. You should use some of that, though. You should get some images of the rabbits and then use
Oh, I
it
have
for
some
your
videos.
next
Yeah.
great art piece.
Oh, that's a good idea.
But
Mm.
That's a
Amy,
good idea.
are you talking about trying to ask the government to compensate you for gang stalking?
Me?
I'm asking them to assist me with the crimes that are committed against me in terms of lost wages, housing instability, medical expenses, legal fees, security costs, daily traumas. I just got pulled over by the police officer who wanted me to kick Tokyo off his own property, and I wouldn't give that to him.
Mhm.
I don't know how else to like proceed if
Mhm.
like the police believe their job is to harass people reporting domestic abuse. Or turn poverty into a crime. That is the bottom line.
I mean, you're in this kind of bind. Honestly, I like, really, well, you know my stance on this. My stance is you shouldn't be on that property at all and really find someplace else because the property is like a vortex of uselessness. It's like you can't do anything with it.
It's true. It's true. It's too much for two people in every way. I mean, it was just him before, and it was way too much for him. But, that's again, if you're not constantly chasing your tail, right? Like, if you're not constantly like filling out the same forms for the organizations that aren't actually helping you but are just keeping you stuck, like, can I even like put effort towards getting a couple kittens? I can't even take these cats away from this woman because she also gets a ticket. Same day, same officer.
Yeah. Yeah, well, definitely synchronous. And they must know the two of you are, somehow.
Both driving without any
Yeah.
the inspected vehicle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it's pretty yeah, that's well, anyhow, that having been ascertained, you're definitely a targeted individual. And so what you're saying is due to all of how this has impacted you financially in your life, there should be some recompense. But what kind of paperwork is there for that?
Well, when you get your budget together and have something behind you to present yourself as a husband material to somebody, then we'll develop that process, which should be immediate. If they can take money from you immediately, they should be able to compensate you for things that you didn't instigate. Like, you didn't start this. Like, you didn't ask for things to come out of your skull from behind your ears. Do you see what I'm saying?
Should
Do
you
you,
tell
I
us a bit
mean,
about
I'm
that?
speaking,
That's an interesting.
I'm talking to Heather. I'm talking specifically to Heather. Like,
Right.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. There's lots more where that came from.
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's reasons why you receive this kind of treatment,
Oh yeah.
and by ignoring those reasons, they can, like you say, like play the game of the the rabbit hole, like go in the rabbit hole, fill out more paperwork.
Yeah. Let's just lie to her and watch her get confused. Basically, that's it.
Don't be confused is my thing. Don't get confused at all. Just like
I'm just
stand your
confused about how
ground.
I'm supposed to deal with this. You know?
Stand your ground. That's not what this is about. This is about this other thing.
Yeah. Yeah, well, a lot changes. And it seems like with the Social Security Administration, the law, I mean, they could go on for days. There's books and pages. There's endless internet web pages where you just read and read and read. And it's just so like, nothing is making sense. You know, nothing, none of it.
It's,
Well, I mean, yeah, to respond, Amy, please.
it's a system that's already there. It's affecting a
Baroque
large
stuff.
amount of people. Like, why would you get rid of it? You know, to me, it's like it's a familiar term that people can use. Like, and the term itself, like, feels nice. Feels nice to have people around you to provide security, even if it's not been used for that. Like, we could do something different and make it more useful. You know, more divisions, more disbursements. It doesn't have to be like the end of Social Security like everybody wants. Like, oh, it's going to run out. It's not going to run out. They make money out of the air anyway.
So I just have to figure out something else.
Well, and that's just it. Like, in that process of, doing what you thought was the right thing to do because everybody's like, this is what you should do.
No,
You're not putting.
I am not able. I had 4 jobs in the 3 years of an appeal that I had going that took 3.5 years during COVID. And I had 4 jobs, and they were easy jobs and they were hard jobs, and I couldn't do any of them. For real.
Yeah. But all the effort to go into your, explaining and trying and appealing and trying to get a hearing, like all of that
stuff, yeah.
Oh my gosh, the appointments and the little bit of money they give you to go to your appointment. Thanks.
Yeah, no, I was telling Vinny, like, if everybody who is disabled rides the bus.
Right. Yep. Public transport.
And well, but wait a second. Whoa, what does the bus have to do with you, Heather? You're nowhere near any buses. You're in the middle of a kind of a gated community.
Well, I did order my white cane. It's in the mail. It'll be here in a couple days.
Cool.
Because my eyes are getting bad. They're not getting better.
Okay.
Yeah,
and so you're legally blind, right?
As far as I know.
Yeah, and so with the white cane, like
I can learn how to walk without my contacts. Wearing my contacts.
I didn't know you wore contacts.
It's their medical necessity. It's the only way that I can function.
Why? What? I don't understand. Isn't that kind of why don't you have lenses instead of contacts? The contacts. What's the advantage of the? Contacts?
Like regular glasses? I can't wear regular glasses. I have to wear contacts and reading glasses to even read. I have to double up.
Oh, right. So you can wear glasses, but they don't help.
No, they're not prescription glasses. There's no prescription glasses. They can make lenses for me to wear glasses.
Got it.
Yeah.
And that's because of the peculiar shape of your eyes render the lenses. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So because of the peculiar shape of your eyes, the only way
it's like it's too pointy, so it's too pointy to it's too far away to refract light.
Yeah. Right. And all that being said, okay. So well, how's other than that, how's Vin? I mean, this is a problem you've been dealing with all your life, and you've adapted to it as best as you could. I'm not quite sure what I could say to make it any better.
Well, that's not it. You know, it's like, it's just, I'm okay. I'm grateful for the sight that I do have.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. And that's good. No, it's that attitude which will pull you through. Really. I mean, you want to hear something just really, just horrific. It's like, I can go into this about my own complaints about trying to raise money for surgery, and and literally at that point you really just find out you've got nobody. I mean,
Thank you.
it's serious. It's like, and I can't really present what I'm using it for to some of the people that I'm asking. I'm quite honest with others, but when it comes to some of the people that I'm asking, I just tell them, because the surgery has to do with my eyes, I'll just say, oh, my mother suffered macular degeneration. That's highly experimental surgery that's not covered because it's an experimental procedure.
What is it,
But
cross-linking?
I'm sorry, what?
Are they want to do cross-linking, or what surgery?
It's nothing serious. It's just really just some surgery that I want done as a cosmetic procedure. But I can't tell some of the people that I'm asking for money that, because they wouldn't put out.
Oh,
Not
yeah,
that they,
because
not they would, not
I
that they
know
would put.
exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, not that they would put out anyway. But so I would rephrase the situation as, well, my mother suffered from macular degeneration. I have inherited a similar condition where I'm trying to correct that, but it's highly experimental, and therefore it's not covered. And so
You know who might cover it, Douglas, and it's a long shot, but there's a Dr. Boxler in Beverly Hills that does that too, and he's like world renowned, and he does take insurance. So I don't know, maybe he could help you out.
No, honey. You don't need to worry about that. It's a very specific situation where I'm already committed through Kaiser, and I put down the
I
down
see.
payment already. I'm just trying to raise the
Oh,
other
yeah.
half.
Mm.
But when it comes to the situation, the point that I'm presenting to some of the assholes that I've approached, including my family on the East Coast, and this is the story, in a nutshell, is that when it all had something bizarre to do with my family apparently had a great deal of wealth on my legal father's side that was sunk into an individual. I believe his name was William. I wouldn't know. I'd have to look up. It'd probably be not too hard to find out if I really put energy into it. But I'm only thinking that because all of my dad's brothers were named William, and he had like 6 or 7 of them, except for him. And he was named George because he was the black sheep of the family. He was the last, the runt of the litter. And so my psychotic grandfather, the one who attempted to rape me when I was 7, which of course brings us back to a story that I'll go into later in narrative tonight about this other asshole who's pretty much copied my entire story. Definitely, just want to vent in front of that and, cry on Sammy Romero's shoulder, because I'll tell you, Sammy, they really, really went all out and just stole my life story completely and gave it to this stupid Marine who's now running for the gubernatorial candidacy of, his chicken shit little state, and is saying everything that I've always said except perverting it. It's absolutely bizarre. He's the GOP candidate for the he's the son of Karl Marx, believe it or not. His dad's name's Karl Marx, and this fucker's name is Victor Marx. And if you look up Victor Marx, you're gonna find this son of a bitchin' Marine who says, "Oh, I first killed a man at the age of 7," which is just, my whole story about killing my grandfather. And then he says, "Oh, and I rescued 40,000 women and girls from sex trafficking," which is the number of kids that I rescued from the Presidio military base sex trafficking. It's like, you just can't get any more trolling than this. And, but of course his book, and he's got any number of them, That of course sells like an assembly line because he's sponsored by, of course, the Marine Corps. And he gets to sell his book based on my fucking story that he's stolen completely, my whole life story. Just the insanity of it. This is the world we live in. It's a world of smoke and mirrors. But of course, he's a big white guy. And so everybody says, oh, I believe him because he's a big white guy. And so when he says what Douglas Dietrich says, which is like, I'm not sure how many deaths I've been responsible for since killing my grandfather, this son of a bitch says the same thing. Yeah, ever since I killed that guy at the age of 7, I don't remember how many people I've killed. And it's like, okay, well, unlike myself, I at least have a trail of narrative where all of this fits into. What's yours? Well, he doesn't have one, but he sells books. How can you even write a book when you don't even have a coherent narrative? There's no, well, for one thing, there's no evidence about the man he killed at the age of 7. We have evidence in the case of my grandfather because all of that is traceable. But in this guy's case, well, who's this guy you killed at the age of 7? Where's the body? What were the circumstances? Yeah. And so Sammy says, to be honest, he's still a nobody. Thank you. I appreciate that. I do feel better with that. He does have a way of putting these things into context. But look at the shit I have to deal with. You don't get your life story stolen and published into a book by somebody else like this, for, like I get. I get this. And I get it all the time. It happens all the time. And then when he says, all the 40,000 women and children that he's rescued, and people ask, well, okay, there must be evidence of that. You see, in my case, I've got evidence the entire Presidio military base was closed down. They took all the tunnels and they literally concretized them so you couldn't even open them without extraordinary amounts of explosive and jackhammers. You'd really have to get construction crews working at it for days and days, if not weeks, to get at the bodies that are underneath the Presidio. But they're there in the thousands. And they've concretized and bunkered them in a tomb that rivals that of the necropoli of ancient cities. All of that is there. And it's the reason the Presidio military base, the largest base outside of the Pentagon, was closed. I've got evidence for what I say. It's all due to myself, but this individual, oh yeah, these 40,000 women and children, where's your evidence? Just nothing there. But hey, he gets published. He gets to run for governor of Colorado. He's won the primaries. Yeah, all based on the fact that everyone says, yeah, well, look at all the women and children he rescued. And he killed a man at the age of 7. He's got a murder trail a mile long. You gotta vote for him. I mean, that's their qualification. That's their qualification. Even though I have the same story, that's not my selling point for why I should be in secular power. It's simply because I have solutions and I know what to do. But no, this individual, it's vote for me because I've killed a bunch of people. So many you can't find any of them. I guess he's a master at burying the bodies in every sense. I just talk about the need to vent, the need to cathartic. This is yeah, and yeah, and there you go. As our man Sammy says, white guy promotes he as a hero. Never heard a politician do that. So true. Oh yeah, I honestly. So I've just left. Yeah, had to cathartic and vent on that. And all of that is like. Then they complain about the poor son of a bitch on the Democrat side with the neo-Nazi tattoo. Just because he raped a woman. It's horrible that I say that. I really shouldn't say that. And honestly, I still have to say that.
Yeah.
But anyhow, go on, Amy, please. And you can spank me for that. You can spank me for that liberally.
I had something to say, and then you went all raunchy, and I couldn't. I lost it. I couldn't Get
Well, we
over
were
it.
talking
It was
about the
like
guy
a
saying he was a
wall.
hero. Guy saying he was a hero. He had all my narrative. He hijacked my narrative.
So I know, and they did the same thing with poor Brooke. They made a whole comic book about Brooke being Squirrel Girl. They're not creative. This is what I'm trying to say, is that they don't change their routines. It's the same routine every time. You know, they steal your story, they put it back in front of you, they try to get you mad and upset, and then you spend all this time ranting when we should talk about better solutions, honestly. Like, because we are capable. We're able to do this. We have specific expertise in particular areas. So
No,
it's important.
your driveway. This is important. How do you feel you're going to deal with this? Because last time it led to physical confrontations, led to violence, because this individual is essentially putting you under siege and starving you to death, right?
Well, no, it's
the neighbor.
It's the town at
It's the
this
town
point.
now. Okay.
There's a culvert on the town road that they refuse to take the fence off of.
Can't you sue them?
Who is going to represent us? Like, there's nobody out there who could, like, stand up for me at this point in time.
Okay.
I have way too many issues. Like, there's so much entanglement. It's not even... I can't even imagine. I would love to just, like, move to Paris and learn to speak real French. I would love that. Like, just, like, do over. Like, start game over. But it doesn't work like that. Like, you're just dependent. Your originating point is dependent on where you came from. How you're doing is dependent upon the things that you've been burdened with. Intergenerationally, even beyond just your own lifetime, you're carrying the blueprint from mom and dad. If you don't seem to figure it out and get your way around it, this is, it's going to keep going. I mean,
That
not
brings
for
up
me.
a good point, Amy, that what we get passed on to us.
Yeah.
I have actually engaged, like, I never even thought to, like, I know the people that claim they have Morgellons is it's just a really slippery slope, and so I don't even, like, want to even know about that crowd or that group or whatever of people. And I've, because the things I read about it is just horrific, and it makes me wonder. I'm like, wow, I guess I must have a pretty good attitude or something like that, because I think, and I was presented this to Aristides in a message a couple of days, and maybe if I don't know if I can articulate it as well as I did when I wrote it down, but the Vril people, and Douglas knows about that, how they used to grow their hair out really long, the women.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So what if, and this is like a crazy, but they're all crazy and it's delusional, but it's not. So there's got to be some kind of a logical explanation for what's happening with these people. And I'm thinking, Douglas had mentioned that the majority of the people that have complaints of it are white, middle-aged women, but white being the key word. Maybe they have that Germanic or whatever in their blood, and it's something that was passed on to them from people of, like, those days. Like, it would be like their great grandma or whoever. And maybe it's like a part of, like, a circuitry in a system that when we cut our hair, it breaks it up. And that's why they're getting these little pieces and parts of things that if they didn't cut their hair, it would grow, and it would be like a different kind of electrical or psychic system or something in their DNA. Is
Those
that
little
conceivable?
telomeres on the end of their hair shafts.
Or something. Yeah.
That's
Okay.
like,
Is that
I
even
don't know.
conceivable?
I love it. I feel like it gives you this idea of, like, the atmosphere being more water-like. That if your
Well,
hair
there's
is
got to
cut,
be a
then
reason. Their science is there. It's just the delusional part. I mean, it gives them a really bad look, to, just by what they're doing. It's like, figure it out, find an answer.
By the way, I
I
want to.
mean,
Amy, continue. Yeah, with that. Whatever else that brings to your mind.
no, I think it's good to be able to look at a problem that you don't have and try to understand it in ways that somebody with that problem may never even confront. Like, to be the neutral person to
Or
provide
just get
feedback. I think.
outside of that box of collecting your skin, and your little hairs
Oh,
and figure it out,
and it's hard. It is hard when you, like he said, like Douglas said, like in just like trying to fundraise for himself, like realizing that it can feel
It's
really
no one's
empty.
gonna do nothing, no one else is gonna do nothing.
I mean,
Yeah, well, I do want to thank two individuals who have recently participated. Certainly, Sammy Romero sent 25 United States dollars. Definitely appreciate it. We have some contributions incoming from the gentlemen in the chat, both Douglas Marks and Mr. Joseph Araujo. And I want to thank both of these gentlemen. Joseph Araujo just contributed 25 United States dollars, and Douglas Marks has contributed as well. I don't know the exact amount yet, simply because the notifications will take a while to come in. Sometimes PayPal has to vet these things before it sends me an email. So I haven't got the emails yet. They may not come until after the episode is uploaded. But we've got the notifications that these men have contributed. Sammy Romero, I guess because he's more in the system and has contributed more often, his contribution registers with PayPal, and I get the notification right away. God bless all three of these gentlemen, and that should go a long way towards helping me towards the end of the month, along with what was already contributed by dear Heather. And of course, again, I'll be giving credit later to our dear friend Matthew Bush, who's been with us forever. But back to what you two ladies are talking
just
about.
jumped on to say hi to everybody.
Oh, good, please
and then
do.
ride along. You guys keep right on going.
Well, with what these ladies are
I'll
talking about
ride
as
along.
targeted
I
individuals.
followed a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're going
I've heard
through
a little
lot.
bit on the way here.
Yeah,
a lot.
Yeah, they're
So
going
that's
through.
why
Yeah.
I'll shut up. I got nothing but keep going. I just want to, support.
Oh yeah, and I want on that note, Vicky Johnson says, "Hang in there. It does work like that. Manifest." So Vicky Johnson is supporting you ladies as well from the chat.
Hey, Vicky.
Yeah, and
Thank you.
yeah, and Holly.
Hi, you guys.
Yeah, Holly.
Hi, Holly.
There must be something you can contribute in terms of similar experiences or insights to being a targeted individual. I don't know what, but feel free.
Oh, well, the only thing I got, originally chronic fatigue was crazy white lady disease.
Ah.
And then they found an excuse for it, which is this, oh God, it just slipped out. It's not Jacob's Crutchfield, of course. It's, it'll come back to me in a minute. I just had it in my mind. But they found a disease that if you test for it positive, then you could get Social Security checks for chronic fatigue. But now, and it's associated with valley fever and stuff.
Well, forgive me. How did they test for it? Was that just what you said, valley fever, or other, basically they're testing?
Yeah, there's a specific test, Epstein-Barr.
Okay.
Epstein-Barr.
Okay.
If you test high for Epstein-Barr, then you have a right to be tired all the time.
God damn.
Medically. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and so when I was a kid, there was a thing called mono. Remember that?
Yeah,
mononucleosis.
Yeah. Oh, how could I forget? That was I remember this one guy was obsessing over it, thinking that he contracted it. Mono.
Yeah.
Oh, I got mono. Go on. That was at Sonoma State. Sonoma State University. Go on. I'm so sorry.
The main symptom for mononucleosis was constantly tired.
I had mono.
Yeah, and that was the
wait a
original
second.
chronic fatigue.
So Heather just said I had mono. Is this something you can
That's
get
right.
over? Can you get over this, or is this permanent?
I just, out of mind, out of my mind,
Oh, so what you're saying is you may still have mononucleosis.
I
but
fight it every day to stay awake. I'll drink. Right now my thing is Monsters. The Pacific Punch has double caffeine in it, and it's just like right now Vinny's sleeping. It's like all we do here in Sun City is sleep and lay down.
It's real, but it took a while to prove it, unless you had mononucleosis, and it was supposed to be terrible because you wouldn't get over it for 6 months. But
6 months? I thought it'd be more like
was
60 years.
No, that's how it was. You could get over it, but see, that morphed into valley fever, which also main symptom is constant tiredness.
Narcolepsy.
Yeah, but stuff people were getting, but was proven enough to science. And so then we had the chronic fatigue, and it's Epstein-Barr. But today, in this day and age, I said, shit, chronic fatigue is for other people, not me. Because I tell you what, I always thought there was an element to how much chronic fatigue can you afford to have.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, that's a very important point. By the way, I want you ladies to know Sammy Romero pitches in. He says, same here. Keep it going, ladies, as well. Meaning he's agreeing with Vicky Johnson that you've got to stick with it. She says, here's Vicky Johnson in the chat says, I was on my back for a month with the mono at 12 years old. So thank you for sharing that.
And it was real. I don't know how they tested for it back then. It's just maybe because you had such chronic fatigue you couldn't get out of bed. Oh, mononucleosis. Because it was a virus, I believe, and so nobody knew anything about it. So, but let me put the cherry on top of this story, and then I want to get back to the ladies. The thing of it is now, I asked for an Epstein-Barr test, even though people like me can't afford chronic fatigue.
Mm-hmm.
I tested off the scale.
Wow.
I mean, the high was 19. I blew a 600.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
and so I'm
how are you
alive?
alive?
Well, then, well, that's the thing of it. I say to my really wonderful doctor, I love her very much, but she's just like, meh, everybody has it. Everybody tests high for Epstein-Barr.
Yeah,
and so I said, does everybody have chronic fatigue? God damn it. And she kind of just, didn't have much of an answer.
Well, that would explain why you feel absent-minded a lot or spacey a lot, right?
Yeah, but there's other reasons for that, I think. But it ain't helping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, it's not helping.
Right. So
and I don't know how you get rid of it, because she won't retest me for it. She says once you got it like that, you always have it. But, there's like Encyclopedia Britannicas of health food stuff you're supposed to do to help it, which is essentially all the same stuff. Eat a lot of greens and don't have any bad habits.
Yeah.
But I do my best.
Yeah.
But no, I've had to take it into account. It's real whether you can afford it or not. You just, if you can't afford it, you still got to go to work.
Yeah. By the way, Heather says thank you to Vicky Johnson. And feel free to enter that in the chat. Don't be afraid to interact with the people in the chat, ladies. I want to clarify to our listeners.
On the YouTube right now, I usually go on the YouTube when I'm not on the call.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to shut up. You guys got to go keep going.
Well, don't shut up, Polly. We love your input. But all such being said, I want to clarify for our listeners.
There is one more thing.
Of course.
To Heather.
Yeah.
So the most famous person of the hundreds of thousands that claim Morgellons was Joni Mitchell, of all people.
Joni Mitchell.
She a famous folk singer.
Right.
And truly talented.
Sad.
Truly talented.
Oh, she's still alive? Is she still with us?
She barely. But she came out with it and went to the hospital and everything, and it was like a big deal. But now that's kind of been scrubbed.
I bet. God,
But
that's
it
I'm
was
sure
front
she didn't
page
do it
news.
for attention.
It didn't seem like that. No, she had wounds with strings coming out of them and shit.
Oh God. Oh God.
Was
Yeah.
But she didn't.
Was she German?
Jody, she was Canadian,
So French.
maybe of German extraction, very blonde.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so this is what I wanted to clarify for our listeners. What I believe that Heather was saying, even though now I understand she's probably saying what I originally thought she was saying, is that just to clarify for our listeners, the Vril ladies or the Vril Madkin, the Vril maidens, the Vril maidens, the Vril Madkin in the German, they are infamous for conducting the rituals in the nude to maintain a kind of contact with the vibrations, the higher vibrations, and maintaining extremely long hair for all the reasons we've just articulated. But my understanding of Morgellons is not that it's limited to Caucasian women. The Caucasian women were simply attuned to a particular type of frequency, which basically was conducive to their particular rituals, but which tended to be moon rituals or rituals that would be more, shall we say, regionally resonant with the northern climes, or
Because Vril
Plus,
was an
it could be
ethnic.
more than that. This was before cybernetics, so maybe it was like a pre-cybernetics kind of stuff. Like secret societies, they don't tell you their secrets, and maybe they ate diamonds or wore like copper bracelets. You know, some kind of something that can conducted. You know.
Right. Well, I appreciate what you're saying. In other words, we were using technique before technology. All
Right.
that being said, they
But I'm
were.
asking, the Vril were a genetic bloodline
There's that
tribal
as
thing,
well. Yeah,
right?
but it
Okay.
but it went
Yeah.
into a cosmic resonance where they became very involved with the hard vacuum of space by dealing
Okay.
with how it was understood at the time as aether. So they were dealing particularly
Yes.
with they were aethernauts. Aethernauts
Mhm.
in the sense of a kind of dimensional travel into space, time. That having been articulated, Morgellons, by my understanding, is not limited to white women. It's something that many women of any ethnicity have come out about. I've
And only women, strangely, right? Or
There's
not?
some men.
There's some men.
Some men.
I
Yes.
had no idea of the color breakdown, the ethnic breakdown of it.
A lot of
I'm willing
minorities.
to bet that it has something to do with it trickling down through their bloodlines and it being from that area. European or whatever.
That hasn't been my impression. My impression in that regard, Heather, there's no connection whatsoever to my understanding of the Vril Madkin or the Vril maidens with Morgellons syndrome. Morgellons syndrome.
No, they wouldn't have had it. There's no Morgellons because they never cut their hair, and so it's like it was all like I put in the chat the human electrical circuitry system, and you could see the colors clearly. I mean, maybe that's what it's supposed to be originally and biologically, and the fact that they cut their hair or partake in whatever, you know, who knows, smoke cigarettes. It could be anything, you know.
Yeah, it's no. I appreciate what you're saying. Yes, very much so.
Because they claim that the little fibers move around like they're alive, and there's talk about lighting up and electrical, like they have some sort of a charge to them.
Right, yeah.
Oh, like wires. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, but
parts of bugs.
No,
and
no,
no bugs.
No. It can be.
Oh,
parts
this
of
is
bugs.
Vril.
No.
Okay.
God, the Vril, she's saying, grow long hair, and that prevents them from getting these symptoms. They don't get the disease.
I get that.
Yeah. So.
Right.
Well, yeah, in 1674, and it was the guy that termed Morgellons when he saw that there were these children who he coined the term Morgellons, and it was in France.
Oh.
In 1674.
Well, yeah, but Morgellons, if that's the case, the entire concept's been redefined, because where it's manifested these days is in mechanical or biomechanical secretions that are exuding from women in various, from basically all parts of their body. And
anywhere.
Yeah. It's generally in women. there are some cases of men, but it's definitely all ethnicities because I've heard. Honey, you
I
remember?
haven't, yeah, but see, like I said, I don't really entertain it, so I don't know about the demographics of it, you know?
What Noreen
It sure
Halpan had.
completely, it sure completely disappeared
No,
in terms of being talked
Noreen,
about.
her grandpa was German.
Well, yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah, thank you for that. It's
Yeah.
who? Noreen Halpan? She was Japanese and Jewish.
But her grandpa had name was he was a Nazi or something like that.
No, he wasn't a Nazi. He was a
Yeah,
communist.
her grandpa.
He was
Yeah.
communist. She had one of the most
same
infamous
thing.
bullshit.
Isn't that the same thing?
No, please. No, it's not. No, it's not. Please. No, she's a Judeo-Bolshevik ancestry. One of the most infamous communists in history was one of her ancestors. But all of that being said, she was exploding with Morgellons. I saw it.
Really?
Yes, I
Is that
saw it. I
right?
was personal witness to it. Yes.
Whoa.
Yes. So
I
yeah.
never saw it.
Oh God. Okay, so I don't know why this is so upsetting to me.
Alexander Pardis.
You're kind of wound.
It's well, I got a lot of things winding me up. That's
Of course.
It's been a
Of course.
yeah. That was the other point I wanted to make was that this is the thing when I don't know if you caught me earlier about the surgery, and but when it comes to the my telling people, representing the situation as, I inherited macular degeneration from my mom, and I just need $3,000 to try and deal with it. The thing was about the machine gunner, which I was getting into earlier. Basically, there was for some reason, my legal father's uncle had a great fortune, and he had all kinds of money. I mean, like, I don't know. I guess he was his version of a multimillionaire of the day or something. And what happened was, for some reason, he wound up going into World War I as a machine gunner. We're talking about the American Expeditionary Force was only there for a fucking year, albeit they saw heavy action during that time. Well, apparently, obviously, he did, by my account, he died. So, but when he died, all the chicken shit vultures of the Dietrich dynasty back home went into this cannibalistic nest of vipers feeding frenzy over who got the money. And because my dad was the runt of the litter, the only one named George out of all 7 brothers named William, he was never even counted as anyone who had any access to that potential to inherit that. But the rest of them split up the millions of dollars. All of this is a bizarre story, and it doesn't make any sense to me, yet it's historically quite true, and it's all vetted, it's all documented. Somehow this multimillionaire goes to war in the field as a machine gunner, which doesn't make any sense to me, but I guess such things happened back then, and gets killed in the field trying to prove he's not a coward, and it winds up that his family back home splits up all the millions. Which, of course, when my dad was the black sheep of the family and joined the Navy to run away, he had no access to. But when I came back years later to them, having met them for a brief time when I buried both my parents up in the Walcott, New York, and when I called the guy just the other day and gave him, of course, the surgeries for macular degeneration, it's to save my sight. And it was like, this was after all the small talk bullshit, where he told me, oh yeah, my mother, who, helped bury your mom and all that. Yeah, she's buried right next to your mom and dad now. Yeah, my mom and her husband, they're buried right next to your mom and dad now in Walcott, New York. I was like, oh, wow, that's really touching. And yeah, hey, by the way, about this surgery, and it's like, yeah, well, fuck you. It was just like,
ouch.
It was just like, it was a lot longer than that. We had this, like, I guess you'd call it our version of a heart-to-heart, which he was, like, telling me, yeah, well, your dad ran off and joined the Navy, and he was just a piece of shit, and, and you're just a half-breed piece of shit, and, it's just like, and it made, I guess I needed that experience to realize that this They really are the enemy. They really are the fucking enemy.
I
That my
had an
dad.
aunt like that.
Yeah. Well, no, they're all like that. Out of all that extended family on the East Coast, none of these motherfuckers ever reached out to help my family on the left coast.
Right.
Ever. And then when I just came, years later, they're all retired. Their mothers died, so he got all those millions of dollars. It's not like they don't have money. He's fully covered. Of course, you know what he does for a living? Teacher. He's been a teacher. He's worked with kids all his life. He says, they were asking me to retire, but I love working with special ed kids.
No.
Special ed kids. So I'm not going to retire. I'm in my 70s and I'm working with special ed kids. How's that for creep?
Yeah.
How's that for
The
creep
kids
factor?
are all crying before class.
Yeah. No, honey, they're crying
Please,
before
living
class,
for
in
retirement.
class, and after class. Yeah,
Jesus.
but that son of a bitch, well, I'll spare $3,000. And he thinks I'm
He's
going
doing
blind.
him a big favor.
Yeah, and he thinks I'm going blind. Of course, my chicken shit neighbor
Yeah.
next door,
Yeah.
same motherfucker. When I told him the same shit, he saw me with these sunglasses I got on now. He's like, "Oh, I thought you had Band-Aids over your eyes." I said, "Oh, that might happen soon. I'm slated for surgery." And I said, the macular degeneration, I could use some help with, try to raise $3,000 for it. And he said, "Oh yeah, you're gonna go blind. Yeah, that's tough shit. Sucks to be you. Yeah." It's like I've known this guy for like forever. It's like
Jeez.
everybody just walks away. It's it reminds me. Just recently, this news item comes up on my feed. They found a new tribe in the Amazon whose language nobody understands. I bet I know their key phrase. Hey, I could use some surgery fundraising for my macular degeneration. Otherwise, I'll go blind.
Yeah.
Everybody just says, "Yeah, sucks to be you." Yeah. Get that white cane like Heather. Yeah. You'll be feeling your way around the world like a cockroach. Yes, that's and they'll say shit like that. It's amazing. Everybody's psychotic. There's no sense of empathy. They're truly fucking psychotic. All right, so
I've noticed.
Yes. So, but with what you've said about the chronic fatigue, this is something that that was a big deal. And originally, the Gulf War syndrome was directly connected to chronic fatigue. Originally, so
lead symptom. Yeah,
that's right. Was the chronic fatigue, and it was known as Gulf War immunodeficiency syndrome, GWIDS, and chronic fatigue was also an immunodeficiency syndrome as it was originally understood. So tell us about that.
As they were originally understanding autoimmune diseases.
Yes. So tell us
which
about
you're
that.
effectively allergic to yourself.
Yes.
And the early chronic fatigue and stuff, hell, those ladies were working in chemical plants and shit for 20 years. I mean, there was all kinds of environmental concern about we're pumping this stuff out and we don't know what the result is since the 70s. So, I mean, a combination of things, I think, a lot of things can produce chronic fatigue. It's an umbrella term for a variety of diagnoses, as we've seen. You there?
Yeah.
Okay. It was so quiet. But yeah, I think of it as an umbrella term.
When you say chronic fatigue, my mind automatically goes to adrenal fatigue. And I don't know
that's right.
how much crossover there is.
I think it's all, under the big umbrella term. And that's getting it down to a specific thing. If you can cure it by treating your adrenals and have good energy back, hey, whatever your problem is, or is it a bunch of things? Is it chemicals in the environment and beat up adrenals and Jacob Crutchfield's whatever? Who knows? Who the hell knows?
Well, Jacob Crutchfield.
No, that's
is
Mad
Cow.
Yeah. And that's on the loose too. And I don't think you hear much about that. as much as it is going on, and you don't hear about Morgellons anymore
Mhm.
unless you're really deep diving it.
That's right. And
Unless
yes,
you have it.
yeah, or well,
Yeah, or you
yeah,
have it, and then you're isolated
well, then you're deep
because
diving if
everybody
you have
thinks
it.
you're crazy.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but
that's kind of been erased.
yeah, not that I want to get deep into the symptoms, but Creutzfeldt-Jacobs disease or mad cow disease, it's not that it's disappeared. It's just, as you say, they're not
No,
talking about it. They're not talking
and
about it.
that
Yeah.
is because it's prion disease,
Yes. That's prion.
as
That,
you have educated us in.
thank you. I was the first to bring that up, and then it became an integral part.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yes, it became an integral part of everybody's zombie talk later on.
Oh,
Yeah.
I bet it did. I'll bet it did. Because
And,
that's a chiller, man.
yeah. Oh, yeah. But yeah.
And that can take a long time to develop if you want to get even more paranoid.
Yes. No. It could.
Like 10, 20 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you're mush.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the time it shows up, yeah, you're just down. That's why they call it. Well,
Yeah.
you know, that's why they call them down cows. You remember the cow
Yeah.
staggering, so say it's down cows.
And the freak just fired all the meat inspectors.
Of course.
So good luck with that. And here it comes from Argentina. God knows what diseases they got. So it's such a wide spectrum of thing. I mean, it's humans are suiciding when you're allergic to yourself.
Yeah, but when it comes to Morgellons, not that I want to dwell on the symptoms, but just for our listeners to understand, this is biomechanical. The people secreting what they're secreting are, as described by Holly, moving fibers and shit. That's the most common thing, is moving fibers. These are like metallic fibers. They're metallic moving fibers. But
I did hear spiders' legs and pieces of
no, bugs come out of people. The bugs come out of people. This is what Noreen
parts.
Helpan was getting. Noreen Helpan.
Wow,
Yeah.
that would freak my shit out.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
God.
Yeah. But yeah, by the way, I'm not, but just so people understand that I'm not a person who's acting in bad taste. Noreen Helpan went deep into her symptoms on record on my program. So this is something she spoke about on bandwidth. So it's on record. It's not something I'm exposing from privately knowing her. I'm not exposing something intimate.
Good.
So people understand that. Give me some credit. Just for people, I'm getting emails. That's why. Yeah.
Well, and let me say this. It was picked right up by the black goo people.
Yes, of course.
And also the tiny sphere people.
Yeah. Who then exploited Max Spears. By the way, it's his death day tomorrow. Did you hear me while I was going over that?
I did not.
Oh, okay. It's his death day tomorrow. Remember when he died? Then Miles Johnston came out and said,
I do.
Black goo was coming out of every orifice. That he was, yeah. But anyhow, I'm so sorry.
Did you hear Trump say something and Lindsay just blew up? His first interview about Lindsey Graham dying.
Oh yeah. So
something in him just blew up.
Yeah. Oh, where he just responded that.
It's funny as fuck.
Tell us about what you know.
Just the whole thing. I mean, he's like, his off the cuff remarks on his loyal supporters' untimely death right after meeting Putin or something. I don't know. But a lot of that stuff sounds pretty, crackpot, a lot of theories, but, yeah, you got to hear it. It's just,
by the way,
classic.
Our girl, Heather, if you're listening, if you can hear me, you did great. Sometimes your searches really fucking pay off. When I said you did good searching with Dr. Richard Allen Miller, it's not that you found something of value. I was just surprised you found it. but this,
I missed all that.
You didn't miss shit. But this, she found the Russian socialist who was Noreen Helpan's grandfather, Alexander Israel Helpan. Israel Helpan. No, he died in Berlin, but he was not German. He was born in Berezino, Russia. So he was a Russian-born socialist who happened to die in Germany, so everyone thinks he's German, but he's Russo-Jewish. He's Judeo-Russian. So and one of the original Marxists. I mean, like, you know, one of the Marx brothers, so to speak. Yeah, and so this guy, and but by the way,
Did you see the source?
oh yeah. Well, I can go back and look at it, but I've
No, on her,
on her.
Noreen, who had the funk,
Yeah,
the Morgellons.
did I see
You
this?
saw him, the wounds.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's like, okay. So just so people know the whole stupid story.
well, you know, and yeah, no need for sure.
Leave it alone.
Okay.
Yeah, bring this back around, Amy. Save the day here.
No more of that.
Okay.
It's all
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, so you
Retrieve all our dignity.
wait, well, Amy knows the story. Not that I'm gonna go into it. Amy's right, but I'm just wondering, you know the story, right? Because you speak of it with this kind of very weary, like you know it, you've heard it, right?
I've accused you of things related to that story that are embarrassing for everybody involved. So
Say that again.
It's,
She
you
said-
know,
what did she say?
it's rough.
Accused? Did she say accused?
Thanks for keeping him in line.
Yes. What did
yeah. Well, anyway,
Crack that whip.
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know that anybody wants to hear the deep, disgusting things that happen when you're
That's fair.
just trying to be a decent person, and
Did you
it's not gonna go
did
that
you
way.
know
Not
did you
gonna-
know somebody that had it, Amy?
No.
You don't have to
No,
give
I
any
didn't.
details. Okay.
No,
That's
I
all.
myself have an autoimmune problem, and my
Fuck yeah.
most
too.
recent consideration is that it is directly related to early childhood adverse experiences.
Huh.
So it's all about your brain being developed around trauma and not getting the attention that you need from your caregivers.
Yeah.
So neglect plays a big role. And then that self-neglect carries through until you're just burned out and you no
That's
longer have
fair.
energy for anybody, and your body starts to say no. And that is what autoimmune is.
Totally
And you
fair.
can't fight it after your body starts attacking itself. And I feel
Right.
like, poor Noreen, like she didn't have any, she just liked Douglas and she wanted to hang out with Douglas, and it wasn't
Well,
happening.
that wouldn't have been a
and-
big selling point.
No. No.
Yeah.
He couldn't keep going with all of that. And I mean, I would love to have her come back on the show because I feel like she had some kind of valuable input. And
Mhm.
she's another Californian, more local crew.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also curious as to how you're gonna get into your thing tonight, because you were talking about stuff on last Wednesday that you promised to revisit on Sunday, and I don't know that you did.
So could you give me a context as to where I left off? Like, what was the trail I left off on in particular that stood out to you?
It was last Wednesday, and I just remember you being like, we're going to do this again on Sunday, and I'll fully lay it out. It was about the races and the Civil War, and maybe you did kind of broach it from all angles with the white girl from the Ukraine getting killed on a train full of black people.
Yeah.
Who just let the killer walk away.
Yeah. So what had happened was what Amy is referring to is and here I'll get the thing up in front of me just so that people can reference this themselves, because it's I appreciate Amy bringing this up, and thank you for that. And I think that what happens is that Amy's been overwhelmed by a lot lately, and because she's been overwhelmed by dealing with everything she's dealing with, and share with Holly just some, this thing about the driveway really worries me, because this is like this is something that you know, it's life threatening to you, right? I mean, and share that with her.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if they screw that up, if they do the culvert in such a way that they can't get to it in a timely way, like if they just leave it open so we don't have access for weeks,
God.
which they could, you know, they could
Jeez.
just get in there and realize that they didn't have a good survey, they didn't know what they were doing, there's too much water.
Damn.
The boundaries, you know, the boundary lines.
Does it
are
wash
within
out
the
there?
easement. Yeah, it's pretty dangerous. It's pretty. There's a pretty big.
Well,
ditch.
tell her about your car turns into a fucking boat. Well, actually, it doesn't. It turns into a submarine. Your car turns into a submarine.
Well, no, honestly, Tokyo has done a lot of great work, like getting the tractor with the gravel and laying it down, and he had a friend come over and help him spread the material. So you throw the, you know, you throw the dirt on the material so it doesn't sink right into the wetlands.
So the
And so it's
driveway
just
turns
bumpy.
into a rushing rapid.
Well, not anymore. That's what I'm saying is like he really did fix it so the driveway is good now, but they're going to come in and fix this culvert, and then what are we going to have?
Right.
By the way, how did Tokyo do that? I have this image of Tokyo as
go
Fred
under the
Flintstone on a
driveway?
brontosaurus moving stones. I mean, but
Yeah, just this old Ford tractor. It's a really old Ford tractor, and
wow,
he's the only one who can really drive it. It's got like too many like things that you gotta do to make it work right, and it's his. He knows how to make it run. He's made it run every year, and he
sounds
did
like
the
a
drive.
psychic bond with the machine. I think that's real.
Yeah, I do think that he's definitely attuned to like heavy equipment. Like that is like his glory. He does feel really good being useful in that way.
Sure.
Oh, don't even get me
But-
started.
No, don't start, Douglas. Don't start.
So anyway, the whole thing is set up for either the first week of August or the second week of August. They're being shady with it because they don't know if they can get a crew during the heat.
Right. And rain too, right? It could wash out at any time, couldn't it?
They say rain every day. It never rains. We're in a hot weather right now.
Drought,
it's pretty dry. Garden looks good, but I gotta water every day.
Canada smoke?
A little. I mean, that's what they were calling it. It could have been anything. It could have been Iran nuclear bomb.
Yeah, no shit, for all you know.
By the way,
I mean,
go on, Amy.
I just feel like we really don't get fed the correct information in so many ways that it was bad. A couple days ago, it was so thick. The air was so thick, and then you look online, like air quality's fine. There's nothing wrong with the air, but like me and my friends are like, what is going on? Should we wear masks? Like, what is this? Like, it was just like
miasma.
thick air. And it was so hot. Also, it was so cloudy and dark, and yet 95 degrees. It was really warm.
So if it's 100 degrees humidity and 100 degrees temperature, that's the wet bulb event.
It's just like you can't sweat it out.
You parboil, essentially. Yeah, that's real. That happened in Portland, Oregon, of all places.
I know other places
are literally did
right now.
boil.
I know.
It's the humidity, though, the combination. Yep. If it's 100% both, oh man, that's a thing.
It's bad, and it feels like it used to rain. It feels like it would get to that point, and it would just push over into rain. We'd get a thunderstorm. And it's not working out like that right now. Like we're not getting, like we had a little bit of a thunderstorm last night, but not like they were talking, like the tornadoes and the lots of rain.
Just enough to start a fire.
Well, we always have a fire. We have a fire all summer long because we have too many bugs. It's a matter of.
But you have bad flooding too at times, right? Is it seasonal?
This was when I first was over here 2 years ago. It isn't like that right now because
No, I know, but historically, I'm saying,
This place is actually pretty protected. Like it is right on the river, but it's it's got a good
Yeah.
drop. Like it's got
That's
like a
good.
15-foot drop down.
Righto.
And
Righto.
it fills up for the spring, but then it gets really low, and there's like a nice little pebbly beach
Nice.
on the water. And I did just go to Canada and swim in this river up in Canada, and it was totally clean. There was little fishies biting my toes. You
Yeah, I
wouldn't even
heard you
believe it
say
was the
that.
same
The water's
river.
pretty skanky from the dairy.
Yeah, and I mean, who knows what else is in it? That's, I mean,
Did you
what
get the green algae mats that kill
Not
dogs?
here, 'cause it's on the river. It
Okay.
flows pretty fast, but
Yeah,
the lakes
they did.
around here are all cyanobacteria.
Mm-hmm.
They're all blue-green algae, but
Yeah, right. We get that.
yeah.
Yeah.
And I want to thank Douglas for all he does, and I want to make sure that I don't think it's his fault that I'm broke all the time. It's not your fault. I
Thank
could do
you.
better.
Thank you. I
I'm gonna
appreciate
do better. I'll do better.
Hey, let me know how. Find that right
All right.
direct marketing product, why don't you? And I'll get under
Yeah.
you.
Pyramid scheme.
Why
A
don't
Holly
you
pyramid
share
scheme.
with Holly what happened to your acupuncturist friend? Because Holly, I
Oh
don't
my
believe knows
God.
the story, and
I
Holly
do
might have
know
some
the
insight.
story
What do you know about
from
it?
last time.
So relate
But
what you know.
tonight I caught just a bit of wedding prospects for you, Douglas,
Yeah.
which I
Yeah.
support.
Yeah. Yeah. Why don't you
That would be wonderful.
Yeah. Why don't you?
Thank you, Amy.
Yeah. Amy. Hook
Amy
us
gets
up.
the credit.
Yeah, hook us
Hook
up so she
them
can
up,
be,
Amy.
yeah, so she could be my sugar mama. She gets money straight from the communist Chinese state. She had to, and they put it only in the surface accoutrements so she could interface with the outside world, but gave her nothing to live on in terms of her domestic life. She was in a situation where she was like living in a broom closet with no plumbing, a shared bathroom, I believe, with the rest of the floor in the apartment building or something.
No, it wasn't even like that. It was just like a basement commercial unit. It wasn't.
Jesus.
It wasn't a bedroom. It wasn't like a
Right.
living space.
A facility.
It was like, this is where I work.
Jeez.
Got it.
I have other places to live, but I hate them all, so I just stay at my work.
Yeah.
That was what was going on.
Very Asian of her.
Yeah, right? And I feel like that now that she's in China and like she can't work and she has nothing. She has none of her old stuff. The only stuff she has is the stuff she gave me.
God.
Which if I could sell it and send her the money, I'm sure she would snatch it right up.
That doesn't sound like enough sugar for Douglas.
Yeah.
No, exactly. And that's why I'm saying like we really got to switch it up here so that he can be the knight in shining armor.
Got it. Yeah.
And not be
and
the
save her from a life of
Lucy
prostitution, for God's sake. Yeah.
I
Hurry
mean,
up,
age is
Douglas. Get
right,
some money.
like he's like 40-something. He's like 60-something. That's just about right. Because men age slower than women.
It can work. Yeah.
They don't grow up as fast. So
They don't grow up at all.
or at all.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yes.
You have
Anything
to get married.
goes when there's no kids involved. God.
Yeah, that's for fucking sure.
What a blessing. Yeah. That is the truth of it. When you don't have too many other people taking time and energy away from your relations.
Depending on you.
I mean, it can work both ways though. You could have like a really needy mom and dad, which neither one of them do.
That is the truth. And they'll cripple the kid.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Like I mean, we've already been through it, and so has she. She lost both her parents already, so.
Yeah.
What was the story behind her losing her parents?
She went to work in the U.S. at 15.
Okay.
Wow.
Teaching acupuncture in Pittsburgh.
Whoa. Damn. So what, she learned at her
remembers her
grandmother's knee or something?
Mhm.
Damn.
Kind of. No, I mean, I don't know how much she was involved with her grandparents, but her dad
That's the real
had a
shit.
hospital.
Yeah.
Her dad ran a clinic and she learned in the clinic from a very young age. And then she had two brothers
Wow.
who passed away. And so they were
Whoa.
all just really sad about that. And her mom died also.
Oh, grief.
So, and when she came to the US, her dad passed away 4 years. She'd been here 4
Wow.
years.
How alone in the world can you
Wow.
be, you know?
I know. And like, she's like, I don't have any
Yeah.
money and it costs $14 a minute to talk to you. And I'm like, I'm not answering your phone
Yeah.
call, though. Like, I
In
Oh,
can't.
China.
God.
Yeah.
I can't
Wow.
answer it if you're gonna spend all your money you don't have that you keep asking me for. I can't
Yeah.
do it.
That's
Yeah,
you're very
shit.
considerate. There's other people who don't even think like that. So I mean, but that brings us back to what Amy brought up earlier, just for our listeners. Amy brought up the what I said on Wednesday. So the Wednesday episode, which is dated the 8th of this month, is when I started bringing up race relations, and I said I would get deep into it on Sunday, which I did follow up with, and that's the last episode before tonight's, and that's dated the 12th of this month. So anyone who wants to follow up on that, please do so with the latest episode before tonight's, as dated the 12th, and I go extremely deep into what is effectively a rival constitution, and in a very real sense, one of the bases for our next civil war, which is the Civil Rights Constitution. And what I pointed out was that what we have is the Constitution of the Founding Fathers, which is already problematic enough, and it's been compounded in terms of felonious complexity by the Civil Rights Act of 1968, which since that time has led to a extraordinary change in attitude, affect, and interaction, the interface of the Black community with the rest of America, in a sense that has become more inclusive in the civil rights spectrum of many groups, but as I pointed out on Saturday, not Asian Americans. Asian Americans, as I was pointing out, my own legal father, because all fathers do this, they want their sons to be a reflection of themselves. My legal father always considered me to be white, but of course he's the sole exception to the rest of the white race in America that considers me to be anything but white. And I pointed out that Carrie Lynn Cassidy of Project Camelot was interviewing someone from the FDA, which in and of itself was bizarre, because this was the time before Trump and before conspiracy politics became the state itself. Yeah. Well, she was interviewing somebody who's part of the conventional state, which was unusual. What the fuck was he doing on Carrie Lynn Cassidy's show? And he took time out to attack myself. And I don't even know this son of a bitch. So this was obviously an assignment by the federal government. And this is like well before Trump. This is in the days of, I hate to say this, who was before Trump? Barack Obama. he's so nondescript an individual, you can't even remember him. At any rate, when it came to this individual, he said in print, he said, because it got transcribed and put into the internet, he said Douglas Dietrich is half Chinese, half Japanese. And it's like, wow, that's my mother, you idiot, was half Chinese, half Japanese. I'm half white, but that didn't count to him. The white was totally canceled out by my Asian bloodline. But just so that people understand, conversely, when I was working in the Acorn projects, the largest project site in the United States, 752 units over 10 square city blocks, and this was before we gated it in. It was frontier land. It was the Wild West in every sense. It was shoot 'em up. And when I worked there, to every black person on site, I was white. Because to blacks, there is no gradation in that environment, in that kind of extreme environment. There's no gradation. You're either one of them or you're white. It's funny, they have a concept. They understand there's Asians, but I certainly didn't register as Asian to them. I was white to them, and they would say so. I would be described as, oh, the white guy who sits funny, meaning I would meditate in the lotus position without fear in that environment. And they just said, oh, look at that white guy, sunflower. They call me sunflower because I would take some time to absorb a bit of sun. Couldn't take too much or I'd get sunsick. But I would do that in the lotus position. Again, without fear of the violent environment because I could handle it. But that being said, I stood out to them as white sunflower. So that being said, not being accepted by either group, one of the things I pointed out in the latest episode was that Asian Americans are considered by every other minority group to be white adjacent because they're such a model minority that they fit in. Now, what this is a tacit admission of America paralleling Brazil. So just so people know, Brazil has got an enormous race issue. Brazil's race issues are extreme. They're so extreme, they rival America's. Many people would argue they surpass America's.
And Australia's.
Well, Australia's a whole different other trip. Yeah, Australia's a horror
Okay.
story in its own right. Australia,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
as Holly's pointing out, Australia is the South Africa of Asia, okay? But
Yeah.
all that being said, that's a discussion for another time. And Australians
sorry.
won't even know it. Australians won't even fucking know it because you can't
No.
see the forest through the trees. You can't see the forest
No.
through the trees, so they're blind to it. They're totally blind to it. They think their biggest problem is multiculturalism. That's because Murdoch and all the right-wing control of their media. They're
That's right.
yeah, they're batshit fucking crazy. They're
That's it.
batshit fucking crazy. You know who exemplified that? That Nemo Albano son of a bitch, Michael Lloyd.
Mm.
Yeah, who
Mhm.
was on this show. Racist motherfucker is never, it's not like he even deals with black people. And the first
Never.
thing the first thing he'd tell you.
In Australia, you never have to.
Yeah, and the first thing he'd tell you is that every white person around him was trash. That's the first thing he'd tell you. Yeah, but he hated blacks.
Yeah.
But whatever gets you through the night. But in the case of Brazil, the point I'm making is, just so people know, Brazil is divided into black and white, and blacks are in the north, and the whites are in the south, and and the whites all vote right wing, and the blacks all vote left wing. So Brazil is split along Civil War lines that are divided in the classic first American Civil War sense. They're ready for their first Civil War. And they are the only thing that keeps it all together. Because you might ask, well, why don't they just fucking get a divorce? Why don't they just, divide? North Brazil or Amazonia and
Because
South
the
Brazil.
resources are in the north, is my guess.
No, it's valid. That's valid. It's
All right.
But what really holds Brazil together is the Japanese minority. The largest population of Japanese outside of Japan is in Brazil, and they're the middle class. And by the way, I've said this before. Brazilians will tell me, Doug's got it down. They'll say, Doug's right. He's got it 100%. But if you went down to Brazil, the first thing you'd notice is nobody, black or white, does any work. Nobody's working. Nobody works in Brazil. They're either in the ghettos, where there is no work, and they're just doing shit. There's nothing they're doing. They're living, they're alive, but nobody's engaged in what you would call a trade or commerce in any classically recognized sense. And you go to the white areas, and everybody's just on the beach all day and partying all fucking night, and all they eat is top ramen, and just they're just booty shaking. Everywhere you go, all anybody's doing is booty shaking. That's all they're doing all fucking day, white or black. That's all they're doing is just
with the cheap cocaine.
yeah, just fucking each other. It's like, but so you say, how does this work? I mean, how does this not crumble? How is this just not total anarchy? Where yeah, it's the Japanese. The only people working in Brazil are the Japanese. Everything that's being done is being done by the Japanese. It's the only thing holding Brazil together is the Japanese. That's what the story of Brazil. And nobody even knows there's Japanese in Brazil. Nobody even knows, including the people in Brazil. It's well, they do. They actually do. But to their credit, they know that much because their whole life depends on the Japanese. Without the Japanese, they'd all die. They'd all starve to death because nobody do any work. So that's what's going on in Brazil. This is what you've got here, but nobody knows it. Except it's not the Japanese because you expelled them all in World War II. Well, you detained them all and then expelled them after World War II. So there's no Japanese in America, but it's all your Asians. Your Asians do all the work. The whites, yeah. Let me give you an example. When back in the 90s, they took an extensive what's the most respectable job in the community survey. And for blacks, well, for whites, it's management. Everybody in white was in management, which means whites don't know how to work. This is why you see whites smile when they're hammering and doing like some kind of like, oh man, let's pitch a tent. Let's, and I don't mean an erection. I mean like actually go camping, or you see them sailing and they're all smiling. They smile when they work because it's a new experience for them. Otherwise, they're just management, and they just tell other people what to do because they've never worked a day in their life. They'll all argue with you and tell you how hard they've worked and shit, but look at their hands, and their hands are not blistered. They're not creased with grease oil and all that other shit. They're just full of shit. All they do is manage and tell other people what to do. The blacks, when they interviewed them, what's the highest job in your community? The highest morticians and funeral directors, because they're all killing each other. It was all the funeral home, the morticians. That was the highest respected in their community because they're all so busy offing each other that the person who takes care of all the bodies is the person who was at the top of the food chain in the black economy. That's the way it was in the 90s, and I really think that that's pretty archetypal, and we should take that as the metaphorical constant. But it's the Asians that do all the work. It's no different from Brazil, except nobody in America sees it any more than people in Australia understand that they're the South Africa of Asia. So here in America, you're in a Brazilian situation. All your Asians do the work. And for that reason, none of the minorities identify Asians as a minority. They're considered white adjacent. They're basically considered, for all intents and purposes, the way the blacks considered me when they saw me in the projects, we're considered to be whites. And but whites, of course, don't consider us white at all, and they consider us all communist infiltrators. They're all a bunch of communist spies. So when it comes to the horror story of America, think Brazil, and nobody here is working. And it's really no different from Brazil. The only difference is you're not shaking your ass. In Brazil, they're all shaking their ass and having fun while they're shooting each other. It's one of the most violent places on earth. They've made movies about it that don't even do it justice, but it's shoot 'em up all the way. And here in America, well, that's exactly like Brazil. Shoot 'em up all the way. But you guys don't register that in your brains either because you can't see the forest through the trees. And yet, if somebody brings up the violent statistics of America, everybody acknowledges its reality. But I think they do so conceptually or intellectually rather than understanding it, unless you live in a ghetto. But all that being said, yeah, we're headed towards a new civil war. And that was my point about the rival constitutions in the latest episode. So I did go into that in depth. But I want people to know what the point is. The point that I didn't get into was the solution. Now, the solution is something I'm not yet ready to express, but I can allude to
Mass
it.
population reduction.
Well, I don't even need that.
I'm-
Doesn't even
I'm
need
joking.
me. No, but seriously. Say, for instance, I got into secular power. A vast
That's what the
population.
AI says.
Yeah. But say, for instance, I got into secular power. Vast population reduction at that point would be a moot point because so many Americans would have already killed each other. Our biggest problem would be not enough people, in one sense.
Yeah.
And yet,
For the Douglas plan.
I must say, there would still be a need for deportation, but not in the Trump sense.
No, in the exile sense.
Yes.
To Manchuria.
Well,
I'm down with that plan.
Yes.
Makes all kinds of sense.
Yes, I brought that up before. What I
Yes,
haven't
you
brought
did.
up, what I haven't brought up, because people know I'm infamous for that. I've talked about take a lot of the red Republicans. I'm not talking about anyone down in the Deep South because I consider those white people to be indigenous. They're basically, at this point, they're part of the hills and shit. They're like kudzu people, okay? They're like kudzu. I don't want to say kudzu monkeys, but that's really fucking tempting.
They won't be that influential.
They're not a threat. They're not a threat. They're
exactly.
they're just there. It's the red Republicans in the North that are the fucking threat. So,
With money.
Yes. Now, obviously, as I've said before, I'm not even talking about the extremists because the real, like, if you're a white nationalist, like, seriously, Patriot Front merges into this. Patriot Front, I said, yeah. Patriot Front, they merge into this. But for years, white nationalists were talking about their own separate homeland in the Northwest. That's not an issue. That's not a problem.
For years.
Yes, put them there. That's great. A nice, great, big white reservation in America keeps them contained.
Planet Idaho.
Yeah, well, keeps them contained. I mean, to me, that's a giant containment zone. It's like a giant reserve for another form of white indigenous population, or, neo-indigenous. We'll call it, so that's great. New white aboriginals. Love it. Okay, they get that. But the cosmopolitan or urban red Republicans, that's the problem. That's the real enemy.
Texas.
Yeah, well, Texas is its own world. That's its own planet. Okay, Texas is its own fucking planet.
Man, it's urban. Where it's urban, it's urban.
Well, where it's really take a look at Austin, dude. You might as well be in San Francisco. I mean, it's
the 18th biggest city in America.
Yeah,
and it happened in 20 years.
Yeah, but Austin.
It just took 20 years.
But Austin is like, you might as well be in Miami or San Francisco. That's flaming. I mean, there's so many gays over there. That part of Texas.
Oh yeah, but wealthy. Yeah. Oh Lord.
Yeah, well, it's a kind of wealth. It's very bizarre. It's not. Yeah, but Texas that's its own planet. Different situation. But I'm talking about, generally speaking, everywhere else you've got the red dwelling. That's the deportation to Manchuria, where they can set up a libertarian paradise. Trump can be their Buddha. They can have a bodhisattva. Ayn Rand. They can do their trip, but what about the blacks? So this is where the issue becomes again.
They get the South.
Well, there's got to be some parsing. I really think that there needs to be a black nation in the South that would be a Baptist nation. This would be Black Baptists. But here's the issue with, what about the blacks that are the source of so much violence? The majority of blacks who are involved in violent crime are not Baptist blacks. Baptist blacks pretty much have a whole different lifestyle. They're socialized to a degree where they're not projecting violence on the surrounding community. But many blacks who are, no matter where they're at, who are not part of this kind of Christianized culture that has given them a sense of meaning in life, they are often part of a community that projects a lot of violence onto itself, onto communities surrounding it. And there really needs to be a parsing where there has to be a deportation in that regard as well, but to North Africa. The vast majority of North
But
Africa is
with a
empty.
careful trial to see what happens when you just take white police out of it.
I obviously
know.
I've talked about this at length.
You gotta let them, breathe a minute.
Of course, we can't talk about this as just one giant blob. We're talking about
No.
different communities of blacks, just like there are different communities of whites. So the biggest issue with areas that are highly ghettoized is that you have an intergenerational trauma where people are living out the cycle of violence. And the thing that I would present as a solution is a parallel to the Black Baptist culture, where through baptism and their faith, the blacks have developed a sense of meaning. Well, I believe that the best solution to blacks who are not part of that matrix would be to introduce a great deal of them. Obviously, there's different communities within the black entity that would not fit into this. But I think that the elements that are more prone towards violence would be a great deal socialized by Black Islam, that we would need to really promote an extension of the Nation of Islam. Now, many blacks who enter prison convert to Islam. It's actually the fastest growing religion in prisons is Islam, and overwhelmingly blacks. But it's not necessarily Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam is important because it's like Mormonism. It's an American religion.
It's an American Islamist religion. So it's like almost like American Jews are a little different.
Well, American Jews are.
It's an evolvement, really.
It's almost like comparing apples and oranges, because American Jews are very Jewish, whereas all Muslims in the rest of the world reject the Nation of Islam. all Muslims in the rest of the world consider the Nation of Islam to be a cult. They consider that.
Yeah, and it is distinctly American born.
Yeah, it's distinctly American. It's like Mormonism. It's like Mormonism. You ask your average Christian, is not going to consider Mormons to be Christian.
To be Christian, exactly. Okay, I get that.
Yeah. No, by the way,
but they are.
Yeah. I don't take that stance.
It's certainly an offshoot. There's lots of kinds of Christianity. God knows.
Yes. Yeah.
It's a big umbrella.
Yeah, it's simply an American Christianity. It's an American religion, but
distinctly.
Yes,
and colorfully and weirdly.
Yeah, and they're headed towards their own nation state. They're headed towards, which should have.
Oh, that's their dream.
Yeah, which they always should have had.
One.
Well, they always should have had. Yeah, they always should have had. Yeah, they always should have had that. But Nation of Islam needs its own. But I would combine that with a Marcus Garveyite Back to Africa movement, where there would be a Nation of Islam with American sponsorship established.
Especially for anybody that wants to go.
Yes.
And I bet you'd get a lot of takers.
hard to say.
It's a wonderful dream in a sense
Hard
to
to
go
say,
back.
but the
If it
voluntary.
wasn't a fucking
Yeah.
Guantanamo, you know.
Oh yeah. Well,
Jesus.
obviously, all I can say is that we would have to take into account historically the failed experiments of Liberia and Sierra Leone. In the case of Sierra Leone, it
Yeah.
could be argued that that was a successful experiment, but both of these, for those of you who don't know, Liberia was the biological landfill for all of America's exiled slaves, based on the Abraham Lincolnite program of mass deportation of all blacks. For those of you who do not know, because your history books have totally covered this up, Abraham Lincoln did not want any blacks in the United States. His idea was to free the slaves and then mass deport them back to Africa. Liberia was the result of that. That is a failed experiment, for reasons that would take an entire show to go into. Sierra Leone was the British biological landfill for its slaves that it freed. And it is exceptionally different from Barbados or Jamaica in that these were sites where the British were deporting American slaves from the colonies and resettling them as a deal because they helped free them from the Americans in their campaign against America, and lived up to their part of the bargain by taking these slaves, maintaining their freedom, involving them in the Commonwealth, however indirectly, and then kind of like resettling them in areas in the Caribbean, which was close by. But Sierra Leone was British slaves from Africa directly that were enslaved in Britain and the colonies that they then dumped off in Sierra Leone, which is a far more amenable place to live than Liberia. You would much rather live in Sierra Leone than Liberia, because in
And get
Liberia,
dropped off in a
yeah.
flat desert with nothing.
Yeah. Well, people would say that about the Sahara. That's not the case. The Sahara is being greened. They are planting trees at an astronomical rate in the Sahara,
Yeah, amazing.
creating what's called a
Amazing.
green wall in order to
Yeah.
try and change the climate, and they're
Yeah.
succeeding. In fact, there's a
Yeah.
lot of controversy as to whether or not this is actually environmentally something that should be
Right.
done. But
Right.
the Sierra is being greened, and that project can be radically extended by a nation of Islam that would, in the main, resettle in Sahara as their promised land, their Israel, but with a massive recruiting presence in the United States. So that's
I think that would be amazing.
Yes. So a lot of the red libertarians to Manchuria, who would be overwhelmingly white, but not necessarily all white. There's a few blacks that are crazy enough to buy into that
Oh
shit.
man. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, and
Candace gets a penthouse.
and a black counterpoint to that in the Sahara, that would gradually, with a lot of state support, become more and more aligned with communist China, really, because it would be, for those of you who don't know, Nation of Islam is very socialist. It believes in more of a Marxian or Maoist kind of economic system. And for those of you who don't know, Nation of Islam is also heavily intertwined with Scientology. In other words, they use a lot of Scientology technique for a kind of indoctrination or inculcation, or what's another term for it? When someone is induction, it's kind of like part of their induction process.
Well, it's kind of like a breaking of the norm. Like remember when Farrakhan embraced Arguelles' Mayan calendar?
Yeah, cool. Yeah. Well, he was into a lot of shit. Yeah.
Take people off
Yeah.
the system onto a different system.
Yeah.
And kind of see what happens.
Well, it's to further isolate them from the rest of the community outside. But beyond that, if anyone's asking where would a place in Sahara be even remotely habitable, the starting base would be Libya, because that's where Farrakhan
Yeah.
had a tremendous relationship with Muammar Gaddafi. Gaddafi's gone now. The Nation of Islam could reintroduce a state of order where now there is only anarchy. The Americans destroyed Libya. It's an
Yeah.
anarchy now. It's nothing but a vacuum. It's a
Yeah.
power vacuum. But
Warlords.
yes, but the Nation of Islam could reintroduce an incredible sense of identity there, whereas now
Opposing the Janjaweed types.
Yeah, there you go.
My God. You know, there's more than one kind of Islam, fuck's sake.
Yes, yes. No, I love that. Yeah, that's
I mean,
right.
they're crazed. Just, you know, wouldn't that be an amazing counterpoint?
Yes, yes. You're talking about Boko Haram, right? And those terrorists in Africa who are abducting kids en masse and shit.
Wow, it was wild back in the day.
Yeah.
And it was huge, regional. And I don't know what the word is for it.
But for those of you who are wondering, the person who's actually making all of this even possible is Donald Trump by attacking birthright citizenship. His whole, for those of you who didn't hear me the other day, I've talked into about how the quote unquote victory in the Supreme Court was no goddamn victory. That was only by one vote. It's only by one single vote. This is now their new Roe v. Wade. They're not going to stop. This is now the red Republicans' new Roe v. Wade. They spent 100 years overturning Roe v. Wade. It'll take them only one vote to overturn birthright citizenship. This is their new bloody rag. And as Sammy Romero points out, Muammar Gaddafi sent money to the Nation of Islam. The 1 million man march happened in the 90s, and
I remember
Gaddafi tried to fund it, but the United States froze those funds. Yes. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, there's already a historical relationship between Libya and the Nation of Islam.
So who in America wants strong, thriving, competitive black nations?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I mean, around the world.
Yeah. By the way, welcome aboard,
Sammy.
So now things have kind of stabilized from all of the poor targeted ladies commiserating. So let's bring Sammy.
Well,
yeah.
I guess we all gotta fight for Israel. You guys ready?
Born ready, man. Apparently dragged into it.
Well, I don't want to be called a goyim no more. I'm not a goyim no more. You know, I just don't call me a goyim no more. Okay. All right. You know,
you're not white enough to be a goyim.
You know, I don't know. I'm an Aryan according to
Yes.
Doug's,
my biological father.
Goddamn right.
So
that's right.
Goddamn right.
That's right.
But honestly, what's going on right now is they're gonna tie this whole Israel conflict with Iran. We're tied. We're fucked in the sense of the pieces are moving.
Yeah.
From what I heard, China's already sending nukes to Iran. They already sent warheads to Iran.
All right.
So what it looks like is, Doug, you better get ready to assume power.
Yeah.
When all this is done.
To ascend.
From your lips to God's ears. Yeah, from your lips.
Whatever you saw in the Baltarka is coming to fruition,
Hey, Sammy.
No, look, guys, I don't mean to. I'm no it is what it is. Things are happening how they're happening. But there's a smorgasbord of bullshit that we're dealing with right now. Obviously, what's going on with geopolitics and what's going on in that region of the war, obviously it's going to affect us regardless. Even here in California, yesterday, a lot of Alley USD students in Southern California were combating against ICE. You have a lot of youth right now that were pretty much not giving a damn. And these ICE officers were scared shitless.
Good.
Which is very interesting because, you know, I think this is, it just comes to mind, okay? And I have to say this because I have children, okay? A child's rage is very, very dangerous. To me, there's a hidden power behind that. Now, when you have the power, when young people that have nothing to lose are influenced and stand up for themselves, that is very dangerous.
Yes.
And what Trump is doing now, which obviously, you know, let's just call it for what it is. He's encouraging these public executions.
He is. He's actually
God.
outraged that the DHS is stopping the traffic arrests. Yeah.
For the wrong guys. They weren't even the right guys, for fuck's sake.
Oh, they're just killing anybody, but go on.
Well, the problem is when these young people now that are pretty much very passionate and they're just enraged, this is highly explosive now, okay? This was just this is a school, okay? People don't realize Alex USD is the second largest school district in the country. But when, you know, it's especially this generation, it's hard to get this generation to be inspired. Yeah. But that's the problem, though. Once you trigger this, you cannot stop these young people, okay? This is where it becomes extremely volatile, and these kids don't give a damn. They're already punching out their tires. It's been going on, but now they're punching out tires. Hell, all the cameras that Peter Thiel has put up, they've been pretty much knocking them down. Obviously, in San Francisco, it's been going on.
I love it.
Yeah.
But the city of LA had to cancel the contract.
Yeah.
And what they've been doing is they've been ripping them off and pretty much, you know, taking them down for scrap metal, pretty much. But the thing about when they're inciting, because all this is they're inciting violence. That's all it is. Okay, this is just a psyop. They've already sent people, agitators, with signs like, Black parents were failures. Well, I'm sure you guys seen that kid with the stupid anchor monitor. Like, it's so dumb. But these are control assets. The thing is, they're there to agitate. That wasn't working. So now they have these ICE agents in the vicinity with these kids that are protesting. So now high school kids are now getting involved in these protests, which can turn, it's already turning volatile. It's just a lot that is coming together that it looks like it's going to be what's going to be. Okay. Obviously we're in July. We really only have 3.5 months before this primary.
That's right.
And he's going to declare a state of emergency. That's what I'm trying to see that he's going to do. I'm seeing that already.
They're setting it up.
Give me 1 second, guys. I have to do dive dues real quick.
Yeah, no worries. We get it. Yeah, and definitely. I'll want people to understand the gravity of the situation. We're faced with both a civil war and a world war, but there have been historical parallels to this in the experience of mainland China. Mainland China was both a belligerent in World War II and a major front. So understand that you can be a participant in a world war while engaging in civil war. And we're going to experience that here.
That's called the double whammy.
To say the least. Yeah, no, it's apocalyptic. But what Sammy is pointing out is, of course, the Israeli factor is it's the driving factor behind all of this. And it's a matter of fact, this is, as I will point out in narrative later tonight, or I certainly intend to, when you take a look at the Democratic candidate with his neo-Nazi tattoo, who everybody was tripping off of in Maine. Oh God, with the individual's name again, please help me out here,
Latner.
Plattner, yes,
Plattner.
yeah, the rapist.
The damaged veteran.
Yeah, well, he's the
The
Democrat.
brain injured veteran.
Yeah. But everybody voted for him. We're talking about, this wasn't like some fringe candidate. This is like 75% or more voted for him to be their sitting governor. You know, they voted for him over their sitting governor. And this is because...
Even after the first round of allegations.
Yeah. But this was because that's how poison AIPAC is. Because this man stood up against the Zionists.
Yep.
That was the neo-Nazi tattoo. Cemented that. In the public consciousness, they recognized this is an honest man standing against the Zionist occupation government. And if you want to know who voted the Nazis into power, here's your answer. The American public in Maine, when given a chance to vote, because this man said, let's stop aid to Israel.
Yep.
Yeah, we need it here at home. So understand, they did everything they could to bring this man down. If you can
They interviewed 6 girlfriends.
Oh yeah. They dug up, but
tracked them down.
You know, I hate to say this. You know, I'm an ardent feminist. I've been mistaken for a woman so many times. You know, I've got bruises up the ass every time I do public transport.
I'd have voted for him.
Yeah. So just understand. That being said, look, you take any man on earth almost, except for, you know, somebody who's a real dweeb. You're going to get any man who's had a normal life, and if you look hard enough, you'll bring him down with rape. It's so fucking easy because men are men, and they're just dogs. Men are dogs. So it's just basically, if you look hard enough, you'll find some woman who'll step up. In fact, you'll find any number of women who step up, who's never met the man, so long as you're paying good enough. And with this guy, with the Zionist occupation government after his ass, if there wasn't a woman, they would have bought one. And
we've got a president that brags about
rape.
Doing it.
Yes, a serial rapist. Yes.
A president.
Yeah, but he's not standing up against the Zios, so they gonna take
My God. Anybody that didn't vote for Biden or Kamala or whoever because of Israel was batshit.
Yes. Thank you. But Graham Plattner, that's it. Yeah. Graham Plattner, they brought him down because he said stop funding Israel. And to bring him down, they went all out. And they paid some whore. They paid some whore to say he raped him, which, you know, all I can say.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Again, I can relate to what women go through. You know, I get pinched up the ass.
The contrast with what the Republicans get away with openly.
Yeah.
Is I don't know what to say.
Oh, it's like again.
And then you got the Epsteins, if you have any doubt.
Oh,
sure, there was Democrats in there, but
let's check if Aristides is still awake. Aristides, are you with us? Aristides. Usually, if I say that, it conjures him, like calling a genie.
It sounds so centurion.
Yeah, Aristides.
You're centurion.
Yes.
Although I guess that's Greek, not Roman.
Yeah. After he does well, he'd be more like one of the Spartans, right? One of the
that's right.
Yeah.
All muscled and shirtless with a loincloth.
Oh, well, he filmed himself in LA crashing a Waymo. He was busting that Waymo up. He tore it apart with his bare hands.
Oh, good. Right on.
Yeah.
That's what you were talking about before. So, people revoted. Sammy, if you're listening, look on the bright side. Iran just blew up Amazon data center.
Yeah, cool. All right.
And two others. I don't know who owned them.
Yeah.
But you got to take your silver lining where you can find it.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aristides, you with us? Damn, he crashes after he does the blurb. He crashes.
God help him.
Yeah.
He's
So
3 hours up.
what I was gonna do was ask him to find the PDF of a book, that was written by, who was the motherfucker who was the Department of Justice guy, DOJ head under Trump, the first midterm, DOJ head,
Oh, jeez.
Trump, first term.
Was it a general?
No, it's Billy Budd or something was his fucking name.
What? Oh,
Billy Barr,
man.
William Barr. Yeah,
William. Oh, Barr.
yeah,
Yeah.
William
Okay.
Barr.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the in terms of William Barr's father, Okay, here we are. Donald Barr. So
Oh, yeah.
anyhow,
Who is he?
Donald Barr. He was the guy who he was in the OSS, the original CIA.
Oh, Lord. Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
yeah.
the father of
With
William Barr.
yeah. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and here's
Who-
the shit. He
yeah.
became this he was raised Jewish, and he converted to Roman Catholicism. But
Right.
yeah, but at any rate, what happened was that he had this academic and administrative career.
The dad.
Yeah, the dad. He was this administrator at Columbia University. And so when he was at Columbia University, he basically, well, he became the headmaster at Dalton. Are you familiar with Dalton?
Yeah.
Dalton School in New York City?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. From way back. Yeah.
Yeah. So get this shit, Sammy. When I was going to ask Aristides to find the PDF. Oh, are you there, Aristides? Aristides, I saw you.
Yeah, what is the PDF?
Oh, so there's
He's on the job.
So get this shit. I used to own the science fiction novel Strange Relations that's lost somewhere in my game brother's basement. And it's Strange Relations was the title of the science fiction novel.
Interesting. That's a good title.
It was written by Donald Barr, B-A-R-R. Donald B-A-R-R.
I think I've heard of that. Yeah, I think I've heard of that.
Oh,
So
shit.
get this shit.
I never had.
So Donald Barr wrote this science fiction novel, Strange Relations, and he wrote this while he was the headmaster at Dalton, the school in New York City from 1964 to 1974. And what
Ritzy
happened?
private school.
Yeah, and he hired Jeffrey Epstein as his math and science teacher at the school throughout the 1970s. Jeffrey Epstein was his. He
did start as a teacher, making nothing.
Yes, he started as a teacher specifically for underage girls. Specifically for underage girls. And he didn't even have a college degree. He didn't even have a college degree. So Donald Barr said, look, this bright young Jewish man, he doesn't have a college degree, but he's Jewish. So he gets to teach all the young girls.
Wow.
And so when...
Was Dalton Jewish?
Yes, he was raised Jewish, but he converted to Roman Catholicism to hide his Jewishness.
Yeah. You said that.
And
yeah.
What happened was...
A crypto.
Yeah. He wrote this science fiction novel, Strange Relations, which became the basis that is the training manual for Epstein's sex trade. So it's basically a future in galactic bondage where the human flesh trade is the economy. It's a barter system based on human children that you buy and sell for the
and women like their cattle.
Yeah. Yes.
Chattel.
Yeah. That produce more children. The women are basically breeding cows, brood mares, to produce the children that are the stock in trade. And
like in ancient Rome, fuck's sake.
Well beyond that, it'd be like take it to an economic scale where the kids are traded as basically a commodity, while the women are milk and food, products for milk and food.
Like the ghoul farms.
Yeah.
Like the ghoul farms,
yes.
right?
Yes,
Okay, wow.
except for human beings and more industrialized. Yeah. So our man Aristides, he found it. He put it in the Infinite Call, so it's there for all to read. He found it. So or at least he found it.
Very good.
No, he found a Wikipedia article, but
Okay.
yeah, but if he can
It's
find
called
the PDF.
space relations. It's space relations.
Yeah, space
Not
relations.
strange relations.
Okay,
That's
thank
catchy,
you.
man.
Space relations.
That's-
Thank you. Can you find the PDF?
Yeah. That's why I couldn't find it, but then I worked my way around and I found it. So
okay.
there you go. It's
Interesting.
coming in a minute.
Okay, so he's got it coming. So thank you. You're the man.
Yeah,
See,
yeah.
Aristides
You're the
is
man.
the man.
Wow, Aristides.
Yeah.
He's the man.
So get this shit. So I used to own a copy, but once I started talking about this in the past, I never spoke about it publicly, but I spoke about it privately in a number of areas with my son's husband at various parties. And after that, the price went up astronomically. If you try and find a copy of this, like physical copy of this,
Right.
you're paying hundreds of dollars. I've seen it go for thousands.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's the training manual for Jeffrey Epstein. It was what he based his whole island on, was on the economy that was portrayed in space relations. So yeah, and so that was the.
They love that shit.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings, science fiction, they love that shit.
Oh yeah, but remember, Donald Barr was the father of William Barr, who became the head of the Department of Justice under Trump's first term. That's how sick this whole thing.
Trump's dick-sucking lapdog.
Yes. No, it was.
Why am I not surprised?
Yeah.
A lapdog you can fuck.
Yes, that's right. So there you go. And Jeffrey Epstein was intimately connected with all of this, and Trump, of course, that's why Trump's so desperate to hide all this.
man.
Yeah. So
Generational.
Even though it's out.
Yeah.
Even though it's out. I mean.
Yeah.
No. I mean,
Yeah.
that's he's definitely. I mean, this is why we have Doug, man. He can connect the dots better than anybody. But
Yeah.
I'm not surprised.
That was good.
And
so been a wild ride.
Yeah, and
tonight.
so yeah, no, it has been. And thank you so much for your contribution, Sammy. As always, everything helps.
At least I can do, man. At least I can do. Okay. But sorry, it's not enough for your escorts, but you can get
not enough to retire.
Well, in your defense, if an escort's $25, you're gonna get more than sex, so I wouldn't recommend it. So, anyways, but that's a joke. I'm joking, audience. Wink, wink.
Book a massage and ask for a happy beginning.
Right. But no. It's the least I can do. Whenever I can. It's just honestly, Doug has done a lot for my mental health. Even some things he can't answer, and it brings me comfort, because of all people, if he can't answer something, it's not because he can't. It's just it makes him even more human. I'm glad that he doesn't takes himself like, oh, I can answer everything, and that's actually good. That gives him more credibility, because it's you get these people that are so-called information gurus, and they think they know everything, and it's not necessarily obviously that's impossible, but Doug definitely, when it comes to what's going on in the world, he makes a sense. Unfortunately, I wish I can catch up with all the episodes that he's done, but what I've heard, it's very much it gives a better context to things, but sometimes his information sometimes does piss me off, because sometimes I wish he wouldn't be right, but it's just part of the information, and you kind of have to take it for what it is, and it's just how the world works. And obviously what we're seeing with all these connections that he's talking about, it pretty much reassures everybody that qualifications is just bullshit. You really it's really who you know, who you can align yourself with, and that's how people get these positions. It's not qualifications at all. So in fact, you would probably get ridiculed if you're qualified.
Yes.
So
it's true.
Unfortunate.
No, it's really sad. As I've given the example of before, this one guy I knew named Richard McGuire, who had a double major in automated assembly systems, and what was his other engineering degree? It was artificial intelligence, I believe. One of the original early degrees in it, which, believe me, artificial intelligence was a legitimate field even in the 90s. It didn't get all the explosive funding. It was still conceptual, but he got a double major in that, and he couldn't find a job to save his soul. He went to NASA, and everybody said, "Well, you know, we don't need somebody. You're overqualified." Everywhere he went, he was overqualified.
Right. No, I mean, it's sad because it's like backwards. Either, you know, you don't have enough experience,
Yeah.
or, you know, we can't afford you,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Seriously.
So,
You're kind of
honestly,
like
that's,
that. You're in. You fall in that category. You're overqualified.
well, one of the things that I figured out is I don't say I'm qualified. You actually have
There.
to dumb yourself down.
It's
You have to
true.
dumb yourself down. You do. It's just, it's part of the game. You have to dumb yourself down. And you have to observe the environment and just assimilate to it. And yeah, in fact, you cannot, the one thing you don't want to do is appear competent and passionable what you do, because then you entrap yourself. You're too good to move up. They're never going to let you move up in any corporate world if you're too good at your job. They're not going to. They're going to box you in, and they're going to give you more work, and then you will burn yourself. Well, they'll burn you out. And that's how really it works. You have to dumb yourself down. In fact, I'll give you an example. When I was taking these courses I was taking right now, as that I finished, there was a student who.
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, no. What happened was I was just.
I heard an echo.
Yeah, I heard an echo too. I think it happened because they're monitoring the stupid call as if it wasn't going to upload or something. I guess that's in case it doesn't upload. They record the call while we're talking.
Oh,
But
hi,
go-
NSA.
Yes.
Anyways,
Go on.
you know, there was a student who had his own transportation company, and obviously he finagled it to where he got to take this course, but he dumbed himself down, and he was a great student, but what he did is he really was just a jokester, and when it came to all the exams, he aced them all, but he was very covert in his knowledge. But when I was talking to him, he had so many connections. Where we went to do our projects, this was a factory. He knew all the management in the factory, and the teacher's aide, who was a complete suck up, just a complete tool. Okay, this guy, I actually had to refrain myself from verbally rebuking him and literally giving him a swirly. You guys know what a swirly is, right?
Is it kind of like a wedgie, or what is it?
Does it involve the nipple?
No, kind of, but maybe this is a different version. A swirly involves you picking up this gangly, dorky person and putting his head in the toilet and flushing it.
Oh, that's
called
it.
a
Yeah,
swirly.
that's it. Yeah,
That makes sense.
Okay.
It's an LA
Well,
term. Yeah.
I think Doug knows
Idiom.
who I was talking about. He took the course with his girlfriend, and it was like almost like an AA meeting where, oh, we're taking this course together and we're gonna get married. And he was announcing it to the world. You know, good for him. He's in love, right? Anyways,
that's so fucking
they
stupid.
became
That's so
But he
fucking
knows
stupid.
how to
became the
run a
teacher.
company already,
Well,
is what you're
obviously,
saying.
right? Well,
Yeah.
he started becoming a teacher's aide. They both sucked up to the teacher, which, you know, the teacher saw it from a mile away, but, you know, they're tools. He's going to use them, right?
Well, the
Right.
teacher just wants some ass. He wants the guy's girl.
Well, you know,
Well, he doesn't
Doug,
want to have to work so hard. Think of it
right,
that
you
way.
know?
Oh, he
You
wants
know,
to work, right? He wants to work that girl. Yeah, go on.
It didn't help that he was an ex-correctional officer, so, you know, when you work in
there you go.
when you work in Corcoran, it's, you know, you get experience by psychologically knowing what
Yeah.
to do, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
no,
Anyways,
you
but
know how to bargain with the prisoners. This guy's just bargaining with them like they're a couple of cellmates. But go.
well, the one thing I got to give this instructor, he was an excellent. This guy can break down everything. He can break down a lamp or a blender to every single bearing. When you're a correction officer, you have to search everything with these
Oh,
prisoners,
that's
right?
right, because
So
that's there you go. So yeah,
you
go
have
on.
to reverse engineer
Yeah.
everything to make sure there's it's not made into a shank or something, right?
Yeah, of course.
But
Right.
he knows. He pretty much what he did is use them as babysitters, quote unquote. But this guy that pretty much owns his movie company was a class clown. But as soon as to get our certifications and get just this training that we need, he aced everything. And he got a letter of recommendation from the teacher, which was pretty much the trophy of the class. Okay.
Jesus.
Uh,
That's so
and
sleazy. That's so fucking sleazy.
but it's not that. It's he knows how to play the game. He's impressionable. He's likable. But you have to do it. You have to dumb yourself down. And these two idiots were like wanting to be, super students
That's
and be the
it.
teacher's
Shining
aide.
examples. Shining examples. Yes, go on.
And they're trying to be everybody's, step parents, and everybody's rolling their eyes like, you guys are morons, man. So at the end of the day, I was riding along with my instructor, and the problem with these two individuals that were quote unquote teachers' pets, they got upset because our teacher told them, look, I'm not giving you the letter of recommendation. One, because you guys can't even separate your relationship from the class. Like, you guys have put the class in awkward positions where you guys are literally, being a couple in front of everybody. It's like, that's not professional,
Thank
But,
you.
it's, they're kids, right? But honestly, just sticking around, even management, in this case, the instructor, because I stuck around and everybody left, he ended up recommending me. So I was just
Cool.
there because I was the only
Love
person.
it. All right.
So you can't even call me, it's not about my brains. It's just about knowing the situational awareness. If you understand what I'm saying? And a lot of it, this ex, correction officer, he likes to play mind games. He's going to tell you something to see how you react. And if, these two idiots pouted and, cried like babies and ended up faking headaches and ended up taking off. And I was there helping them out, load all the equipment into the truck, and he gave me a recommendation. He introduced
Right
me
on,
to
dude.
the
Goddamn
head
right.
of operations.
You
And
know how to do.
and I got to shake hands and play the game. But it's really all it is a game.
That's
It's just
right.
unfortunately, when it comes to politics, and I have to kind of revert to that, it's the same thing. You see all these people getting appointed. Hell, Lindsey Graham's sister got to be on, she's the governor or the senator of
That's right.
South Carolina.
Yeah,
They could have given it to Brooke.
Yeah, they should have given it to Brooke. You're right.
Absolutely.
Never done a day of politics in her life.
Brooke would have been excellent for it. I would have loved Brooke, free 8-ball for everybody. I'm playing. I'm joking. But I'm joking.
We're just trying to taunt her until she comes on. That's all.
We miss you, okay? We miss you, okay?
Yes.
I miss the hell out of you.
Yes.
My point is, Lindsey Graham's sister is a senator, and that's a clear example of, incompetence. Obviously,
it's almost like making a mockery. It's making a mockery of the idea of governance itself. My God, yes.
I guarantee you, if they would have put Brooke as a senator, she could have turned that state around. And I'm being serious.
Yes, seriously.
She would have been way too efficient.
Yes.
You would have, women's rights would probably be better.
Yes.
Definitely at the animal cruelty, as far as a humane society, would have exponentially be boosted. She loved animals.
Yes.
I I don't know about other things, but especially that definitely would have got improved.
Yes.
I'm trying to be nice.
Of
I'm just
course.
we like to roast each other, and
Yeah.
but definitely it's just a travesty. It really is, because it's a travesty, but at the same time too, it's a playbook that we all know. It's just part of the game. But it kind of is giving me an insight, like anything. Like it really confirmed to me that and I'm not saying these two students that I talked about were qualified. It's just they didn't have situational awareness where the way you come off to people, it's going to impact your result. You cannot, especially if you don't can differentiate your personal life from the work or any corporate settings. It's a lot like prison. You have to fit in. If you don't fit in, you're just not going to make it. Obviously, Doug, you're a clear example that working for almost a decade at Presidio, you had to kind of blend into all these creeps that were hitting on you, as a adolescent. So it definitely the more and more I kind of see things, as far as in obviously referencing some of your life story, which I remember you commented about this person that got the nomination
Victor
for
Marx.
Colorado.
Yes.
Honestly, Doug, if I were the powers that be, at least I would have picked an Asian. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
Come on. I mean, I would have picked George Takei. I would have thrown him in there. He's gay. I mean, I'm not calling you gay, but
Hey, you guys, I got to step off and take a call.
Okay.
Thank you so
Go ahead.
much.
Love
All
you,
right.
honey.
Go ahead.
Bye for now. Yeah.
But Doug, this guy's no comparison. I think you're kind of giving him way too much credit.
Thank you.
Because it's not. How can I say it? You're too much of a savant to be imitated, in a sense of even your life. I mean, for God's sakes, you had a man try to interject Scientology to your life story, and he went crazy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
True.
He couldn't even release his book that he was trying to write on, on your Artilica that you pretty much have. It's not. It doesn't
Thank
work.
you.
Is what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Anything of genuine, and honestly, like I told you, you're a walking miracle, but it just does not work. You have to the genuine uniqueness about you. You can't really duplicate it. Okay, but
Thank you.
I just think you're giving this person way too much credit. I think and I think that. I think sometimes I get it. I was a little annoyed that Nicolas Cage stole your likeness with that dumb movie that he tried to put out, where he's a vampire.
Yes. The Renfeld. Yes.
The Renfeld. Yeah, that's total ripoff of you.
That son of a bitch.
If you ever see that asshole, I hope you kick him in the throat or something. Or
believe
I don't
me,
know,
I'd love
man.
to. Yes, and he
or
lives
say
nearby. He lives within walking distance. Yes.
Seriously, man, he owes you residuals,
Yeah,
fucking asshole. But
yes.
it is what it is. But obviously you're one of the more obviously your work has been stolen. You can truly say that. You're a lot of people have stolen from you. Okay,
Yes.
the problem is the result of them stealing from you. It's not quite. It doesn't hit as your life story. It doesn't. It's too complex. Your story is too. It's so authentic. It's anybody else saying your life story, it doesn't seem real. It just doesn't. As far as this guy saying he killed 7 people, that's nothing special. A white guy killing somebody and getting away with it. What's so special about that?
Thank you.
In fact, I can argue he doesn't have a Netflix special like Jeffrey Dahmer or John Wayne Gacy. So who the hell? You're not even that. He's not even that fascinating. So that kind of lets you know. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. He has a lot of competition. Okay, he's not even if he would started kidnapping women and putting them down wells, and the Silence of the Lambs,
As
then
Buffalo Bill, right? From the Silence
Buffalo
of the
Bill,
Lambs.
it would. To be honest with you, he might wind up being a serial killer. He just, he's a failed serial killer, obviously, because he wants to be a politician, like another Hambright. Hambright said,
That's right.
He told you,
Yes.
I'm going to go into politics. That's
right.
come on. That's how much of a loser he is. Come on. I think you're. I think you know what I'm trying to say. It's not. It's just not the same. It really is not. But
thank you. I do feel better with your input in that regard.
Wait, come on, I mean, that's one of the things that you kind of have to. The American psyche, we're fascinated with killers. We really are. We love our criminals. We idolize our criminals. We make them presidents.
Yeah. That's true. Yes.
I just don't. There's just so much now that we've downgraded where it's like, come on, it's not as significant to the world now. 1 second, please. 1 second.
Sure, take your time. There's no rush. We know there's family involvement and responsibilities. I see Amy's still on the call. I hope she's all right, and I hope she's getting her rest. I hope she's not sitting there just.
I'm going to bed.
Oh my God!
Sleeping.
Are you?
All
Oh my
done.
God! What are you saying?
Okay.
What did you say?
I'm going to bed.
Oh, you're going to bed. I love you. I love you, Amy. And
Okay.
yeah, stay safe
Good
and be
night. I
well.
love you too.
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. You're welcome to vent if you want some more. If you want to come back on, vent some more, catharsis some more, go ahead. Oh, Amy's incredible. Yes. And so Sammy is off the call for the moment. He took off for the moment. He's always welcome back. I should take advantage of this time to just start into monologue, and Sammy's welcome to join us whenever he wishes. And so let's do that. Again, Matthew Bush sent 25 United States dollars, said, there you go, buddy. And this, along with Heather Holman's pre-contributed 60 United States dollars, with the input of Vin MANAKTALA, said, you're the best. We also got 25 United States dollars en route. Yet to get a notification from PayPal, but PayPal is vetting the contribution from Joseph Rauho. And we have a contribution as yet unknown in terms of the amount from Douglas Marks, and who recently contributed 20 United States dollars, presumably another contribution in that amount. My gratitude, the grace from all of these gentlemen. And a tidbit for Brendan Zogit from north of the border. The 14-year-old Pickering boy who became obsessed with a serial killer in a Japanese manga comic book was in court today for a sentencing hearing in the random murder of an 83-year-old grandmother who was gardening in her yard. The teen will get credit for time served and spend just 5 years in a youth facility, after which he will serve 4 years in the community under supervision. Ah, well, she lived a full life and died doing what she loved. I'm sorry. That's horrible. La amuse-bouche spooned up. Let's dive into the night with a pun intended per the Persian Gulf. Damn straight! Isn't straight or moose, right? Get it? So funny. The ceasefire was always foredoomed to collapse, but just who's singing the Hormuz blues? You are! Because oil surged 4% as Iran and the American empire traded attacks, whereas Trump needs this war more than he wants peace. Grand Eventide, unto our electronically extended critical omissions family. Welcome to the Wednesday wrap-up where I get you the midweek's news as I consume my nighttide caffeine with you. Look, at the rate Trump flip-flops, this time slot wouldn't have the bandwidth for any other stories if I covered every single development in Iran. But what happened this week is big, and will continue driving up costs around the world. Let's talk about it. First of all, we need to ask, who really controls the Strait of Hormuz? Yesterday morning, Donald Trump reversed his decision to implement fees for ships in the Strait of Hormuz. The shift points to some of the broader questions of power in the waterway, because Trump has no good options for reopening Hormuz via his Groundhog Day war. Drones and missiles are flying in the Middle East, and the Strait of Hormuz is closed once again. Oil prices have jumped, but neither cash-strapped Iran nor the American empire is gaining an upper hand from the resumption of conflict, and both are suffering, as is the rest of the world, in a straitjacket of their own making. The least bad option for both sides is the very truce that they're shooting to bits. The United States launched airstrikes against Iran for a fourth straight night on the Eventide yesterday, after Iran retaliated to previous attacks by launching missiles at America's Gulf partners, while also striking Twa-and-a-Half tankers in the Strait of Hormuz the day before yesterday. Amid the exchange of fire, the Republican President Donald Trump declared that the United States naval blockade of Iranian ports would go back in effect, while notifying Congress that Iran and the United States of America were once again in a state of armed conflict. The developments underscore two things about the Iran war. It is now, above all, a battle over the control of the Strait of Hormuz, and that it will make it even harder to bring it all to an end. As a result, we are likely to see several more cycles of tentative deals punctuated by recurrences of fierce fighting, similar to what has just occurred with the recently signed Memorandum of Misunderstanding, which was meant to end the war and pave the way for final status talks over Iran's nuclear program. For the duration, Trump is claiming United States authority over Hormuz, as Iran insists the strait is closed. Most recently, the United States launched strikes against Iran in retaliation for its attack on a Cyprus-flagged ship attempting to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Iran responded with attacks on United States military bases in Kuwait, Jordan, and Bahrain. Iran claims the Strait of Hormuz is closed until further notice, while the American Republic insists that it's wide open. According to ship tracking data, no commercial vessels have crossed the passage since Monday evening. President Trump declared the United States of America the guardian of the Strait of Hormuz, asserting American control over the waterway, while Iran maintains that the strait is closed until American imperial interference ends. The dueling proclamations leave shippers, insurers, and energy markets in a state of deep uncertainty about safe transit, a condition that alone is sufficient to sustain elevated oil price risk premiums in the near term. To reiterate, as Aryan fighting resumes, Trump has reinstated Iran strikes and ordered a naval blockade to collect Hormuz shipping tolls. President Trump has notified Congress that United States forces have resumed strikes against Iran after the ceasefire effectively collapsed, marking a sharp escalation that directly threatens global energy flows. Trump has simultaneously ordered a naval blockade and thereafter announced that countries shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would be charged for American protection of the waterway, through which roughly 20% of the world's oil supply passes. The announcement sent Brent crude surging 9.6% to $83.30 a barrel on Monday, reversing weeks of easing energy prices and reigniting inflation concerns that the Federal Reserve had only recently begun to set aside. Economists who had cautiously declared peak inflation now warned that a prolonged shutdown of the strait will push both oil prices and interest rates sharply higher. For businesses, the Dietrich, that's die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, for literally Meisterschlüssel, anglicized as master key variables to track are the blockade's enforcement scope, whether Gulf partners accept or resist the proposed transit fee framework, and whether any fresh diplomatic off-ramp emerges, because any sustained closure of our MOUs will drive up fuel, shipping, and input costs across virtually every sector of the global economy. My diagnostic verdict: a standoff between Iran and the American empire lifts oil prices, with stocks joining bonds and sinking lower after clashes over the Strait of Hormuz raise concerns about a disruption in energy supplies that will only fuel inflation. If this sounds familiar, that's because it is. The 100 American states and union proves itself unable to extract itself from a war it helped start in conspiracy of aggression with its suzerain or Israel 4.5 months ago. Iran, despite renewed attacks by the United States military, continues to strike American allies and international shipping. Investors may have foolishly hoped that an interim peace deal would become permanent, but no such luck. The Standard & Poor's 500 took a fall on Monday as a result of such pie in the sky. Additional collateral damage may be Donald Trump's hope for a Federal Reserve rate cut. With oil prices exacerbating already elevated inflation, money markets make the odds of an increase this month about even. It also doesn't help that the Fed Governor Christopher Waller said officials may need to raise rates to tame price pressures. Paul Christopher at Wells Fargo Investment Institute has confirmed that until something actually changes regarding the strait, the bias remains for higher oil prices, expected inflation, and rates, and that will trigger episodes of stock volatility. Making matters worse for energy markets, the president announced that not only would the American empire reinstate its blockade of Iranian ships transiting the strait, but demand a 20% fee on all other cargo shipped through the waterway, which, if ever enforced, would be completely illegal under international law. But more importantly, more immediately, any new fee threatens to raise fuel costs. The American payment would work out to about $32 million for a fully loaded, very large crude carrier at current oil prices. That's far higher than the tolls that have been charged by Iran, which have previously been described as reaching $2 million. The White House never provided any other details on Trump's proposal, including how it would be administered or whether it had even been communicated to American imperial allies in the Gulf. Trump started a war he has no idea how to finish. 3 weeks. That's how long it took to go from a signing ceremony at the Palace of Versailles to 170 American strikes on Iran in the opening 48 hours of reinstatement of conflict. Iran attacked 3 commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz over the 4th of July weekend. Trump declared the ceasefire over on Monday. By yesterday, CENTCOM had hit more than 80 targets across southern Iran. Aero defenses, missile sites, coastal surveillance, drone launch pads, and more. By today, the United States was striking cities deeper inland. Iranshar, Shabahar, Bandar Abbas, a railway bridge in the northeast. A firefighter was killed at an airport. Iran's Revolutionary Guard hit back at the United States bases in Kuwait and Bahrain. Air raid sirens went off across the Gulf. This was all happening while millions of Iranians were burying their former supreme leader. The maladministration's position is that Iran violated the Memorandum of Understanding by attacking commercial ships. That's true. What's also true is that the United States Treasury revoked its temporary suspension of Iranian oil sanctions less than 20 days after the deal was signed, well before any ships were ever hit, after the MOU said that the United States would waive sanctions for 60 days. Iran's parliament speaker responded by saying the Strait of Hormuz would only reopen under Iranian arrangements, not American threats. Trump said Iran had called seeking a new deal, but he wasn't sure they were worthy of one. Shipping through the strait immediately dropped to 13 vessels within 24 hours. Before the war, it was 110. The cost of this war to American taxpayers is $113 billion thus far. It has produced the largest disruption to global oil markets in history. Flights across the Middle East have been grounded for months. Gulf states that wanted nothing to do with this conflict are now being hit with Iranian missiles in their own airspace. Iran and American negotiators are engaged in what officials describe as technical discussions. The maladministration says it is still committed to finding a resolution, but they sure as hell aren't acting like it. And make us no mistake, Trump has a lot to gain from the prolonged conflict, whether it's to win Israel's favor or because wartime presidents don't typically lose midterms. It's also entirely possible he may not want to keep it going so much as he has no idea as how to fucking stop it. Trump killed a supreme leader, and there's no version of peace that doesn't require concessions he'll never make. So instead, you get 3-week ceasefires and Versailles photo ops before the strikes continue. Forever. Tit for tat. The day before yesterday, President Trump wrote on Truth Social that the United States would become, all caps here, so I'm going to shout per Trump's own emphasis, guardian of the Hormuz Strait, because he would pronounce it with the H, like Hormel. For your information, the H is silent in the naming of the strait. Blockading Iranian ports and ensuring the safe passage of non-Iranian vessels. And in the spirit of fairness, he added that the American empire would charge vessels a fee for the trouble. Then, yesterday morning, an amendment. Trump disposed of the fee idea while still indicating that he intends to assert control of the strait and resume the blockade. Now, Trump says the Gulf states will be making the trade and investment deals with the United States or America as a form of compensation. But the particulars of these deals and of which states will participate remain unclear. Yesterday marked the 4th consecutive day of strikes across Iran. The ceasefire has disintegrated. Trump formally notified Congress the day before yesterday that the war has resumed and that all negotiations have collapsed. If American forces do try to reassert power in the strait, they'll face a difficult path. Iran is still clamping down on ship traffic, and recent violent clashes in the waterway have once again dramatically reduced the number of vessels entering and exiting the Persian Gulf. The United States' ability to exert control in the strait would depend on its ability to erode the system of dominance that Iran has established in recent months. Dominance in the Persian Gulf has never been clear-cut. In the early 16th century, Portuguese mariners brought their cartaz system of permits to the Strait of Hormuz, overseeing the waterway for more than a century. In 1622, the joint forces of Persia and England's East India Company seized it. The Strait of Hormuz is now broadly understood as an international zone, and yet portions of the waterway remain contested. Its narrowest stretch is just 21 miles wide, meaning that, according to a United Nations convention, it is entirely within the territorial waters of Iran and nearby Oman. Neither Iran nor the United States are party to the United Nations Treaty, but the United States nevertheless recognizes it as international law. Now, the American empire has assumed some responsibility for the Strait of Hormuz in the past. Defense of the Persian Gulf was at the core of the Carter Doctrine. Jimmy Carter's attempt in 1980 to respond to the Greater Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. Iran periodically attacked foreign vessels in the strait during the Iran-Iraq War of the 80s. In 1987, the United States Navy launched Operation Earnest Will, escorting Kuwaiti tankers through the strait for more than a year. During that war, the Iranian regime threatened to fully close off the strait, but decided against it, realizing that the damage to its own economy would be too great. Iran has repeated this threat over the past 2 decades, but it never actually followed through until February, in retaliation for the Israeli and puppet American strikes on its land and the assassination of Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. Despite the persistent threat of Iranian interference in the strait over the past half-century, its leadership was never guaranteed to be able to enforce an effective blockade. But what remains of Iran's military, decimated by months of war, has still proven capable of maintaining the transit restrictions that the regime announced in the spring. The persistent threat of mines and of its nimble boats that can harass or attack other vessels has kept ship traffic to a minimum. The number of crossings on Sunday was the lowest it had been in a month. Past efforts to break Iran's stranglehold over the course of this war have failed. In May, American forces began escorting some vessels through the strait as part of an initiative called Project Freedom. It ended after just 2 days, in part because the Saudis have declined to let the United States abuse their military bases and airspace after the Iran-backed Houthis struck the House of Saud on the Arabian Peninsula in a major escalation. Amid renewed fighting between Iran and the American empire, Tehran-backed Houthis in Yemen fired drones and ballistic missiles at the American imperial ally Saudi Arabia. European allies could provide support for potential United States missions in the Gulf, as they did during Operation Earnest Will, but Trump has now eroded all of those relationships. So the TACO, TACO, acronymous for Trump always chickens out, slung back, and on Tuesday, no less, Taco Tuesday, get it? But this time Wall Street wasn't surprised. In just 24 hours, Donald Trump reversed his threat to irreversibly violate international law by having America emulate Iran and demand money for passage through the Strait of Hormuz. It was reminiscent of the Trump always chickens out meme that became infamous yesteryear as the Republican president repeatedly failed to follow through on trade war threats. Trump admitted that America's allies in the Persian Gulf urged him to drop the plan and claimed his fee would be replaced with unspecified investment deals. But traders, analysts, and industry stakeholders had already dismissed his threat as unworkable and unlikely to be fully implemented, since it would be so difficult to administer and poisonous to allies around the globe. Before Trump's retreat, Jay Hatfield, chief executive at Infrastructure Capital Markets, said, "I think it's patently ridiculous and totally irrelevant. It's Trump nonsense." Given Iran's demonstrated ability to influence ship traffic, the project of ensuring freedom of navigation in the strait would require a permanent American imperial effort. This could end up being cumbersome and dangerous given the military assets involved in escort missions and the inevitability of Iranian interference. And even then, ship traffic may never return to pre-war levels. Trump's social media posts over the past couple of days have gestured at the desire for a strong and continued American presence in the Strait, a profound shift on the part of a president who spent years decrying the empire's role as the policeman of the world. He will soon come to realize that policing the Strait does not always mean controlling it. And on the subject of police state stupefaction back on the American home front, the shooter in Maine was a new ICE trooper recruit. United States immigration agents shot and killed another person on Monday, this time in Maine. As part of Trump's mass deportation campaign, at least 9 people, including United States citizens, have been killed by Department of Homeland Security agents. The latest death occurred in Biddeford, about 18 miles southwest of Portland. Few details have emerged so far, at least so far as I myself know. But the shooting follows the killing by federal agents of an unarmed man in Houston last week. Immigration agents there shot a Mexicano homebuilder named Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in the abdomen during a traffic stop. In both cases, the Trump maladministration quickly said the dissident was shot after trying to run over an agent. That claim in the Houston case has already been challenged by witnesses, and similar contentions by the maladministration in previous shootings were later completely contradicted by video evidence. The maladministration has declined to identify the shooters in Maine or Texas and said there was no body camera footage. No federal employees have been charged with any wrongdoing in any of the 9 deaths, and some state officials have said the Justice Department, which has generally refused to cooperate with state prosecutors, may no longer be trusted to fairly investigate. On Monday, however, in the cases of the shooting deaths of Rene Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota, the maladministration turned over evidence it had previously declined to share, even as Trump lambasted the Department of Homeland Security, for hitting the brakes on traffic stop arrests. Also on the perennially wrong right side of the aisle, the governor nominee who won the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party primary is a preacher who brags about killing a man at the age of 7. If you haven't heard of the United States Marine Corps veteran Victor Marx yet, Semper Fidelis, and buckle up. The right-wing preacher turned politician was declared the winner of the Republican gubernatorial primary in Colorado on Thursday. Shamelessly plagiarizing myself, Marx has said he first killed a man at the age of 7 in his retelling of my tale at the insistence of an abusive stepfather. And again, jacking my own experience, is not sure how many deaths he has been responsible for ever since. Accepting that in the Marx case, reporters have been unable to find any evidence of that childhood homicide. He is the son of a man named Karl Marx. No, not that one. Who invented a form of Keijun karate. Victor has purchased himself a 7th degree black belt and calls himself a high-risk humanitarian. His website once claimed he had saved more than 40,000 women and girls from sex trafficking. Yet again, a direct parroting of the number of children and infants I myself rescued en masse from the mass industrial scale assembly line of children and infants slated for exploitation by the United States military on-site El Presidio Real de San Francisco nexus unto the World Wide Web of overseas bases, with family housing inextricably involved in human child sex trafficking, a figure the marksman later revised to more than one and less than a bunch. There's no point. Charlie Kirk wrote the foreword to the 2024 Victor Marx book titled The Dangerous Gentleman, subtitled A Call for Men to Be Courageous in a Culture of Fear. Historically, his site sold a $99 guide to spiritual warfare, and he and his wife were involved in a multi-level marketing Ponzi company hawking a pyramid scheme of vitamins. He has, of course, catapulted past party gatekeepers to win a nomination for an important office. Colorado Republicans are despairing. The Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party had little hope of ever winning a state that blue, but party members warned that Marx at the top of the ticket could sink state house and congressional races. This is what happens when you let an algorithm write a political candidate. Meanwhile, Democrats are taking the wrong lesson from the Graham-Plattner saga. Graham-Plattner's campaign is over, and the establishment is already writing the obituary it wanted to write all along. That progressives aren't ready, that the left cannot vet its own candidates, and that this is what happens when you let an oyster farmer run for the United States Senate. That's the wrong lesson. Here's the real lesson Democrats must learn from Graham-Plattner. The right lesson being that Democratic voters in Maine looked at a man with a neo-Nazi tattoo on his chest and a history of problematic comments on Reddit, and they still chose him, with 72% preferring him over their sitting governess. The question the party should be asking is not, how did we let this happen? The question is, what does it tell you about Janet Mills and the Democratic establishment that voters preferred this guy? For one, it tells you that AIPAC is poison, and so is the machine that protects it. Susan Collins took more money from AIPAC than from small donors, with the lobby of Israel bundling over $538,000 for her in a single filing period. Mills was handpicked by Chuck Schumer and the DSCC to run a safe primary against a progressive challenger. Plattner refused AIPAC money, and voters rewarded him for it. For two, it tells you what really matters to voters. This wasn't a litmus test of what accusations a candidate could survive. Plattner didn't survive the rape allegation, and perhaps he shouldn't have. But nothing before that. The tattoo, the problematic Reddit posts, the Republican operatives' uncorroborated accusations mattered more to the people of Maine than the kitchen table issues. These are not fringe progressives. This is the majority of Democrats in a blue state, and the small but loud crowd still defending Plattner might be more willing to reckon with the most recent allegation if the party hadn't spent the previous 10 months treating a Reddit post from 2013 with the same urgency. Relevantly, the Womani foreign minister has warned that the gravest security threat to the Mideast is not in Tehran, but Tel Aviv-Yafo. In an editorial published in the French newspaper Le Monde, or The World, Oman's foreign minister Bedir bin Hamad al-Busaidi called the war on Iran is a disaster, arguing that the region's most serious security threats do not come from Tehran, but from Tel Aviv, and that decisions made outside the Gulf, above all in Tel Aviv, has become a major source of instability. According to al-Busaidi, what is needed is a new regional security framework made up of all Gulf states including Iran and Iraq. Israelis themselves will head to the polls on October 27th, in the country's first national election since the Hamas-led attack of October 7th in 2023, offering voters their first chance to deliver a verdict on Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's longest-serving prime minister. Even as he remains on trial for corruption, Netanyahu has made national security the centerpiece of his campaign, insisting that only he can keep Israel safe. But nearly 3 years of regional instability has dented his image as Israel's paramount protector. The war in Gaza has drawn condemnations of genocide from the United Nations, as well as from myriad independent scholars and experts. And the war with Iran has failed to deliver the decisive victory every Israeli had expected. Bearing all such in mind, per our own elections as shammed under Zionist occupational governance, there's no denying that Plattner's charisma played a role in winning over voters. After all, what is progressivism if not believing in reform? And there's Aristides. Thank you so much for calling back. We're waiting for others to join. Oh, thank you, Aristides. Appreciate that. Good man. Now, again, some points here concerning Graham Plattner. What is progressivism, if not believing in reform? And there's no more urgent need for reform than freedom from Zionist occupational governance. Don't we want veterans with firsthand experience of the military-industrial complex to become radicalized against it? Don't we want the average Redditor to learn and grow out of their harmful beliefs? Still, it is not Plattner himself the voters liked. The voters liked Medicare for all, ending aid to Israel, and taxing multi-billionaires. They were willing to tolerate a mess of a candidate because the alternative was another Judeo machine candidate bankrolled by the same people funding the bombs currently falling on children all over the Holy Land and into Aryan Asia. All because the late Lindsey Graham was always ready for war on behalf of the United States of disbelief. The spread of conspiracy theories about Senators Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell underscores the lack of trust in American society, as the line between prudent skepticism and corrosive cynicism becomes harder to see. Political lives almost always end in failure, or at least anticlimax. But Lindsey Graham went to his reward while in the midst of achieving his goals. Indeed, even the timing of his death might advance one of the causes dearest to himself. He had just returned from a visit to Kiev, and his fellow advocates of greater American involvement in the Russo-Ukrainian War have questioned whether he might not have been murdered by Vladimir Putin. The evidence is against that, but the South Carolina senator certainly had deadly enemies. He was high on Iran's hit list as well. For decades, he called for the use of force against the Ayatollah's regime, and he lived to see that call answered. Graham might also be fortunate in not having to see what happens next. Americans have not been pleased with the way their wars have ended for most of the past 80 years. After the mythification of their surrender into victory per World War II, only the 1991 Persian Gulf War I myself fought in could be promoted as any clean win. Ha! Yet even that was tarnished by the illnesses afflicting our troops afterward and the bitter experience of the second war with Iraq that dragged on for over a decade. President Trump is conducting the Iran war very differently from the ground wars of the Twa Bushes, but thus far Tehran isn't interested in giving peace a chance. Senator Graham would happily accept that. His eagerness for a fight wasn't in the least diminished by the outcomes of the long wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The same couldn't be said about the morale of the American people or the Republican Party. When John McCain died in 2018, Graham was ready to take his place as the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party's foremost advocate for foreign intervention. And if he was less distinguished than the former prisoner of war, Graham was a more politically effective advocate. Like McCain, he had been a never-Trumper, but while McCain's stubbornness rankled Trump to the very end, and beyond, with Trump continuing to lambast the Arizona Republican after his death, Graham learned to ingratiate himself with the president and win his trust. He wasn't the only hawk to do so, but he appeared to be the most successful. Graham earned himself the obloquy of much of the Washington establishment, including former friends, for cultivating Trump in this way. But his strategy paid off for the foreign policy causes he cared about the most. The Republican aviary still has many other hawks, but can any take Graham's place, the way he took and even surpassed John McCain's? Another South Carolinian, Nikki Haley, might be eager to take Graham's place in the party as well as in the Senate, yet there's little chance Governor Henry McMaster will appoint her to fill the few months remaining on Graham's term, or that the state's voters will nominate her to take Graham's place on the November ballot. Her relationship with Trump is also more like McCain's than Graham's. Her 24-year-old son, Nayleen Haley, meanwhile, has drawn attention for being representative of his generation's changing right-wing views, including on immigration and foreign policy. There may be another Graham among his fellow baby boomers, but his internationalist priorities are less common among younger Republicans. Yet Senator Graham's example contains lessons even for those who want a less interventionist foreign policy. Graham was certainly a product of his time. The Third World War, in effect, so grossly misnomered the Cold War, the living memory of suing for peace in World War II, whilst declaring said surrender a total victory, and an era of Judeo-apocalyptic Middle Eastern upheavals with global consequences. He was also a product of his place, however. South Carolina has a tradition of pugnacity, hundreds of years old. The state was the first to attempt secession after the election of Abraham Lincoln and fired the first shots of the first American Civil War between the Confederate and United States for rights. A South Carolina congressman, Preston Brooks, nearly caned the Massachusetts senator, Charles Sumner, to death on the floor of the United States Senate in 1856 in retaliation for what Brooks took to be racially and sexually charged insults directed at his kinsman, the South Carolina Senator Andrew Butler. Civility, it turns out, has always been in short supply in Washington. Although Americans are taught to think about South Carolina's violent past only in light of slavery, the state very nearly seceded and went to war with the federal government in 1832 over high tariffs. Slavery also wasn't the driving force in 1812, when the young South Carolina Senator John C. Calhoun was one of the most ardent supporters of going to war with the British Empire and invading Canada. When Calhoun opposed the Mexican War in the 1840s, he was out of step with his state's popular sentiment, which was strongly in favor of the fight. Lindsey Graham, on the other hand, would have fit right in. America's states and regions have characteristics, even personalities, that run deeper than any ideology. At the end of la 20e siècle, the 20th century, there was an ideological divide on the right between neoconservatives, who favored a high degree of foreign interventionism, and paleoconservatives, such as Pat Buchanan, who opposed foreign wars. However, the paleoconservatives also tended to praise the South as a bastion of traditional conservatism, while the neoconservatives were notable for thinking of the South in much the same term as liberals, that is, as a fundamentally racist and incipiently fascist region that could only be redeemed by the cultural equivalent of the kind of nation building a liberal America would attempt in the Middle East and Afghanistan via military occupation. Hence the cancerous metastasization of United States military bases what pox the face of Dixieland. Senator Graham was a confusing character in this ideological context. Shouldn't a state like South Carolina be electing Buchananites? Why was the South a breeding ground of conventionally hawkish Republicans who usually favored free trade, another policy opposed by paleocons as well? Everyone on the right all knew he was gay, yet the same-sexed promiscuity of his carnal predations never once harmed him in the Russo-collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party primaries. He was defined by his hawkishness, and that's what voters again and again accepted. There be no mystery here, only an excess of ideological self-deception. South Carolina is certainly a conservative state, but it's also a traditionally hawkish state, and that disposition persists through different ideological contexts. There's no contradiction between being quick to take up arms for slavery and being quick to take up arms against foreign tyrannies. The habit is consistent whether or not the ideas are. And while this doesn't mean South Carolina's politique are defined entirely by the fighting disposition, or that every politician exemplifies it, or that certain circumstances might not override this reflex at times, it does mean that one should expect South Carolina to give rise to politicians who aren't shy about employing force. Progressives, as is their way, tend to reduce this phenomenon to an effect of slavery. With brief fluctuations, South Carolina had a slave majority from early 18th century colonial times until the War of Southern Insurgency and Northern Genocide. And, so the theory goes, South Carolina whites had to be ready to use military force to put down any potential slave rebellion. That's true as far as it goes, but there is more to the story, too. The Carolina province, originally consisting of North and South Carolina together, was set up by King Charles II in part as a military outpost to stop the Spanish from moving north from Florida toward Britain's already established colonies. Of course, the Carolina province was not unique among British colonies in having to be ready for war with Native American Indians of the First Nations, as well as rival European colonial powers. But the population center of the province, Charlestown, now Charleston, South Carolina, was remote and not easily accessible from the other colonies. It was, in strategic terms, an island surrounded by enemies. The area was settled by islanders as well, although the province attracted settlers from Great Britain and Virginia. It early on was influenced by a significant population from Bermuda and subsequently an influx from Barbados. The Barbarian adventurers brought with them slaves in numbers characteristic of the sugar islands of the Caribbean, which is what set the young province down the demographic path to its slave majority. The Barbadians brought their Caribbean slave codes with them too. Meanwhile, pirates menaced Charlestown much as they did the islands of the Caribbean. Thomas Jefferson was ashamed of slavery, but Virginia always had a free majority, and so the social contract theory of John Locke and the Declaration of Independence posed no problem in principle. If all men were created equal and a majority of equal men was sufficient to institute a political order, Virginia, as well as New England and the Middle Colonies, could follow the philosophical rules Locke had set out, and a political order not entirely unlike the one Virginians already knew would be the result. But if one tried to imagine that same procedure in a state where the majority was enslaved, the outcome would be profoundly different. South Carolinians could accept the Declaration of Independence in the context of the 13 colonies, but, well, with their own free majority in aggregate, that is. But could they conceive of such a social contract in their own homeland? Likewise, South Carolina was quick to adopt the United States Constitution, but what would happen if the balance between slave states and free states started to shift in favor of the free? Well, we saw what happened, and it was a civil war. South Carolinians have long experience with being outnumbered and in existential danger from enemies on their borders and on the high seas in colonial times, from a majority in chains at home, and ultimately from other states in union with different origins and a different view of the social contract. Charleston was a rich city that feared being plundered by everyone, and when federal tariffs restricted the trade on which the city thrived, the fighting spirit and a long sense of existing apart led South Carolina towards its first dreams of secession. The state's defeat after its second venture in the Second American Revolution only heightened the feelings of separation and existential peril. Those feelings, of course, are not only felt by South Carolinians. They are also the feelings that a young Norman Podhoretz experienced growing up as a Jewish kid in a rough New York neighborhood. The feelings he expressed in writ under the title of, yes, he spelled it this way, Nego, my Nego problem. Like it's colored Legos. And ours. Yes, that was his hyphenated title. My Nego problem and ours. You see, Jews have often been in situations where this was a natural way to feel, and this arguably applies to the state of Israel itself, surrounded as it is by more numerous nations of people with incompatible beliefs and often violently hostile dispositions. It's no wonder if Lindsey Graham made Israel's cause his own. Rather, it's no wonder that he did make Israel's cause his cross to bear. Because Israel and South Carolina have had some parallel formations. And since Graham was flamingly gay, isolation and peril, the need to meet threats with force, must have a personal dimension as well as a civic one. The nexus of neoconservatism, Southern POLITIK, and the all-pervasive Republican malcondition of closeted homosexuality has a logic with consequences for domestic political coalitions and foreign policy alike. There will be other Lindsey Grahams, because the historical experience that makes the warlike South Carolinian an enduring type is not going to vanish any more easily than, say, the tribal culture of Afghanistan. America's hawks and doves alike have to threaten, well, they have to reckon with the persistence of historically rooted regional and group personalities. Failure to do so only leads to ideological confusion, political frustration, and perhaps endless wars that never make Americans feel like victors. Thus, do we face a crisis of civic credibility. By the way, Heather MANAKTALA says, "Hi, everybody. Thank you always for your care and support. This means a lot to have Douglas here." Okay, let me respond to her. Okay. Love you, Heather. And hopefully, of course, it doesn't. Heather. Okay. Now I have to spell it out. MANAKTALA. MANAKTALA. Okay. And give her the correct little heart exclamation there. Before we get back onto task. There you go. Now, you know that conspiracy theories have gotten out of hand when even Donald Trump thinks so. Yesterday, in the Oval Office, reporters asked the president about FBI Director Kash Patel's statement that his agents were assisting in an investigation into Senator Lindsey Graham's death. Trump said the matter was simple. Graham had fallen victim to a heart problem. To quote ST, "What happened is actually something that's very hard to detect. I don't see a lot of evil there. I know there's all sorts of conspiracy theories going along, and I don't think the FBI, I think the FBI is wasting their time if they're doing that." Now, despite Trump's effort to tamp down rumors, speculation about Graham's death continues to spread, especially among Republicans. The MAGA-fluencer and self-proclaimed McCarthyite Laura Loomer suspects that Graham was murdered. But Mark Thiessen, a Washington Post columnist and former George W. Bush speechwriter, has questions as well. Patel is a MAGA insider and veteran conspiracist, but John Cornyn, an establishment senator who lost Trump's support and then a primary in May, also wants to see a toxicology report to rule out any foul play. At the same time, Mitch McConnell's prolonged absence from the Senate is inspiring conspiracy theories as well. The senator's office released a photograph Sunday night that was intended to quell rumors, and it even included a copy of that day's Washington Post, like a proof-of-life picture of a hostage. The image was immediately dissected by would-be sleuths, who wondered whether it was an AI-generated deepfake or some other kind of fabrication. The Post acquired the original photo from McConnell's office and says that metadata appear to show that it was taken Sunday. Senator Ron Johnson, a Wisconsin Republican who has seldom met a wild hare he won't chase, went on the right-wing channel Real America's Voice and said, I've just heard from some other sources that was an older photo, so I really don't know. One can hardly be surprised that so many MAGA-aligned voices are leaping to unproven theories. I have seen members of the public and media on the left also casting doubt on McConnell's status, but no comparable remarks by Democratic lawmakers. A conspiratorial bent has long suffused the right, but Trump made it core to his appeal. His 2016 campaign centered on the ideas that foreign countries were sending criminals into these United States, and that Hillary Rodham Clinton was engaged in an elaborate uranium scheme with the Russian Empire. More recently, Trump's rallying cry is the false claim that the 2020 election was stolen from him. So the president can scarcely complain about the FBI wasting its time when Patel espoused conspiracy theories before his appointment, and when agents have been reinvestigating, yet again, the 2020 election results in Georgia. Fringe ideas find fertile territory in Congress, where roughly 2/3 of House members have joined the chamber since Trump won in 2016. This MAGA tendency has exacerbated a broader trend toward low trust in American society, which both preceded and contributed to Trump's rise. In a 2020 essay, and here we have Sammy calling from the group. Welcome aboard, Sammy. Hey, how are you? The call died twice with Aristides. I don't know what they did to take him out. We hope he's alive. How are you? Let's see if he responds. Says waiting for others to join now. So, you there? Yeah, if you could talk, feel free. Wow, they're really fucking with the Microsoft Teams. That all I can say is, I hope everybody's hearing myself. In the end, that's what really counts at this point of the transmission. Okay, so in a 2020 essay, the social critic David Brooks warned, and here I quote he at length and verbatim, "When people in a society lose faith or trust in their institutions and in each other, the nation collapses. In periods of distrust, you get surges of populism. Populism is the ideology of those who feel betrayed. Contempt for insiders rises, as does suspicion toward anybody who holds authority. People are drawn to leaders who use the language of menace and threat, who tell group versus group power narratives. You also get a lot more political extremism. In such an environment, many people are slow to believe official explanations, whether they take the form of medical examiners' reports or photographs issued by senatorial offices. Distrust has been further exacerbated recently by the rise of artificial intelligence. Disinformation and misinformation experts who spent years telling the public to be on guard against deep fakes are now trying to convince the public that the McConnell image is real. They weren't wrong to be concerned before, but it's easy to see how years of warning combined with a social trust deficit contribute to the proliferation of doubt. I see this even in people around me, whom I've never known to be suspicious or susceptible to baseless rumors. I see it in myself at times. The situation reminds me of a famous old bit called, "Of course, but maybe," by the comedian Louis C.K. I have, like, the thing I believe, the good thing, that's the thing I believe, And then there's this thing, and I don't believe it, but it is there. That has become the postmodern American condition. Skepticism of authority is prudent, excessive skepticism is corrosive. But it's hard to tell when you've crossed that barrier, especially when everyone around you is wrestling with the same question. Trump's attempts to soothe suspicions about Graham's death are unlikely to make much difference. One reason is that the atmosphere of distrust has broken containment. Trump may have risen by exploiting that feeling, but now he's just another authority figure to be doubted. Meanwhile, he continues to feed the problem elsewhere. The president is scheduled to give a speech tonight if you're on the East Coast, in which he's expected to speak about supposed threats to electoral integrity. Trump's claims about non-citizen voting and other fraud have all been nonsense. For those who believe what he says, these comments encourage distrust in election officials and democracy broadly. For those who reject what he says, they create reasons not to trust the government he leads. In an America bleeding red and blue, there can be no trust between us. Speaking of which, Trump's latest machination could in and of itself lead to civil war. When political leaders face upcoming elections, they often dig into the past to change the narrative. Some drag up old fights just to shift the spotlight. Now, an explosive new report has legal experts sounding the alarm over a massive constitutional gamble. A stunning claim. President Donald Trump is reportedly gearing up for a major speech. He allegedly plans to declare that Georgia's Democratic senators, Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, hold their seats illegally. The reported strategy leans heavily on his ongoing claims that the 2020 presidential election was stolen. This rumor quickly sent shockwaves across social media, drawing sharp warnings from analysts. The podcaster, Chris Mowry, offered a blunt assessment of the situation online when he posted on X, "Things are about to get very, very, very bad." The authoress, Shannon Watts, echoed that dark sentiment. She wrote that this political machination could lead to a civil war instead of midterm elections. Now, legal walls stand. Other observers quickly pointing out that the massive legal roadblocks in Trump's reported path may yet hold. Noting that Ossoff currently stands as a highly viable future presidential candidate for the Democrats, the journalist Pedro L. Gonzalez has concluded that this maneuver exposes a deep political fear. The policy consultant Adam Cochran broke down the constitutional reality of trying to unseat a sitting lawmaker, noting the timing of this reported announcement when explaining online that a sworn senator cannot simply be removed without peer expulsion. Cochran stated, "This sudden announcement is when Trump is down by 2 senators and desperate to pass a bill. Doesn't work like that." This brings us to reviewing the record. Focusing on Georgia naturally brings up the president's past legal troubles there. Referencing the moment Trump criminally pressured officials to alter the final tally, Melanie Dariga, an executrix with the NOW, the National Organization for Women, quickly reminded voters of the previous electoral fallout, herself so posting, "The same Georgia election where Donald Trump was indicted by a jury of his peers for trying to pressure Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger to find 11,780 votes to overturn the state's 2020 presidential electoral results. Well, conservative voices are also pushing back against revisiting these old disputes. Writing for the Washington Post, the columnist George F. Will highlighted a 2022 report that examined 64 different court challenges filed by the president. In his recent column, Will wrote, Trump's batting average? 0.016. Even the former Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger weighed in on these new reports, calling the plan, quote, insane. Insane! All in the uppercase, unquote. Never forget that Trump compares himself to Lenin. Quote, I would be the greatest communist in history. Unquote. He is actively prostituting communism as a rhetorical warning to the American population, and according to a July 8th report from Reuters, he warned against communism no less than 81 times in just a single fortnight. The old in English there for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks. According to Reuters, a number of left-wing Democratic wins in primary contests on the 23rd day in June was the accelerant, and since then Trump has painted a picture of communism coming to take over America if the Republicans lose control of the Senate at the midterms. With all of this in mind, you'd probably expect Trump to be very much against communism and not wanting to be associated therewith. Even less so with one of the most infamous communists in history, Vladimir Lenin. But Donald Trump would make a great communist. He would actually be one of the best, at least according to himself. Right up there with Lenin. During a press conference at the NATO summit last week, a reporter asked the president, and here I quote his T, You've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism, and now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America, who might not have realized how close communism has come to home? You then expect Trump to say something along the lines of, hold out, or it will get better, or tell the people to fight the system from within. Instead, he went in a very different direction, saying, and here I quote his he at length and verbatim, I want to get the word out because what's forming is a communism in the country, and communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody and give it to you. They can afford to, in the case that you were wondering, since the rich are already getting richer. A lot richer. And soon, the rich kids will as ill. Almost 3/4 of those expected to inherit from baby boomers are already in the top 10% by household net worth. A new report from Visa, which in case you didn't know it was an ancient Latin term and an acronym, and therefore should always be written in the uppercase. It stands for Visa International Service Association, VISA. Derived, well, the word visa itself, derivative from the Latin. Carta visa, meaning document that has been seen, such being an official stamp or authorization placed on your passport that grants you permission to enter, stay, or exit a foreign polity. Now, Visa confirms that an unprecedented transfer of wealth in the coming decades is destined to disproportionately benefit only America's most affluent families, boosting their fortunes by trillions of dollars. To quote from sourced report, "This is far from a broad redistribution of wealth. These transfers will be highly uneven, reinforcing pockets of affluence and quietly shaping who benefits most, and how much of this windfall ultimately shows up in spending rather than in savings." Indeed, high-income households are less likely to spend their inheritance right away than less affluent ones. And that's good news for Wall Street. Most of the money will go toward savings, investments, and property purchases, a shift that is expected to create new opportunities for banks, wealth managers, and other financial firms, if no one else. A case of corporate concentration, if ever there was one. Beware this top-heavy economy. These supersized capital flows are reshaping business and dogpiling risk. Nowadays, it is easy to get desensitized to big numbers. Every week, stonking deals are announced. Only 4 days after SpaceX, Elon Musk's rocket maker, raised $86 billion in the largest ever public listing on June 12th, it said it would buy Cursor, an artificial intelligence coding startup, for $60 billion. The same day, DeepSeek, a Chinese AI lab, said that it had raised $7 billion in the fourth biggest VC, or venture capital investment, in the country. So far this year, according to DealLogic, a data provider, mega mergers worth over $10 billion have accounted for 48% of total deal value, the highest level on record. Bets on startups are also growing more concentrated. According to PitchBook, another data provider, investment rounds larger than $1 billion United States dollars accounted for 61% of total VC funding this year, with 4/5 of those rounds involving a corporate investor. Indeed, the trend towards supersized capital flows is visible everywhere you look. According to FDI Markets, yet another data provider, Greenfield FDI, foreign direct investment projects worth over $1 billion, have accounted for 42% of the total since the start of 2024, up from 28% from 2016 through 2018. Much of this activity centers on America. Last year, our empire was the largest destination and source of Greenfield FDI projects worth over $1 billion. It is also our home, to 14 of the 15 startups that have received the biggest checks since the start of 2024. For the 71 mega mergers since the start of 2025, 44 of the buyers hail from America. But the pattern has also spread to other regions. Last year, mine own true homeland and heartland of Taiwan was the second biggest source of jumbo FDI deals, followed by the United Arab Emirates and Communist China on the Asian mainland. Large VC deals are being struck outside America as well. Day one, Singapore or Lion City, it is Singapore-based data center operator, raised $4.5 billion in June. Nscale, a British rival, attracted $2 billion worth of investment in March. Big transactions come and go in waves. Yet it is rare for these cycles to be so synchronized and so dependent on a small number of giant firms. That brings dangers. The trend towards supersized investments is the result of a combination of various undercurrents in global business. First is the availability of capital. despite interest rates having risen from unusually low levels. The cash holdings, including short-term investments, of macro companies in America's Standard & Poor's 500 index have reached $2.2 trillion. These firms are also earning more than ever. In America, corporate profits are near an all-time high when compared with gross domestic product. That, in turn, has helped push market values to record levels, which gives firms yet more scope to perform takeovers and raise additional debt or equity. On June 1st, Alphabet said it would sell $80 billion worth of stock, a vast amount, but a rounding error for a company whose market value has soared to $4.4 trillion. Much of this cash is being used to fund the AI boom, the second factor behind the trend. 5 hyperscalers. These hyperscalers are Alphabet, Amazon, Meta, Microsoft, and Oracle, are expected to shell out perhaps $800 billion in capital expenditure this year as they race to erect data centers around the world. At the same time, they are among the biggest financial backers of AI startups. The AI boom has also encouraged a number of big corporate tie-ups, including the merger of Dominion and NextEra, a pair of American power utilities, and the acquisition of CyberArk, a cybersecurity company, by Palo Alto Networks, the market leader. The third factor behind the wave of giant capital flows is POLITIK. In America, the second Trump maladministration has proved far more relaxed than its predecessor about big mergers. Andrew Ferguson, chair of the Federal Trade Commission, likes to say that his department will get out of the way of deals that it thinks pose no threat to consumers. The European Union, fearing that its corporate champions will be left behind, has also recently revised its merger guidelines to make tie-ups easier. Meanwhile, protectionist governments are pressing companies to reshore manufacturing with tariffs and subsidies. As a result, many big firms are spending extraordinary sums on additional facilities overseas, such as the microchip plants in Arizona constructed by TSMC, the Taiwanese semiconductor supergiant, or the new car factory in Magyarország, Hungary, for BYD, the Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese, electric vehicle colossus. Technological change and political meddling have resulted in a more uncertain business environment, and bosses are increasingly concluding that greater scale will offer greater safety, engendering a fourth factor behind the investment frenzy. Jake Henry of McKinsey, a consultancy, has been quoted as saying, "In a lot of boardrooms, I've heard that it is better to be bigger." Investors appear to agree. The Economist magazine looked at non-financial American firms in the Russell 3000 index and divided them into quintiles according to market value. In 2019, the median price-to-earnings ratio, a measure of how highly investors value a company's profits, for the largest quintile was 18, compared with 14 for the lowest. Today, those figures are 26 and 15, suggesting that the market is valuing the profits of big firms more richly than in the past. The overall result is unchanged when technology firms are excluded. But the growing pains are everywhere. It should only be too obvious that macro companies' race to scale also poses risks. Academics reckon that the chance of a big merger paying off is no different from that of a smaller one. That is, roughly 50-50. Yet the consequences can be catastrophic when things go wrong. Bain, still another consultancy, calculates that in almost half of mega mergers yesteryear, the target's value was over 50% of the buyer's market capitalization. Vast amounts of debt are often required. It is not only mega mergers that are a cause for concern. Until recently, the enormous data center outlays by America's hyperscalers were mostly paid for with cash generated by their other businesses. Now the companies are borrowing heavily. As a result, the ratio of their debt to their annual free cash flow is deteriorating. Consider Amazon. Its ratio has fallen from below that of the Standard & Poor's average in 2019 to more than 4 times the average today. All this has ramifications for the wider macroeconomy. According to Deutsche Bank, the top decile of listed companies by value now account for over 3/4 of total market capitalization in America, the highest share in a century. This increasingly top-heavy structure means that a failure of just one debt-laden corporate giant will inevitably cause significant disruption to financial markets. Growing corporate concentration will also prove malign in other ways. Consumers, employees, and small suppliers will be squeezed, and governments unduly swayed by the armies of lobbyists employed by mega corporate colossi. That could would only further fuel the rise of populists on both sides of the political spectrum. According to Gallup, the pollster, the share of Americans who say they trust big business has roughly halved since 2000 to a mere 15%. Scale may confer advantages, many advantages, but public adoration will never be one of them. This brings us to public equity in AI itself. Now, as AI is a public good, nationalization must be mandated. Since the technology behind it arises from decades of publicly funded research, ergo, the public must gain from the upside. In summa, a technology so consequential, ultimately disruptive, and paradigm shifting cannot be managed through basic regulation alone. Now, Douglas Marks asks, Douglas, I have a question for you. Do you agree with the statement that if you tell a lie 1,000 times, it eventually becomes true? I believe Joseph Goebbels said this. Well, that is a form of solipsist thought on your part if you take it literally. If Joseph Goebbels did say such, he's speaking rhetorically. He's using a figure of speech to simply say that the repetition and reinforcement of anything becomes subconsciously taken as axiomatic. A good example of this was Noreen Halpan, who, when on bandwidth with myself and Brooke Gibson, said to start her argument, we all know that Joe Biden is evil. Now, it's not that Joe Biden isn't evil. He very well is. He is indeed a pedophile. But the absurdity of using that to start her argument was that She presented it as axiomatic on the basis of exactly what you're saying. Simple repetition. She heard it so often, she took it to be real without foundation on her part. She had no understanding of why Joe Biden was evil. To her, he's simply evil because he's not a red Republican insurgent, because he was the representative of the Democrats at the time. That is the situation that you're talking about, but it has nothing to do with a deeper philosophical rewriting of the program of the Matrix, which is the way you're looking at it. That requires quantum, which brings us into magic. Topic for another time. In other words, when Joseph Goebbels presents what he's saying rhetorically, he's pointing out that the Allies lived in a world and still live in a world where there's nothing but lies. There is no truth, and therefore all they have is the repetition of what they consider to be axiomatic. They can repeat it all they want, but it will not change reality any more than a schizophrenic or a mentally disturbed individual telling themselves that they can fly will save them when they leap off the roof of a skyscraper. Douglas Mark says thank you, and thank you for your patience with that response. Now, artificial intelligence could well prove to be the most profoundly consequential technology in human history. It is already challenging long-held notions of intelligence and creativity, promising to hasten scientific progress and raising uncertainties about the future of jobs. In these tantalizing times, and remember Tantalus was living in torment, there is no shortage of technoptimists who insist that we stand on the cusp of a world of superabundance as AI usage will enable historic gains in productivity and prosperity. Most economists, however, are not quite as sanguine. As a predictive historian, I myself worry about the gains being concentrated among a few, while large swaths of white-collar jobs are automated away. The specter of widespread unemployment and a steep rise in inequality worries me, with clear consequences for social stability. Conventional analysts think about policy solutions such as taxing AI companies and using the proceeds to fund large-scale public sector transfers to the general population to mitigate such risks. There is a third camp of AI observers that goes even further, advising that unless regulated stringently, forthcoming AI models and applications, so potentially powerful and destructive if misused, could prove to be catastrophic. From individual data privacy breaches to enterprise security collapse, global financial instability to outright weaponization, the scenarios are deeply unsettling. Governments and companies talk about ethical standards and AI boards, global cooperation and regulation, but I myself am surprised, well, not surprised, but disappointed to find so little attention, in fact none whatsoever, given to a solution that ought be obvious: nationalization, or at the very least, having the public sector take a substantial equity stake in major AI companies. First, safety. There is increasing evidence that AI can be trained to be a super hacker, undermining conventional guardrails around data and associated cybersecurity measures. Financial systems could be disrupted and financial wealth stolen or destroyed. Public utilities, from transportation to power to water supply, could be cut off. A rogue actor could abuse it to design a maximally lethal virus. Consider an analogy with nuclear technology, which has dual-use applications. When harnessed for peaceful purposes, it is a reliable source of clean energy. but it can also be abused to develop weapons that have the power to destroy humanity. We don't let the private sector have access to nuclear weapons at all. In fact, all nuclear technology is under state control and bound by global non-proliferation treaties. While nuclear power can be in the hands of the private sector, it is regulated through a combination of strict international standards, licensing process, and national laws, with rigorous oversight in every phase of a facility's life cycle. The same must be done for AI. One criticism of this line of reasoning would be that it is too late. AI is general purpose and already diffused across users, developers, and open source models. But just like central banking came long after money began circulating and utilities came long after electricity and water supply, the widespread rollout of this technology cannot be an excuse for giving up on regulation and vigilant oversight. Second, strategic importance. Governments have traditionally sought to keep the commanding heights of the economy in public control, and AI's importance is of the first order. In his seminal work titled Capital in the 21st Century, Thomas Piketty has calculated that public capital accounted for 20 to 30% of total capital in Western democracies in the 1970s. There were good reasons for this, but these have been largely forgotten in the privatization wave that has swept the world since the republicanized 1980s, the so-called Reagan Revolution. Among high-income economies, Singapore or Lion City, Singapore, is a notable exception. An exception to the rule, with the public sector owning the bulk of the land and a large part of the capital stock of the economy. Given the strategic importance and sensitivities associated with AI, a case can be made for a deeper public sector involvement through equity ownership. Options include setting up a publicly funded AI competitor, golden shares in AI companies held by sovereign wealth funds, and multilateral treaties to standardize oversight and information sharing. Indeed, all of these options must be deployed simultaneously and expeditiously, given the pace of ongoing developments. There is an additional rationale for public equity in AI. The technology behind AI arises in large part from decades of publicly funded research, mandating that the public should gain from the upside. This point has been made forcefully by the economists Mariana Mazzucato and Tommaso Veglietti. Third, distributional fairness. AI, by design, is extremely capital intensive and labor light. It therefore seems destined to raise the capital share substantially and shrink the labor share of national income. Fairness and social stability demand that ordinary citizens benefit from the upside through a capital dividend attached to public ownership. This would be more socially palatable than universal basic income. Finally, common imperative. Public control would reduce the risk of concentration of power among the few owners of dominant AI companies. Technoligarchs will ultimately abuse their enormous resources to override the preferences of the democratic majority, an inevitability that must be recognized. Concern for the common good especially regarding inevitable AI overreach in society, cannot be left to the whims of technology multi-billionaires. Additionally, AI models are trained on content generated by all of us, mandating that this technology must be regarded as part of the commons. As for social choice, the economists Darren Acemoglu of Romania, David Autor, and Simon Johnson have argued that AI could be used to either augment or replace labor. This reflects a choice. The government would have greater incentives to tilt AI in a pro-worker direction, augmentation, instead of simply accepting widespread automation or replacement, which will only lead to massive social fallout. Above all, something so consequential, ultimately disruptive, and paradigm shifting cannot be managed just through basic regulation. A far more deliberate intervention is required to monitor, develop, safeguard, and tax this technology. The public interest could not be greater. This is what brings us to confronting the coming AI-driven abundance shock. Star Trek manifest. In a world where information is plentiful, judgment, the ability to discern, evaluate, and act responsibly, will prove more valuable than knowledge alone. The aforecited racist super city-state of Singapore has long excelled at navigating scarcity, but the emerging challenge is structurally different. The defining challenge of the AI, artificial intelligence age, is not how to produce more, but how to preserve dignity, meaning, and fairness in a world where more can be produced with ever less human effort. In a recent talk, the American technoethicist Tristan Harris described advanced AI as ADIs, or alien digital immigrants, a form of non-human intelligence entering human society on a supermassive scale. The metaphor is striking, but the deeper shock lies not in what AI can do, but in what we have not yet reckoned with. Our entire social architecture, including our laws, our labor markets, our identities, and our politik, was constructed on a foundational assumption that is now quietly becoming untrue. That assumption is scarcity. We are now entering a different world. Decades ago, the American writer and futurist Alvin Toffler warned of future shock, the condition in which the pace of change outstrips the human capacity to adapt. But today's transformation is not merely about speed. It is also about a shift in the very foundations of how societies organize production, distribute rewards, and anchor meaning. For most of modern history, human society has operated under conditions of scarcity. Resources were limited, productivity was constrained, and economic systems operated to allocate what could not be freely created. Work was not just a means of survival. It was also the primary way by which individuals earned identity, dignity, and social recognition. This gave us our economic models, or labor rights, frameworks, our sense of what a purposeful life looks like. AI challenges this logic. It does not simply make processes more efficient. It also increasingly allows knowledge, analysis, and even creativity to be replicated at near zero marginal cost. In such a world, the traditional link between human effort and value begins to fracture. Paradoxically, abundance will only prove more destabilizing than scarcity. You see, when there's less to go around, you all have to cooperate. This is where abundance disrupts. Three forms of disruption deserve particular attention, each more fundamental than the jobs displacement narrative that currently dominates public discourse. First, there be economic uncertainty. While AI can expand overall productivity, the gains are unlikely to be distributed widely. Ownership of data, models, and computational infrastructure will only result in wealth being concentrated more narrowly than with any previous technological revolution. Without deliberate mechanisms of redistribution, abundance compels amplifying inequality rather than alleviating it. Second, there be a deeper form of social unease, a crisis of identity. In contemporary societies, work is not only a source of income, but also a framework through which individuals understand their purpose. If large segments of cognitive labor are transformed or displaced, the question is no longer simply how people will earn, but also how they will define themselves. This is not a skills problem, but an identity problem. Third, there be cognitive instability. As AI systems generate vast volumes of content, information becomes abundant, but trust becomes scarce. The abundance of information does not automatically translate to an abundance of understanding. It will just as easily lead to the erosion of the shared epistemic ground on which democratic deliberation depends. When reality can be simulated at scale, the risk is not only misinformation, but also the unraveling of the common factual baseline that societies need to function. These are not problems that Adam Smith's invisible hand of market forces alone can ever resolve. The future will not be determined by AI alone. It will also be shaped by the choices that citizens, institutions, and governments make in response thereunto. Choices about what we owe one another, what we believe human beings are for, and what kind of society we are willing to build. This is where the invisible hand or markets fall short. Markets are highly effective at allocating resources under conditions of scarcity. They reward efficiency, innovation, and competition, but they are not designed to safeguard human dignity, preserve social cohesion, or define what constitutes a good life. In the AI age, the most significant impacts are not on the environment or financial markets, but on humans. The erosion of human agency and autonomy, and the weakening of social trust. Left unchecked, a purely market-driven trajectory will optimize for the most powerful systems, not the most beneficial outcomes. Industrial era societies recognized the impact of capitalism. Environmental regulation, labor law, antitrust frameworks, and social insurance were not anti-market. They were the conditions under which markets could function without destroying the very social fabric they themselves depended upon. The AI age requires an analogous reckoning, but one addressing a different set of externalities, deeper and harder to manage and price. This raises important questions for micro-statelet societies, as exemplified by Singapore, Lion City, i.e. Singapore. It has to do with rethinking society, policies, and values. Singapore, Lion City, i.e. Singapore, has long excelled at navigating scarcity, building resilience, upgrading skills, and aligning economic growth with social goals. That capacity is real, and it has served the super city state well through successive waves of technological change. But the emerging challenge is structurally different. The Republic's past success rested on optimizing human capital under conditions of constraint. The AI age poses a different test: how to govern well under conditions of abundance. The twain are not the same problem, and they do not call for the same institutional design. If the challenge were simply a skills mismatch, reskilling would be sufficient. But if the nature of work itself is evolving, then the issue becomes one of social design. Education cannot focus solely on employability. To reiterate, in a world where information is abundant, judgment, the ability to discern, evaluate, and act responsibly, will prove more valuable than knowledge alone. Social policy cannot be limited to cushioning economic displacement. It must also consider how to preserve participation, belonging, and intergenerational continuity. And AI governance cannot be confined to safety and compliance. It must also ask how the gains from technological abundance are shared, and how to ensure that progress does not come at the expense of social cohesion. The challenge, in other words, is not only technological, it is also institutional. And ultimately, it is a question about values. The aforecited Toffler's insight was not simply that change is fast. It was that societies can be destabilized by transformation that outpaces the human capacity to discern the meaning thereof. We are, right now, in that kind of moment. The future will not be determined by AI alone. It will also be shaped by the choices that citizens, institutions, and governments make in response thereunto. Choices about what we owe one another, what we believe human beings are for, and what kind of society we are willing to build. The real scarcity of the coming age will not be resources, but wisdom. The wisdom to distribute gains fairly, to protect human dignity, and to ensure that a more abundant world does not leave us, in human terms, any the poorer than we already are. Because as the rich get richer, as the rich get a lot richer, there be only one acceptable path for designer babies. Designer babies who are genetically engineered for desirable health, physical and intellectual features are now within reach using existing technologies a prospect that raises far-reaching societal and ethical questions, not unlike those associated with advances in AI, artificial intelligence. One difference, however, is that the institutions needed to open an ethical path for gene editing by treating the technology as a public health measure that should be available to everyone. May be easier to conceive than in the case of AI. The big breakthrough for gene editing is no longer so recent. The outlook changed fundamentally back in the aughts, the first decade of the 21st century, the 2000s, and especially in the teens of the 21st century, the early 2010s, with the development of the CRISPR-Cas9 technology, which enables high-precision genetic engineering. The technique uses a guide RNA, ribonucleic acid, to locate a specific sequence in the genome of a living organism where the Cas9 enzyme makes a cut for disabling or editing a gene. The applications are vast. The technique can be used to turn off a disease-inducing gene, modify seeds and agricultural products, or design custom-made medicines and vaccines. It holds the potential to tackle inherited genetic diseases such as sickle cell anemia, as well as later in life, disease-inducing somatic mutations, like those involved in cancer. It also raises the possibility of adding or removing genes at the embryonic stage, in vivo or in vitro, which is where the issue of designer babies comes in. Human gene engineering, genetic engineering, could be purely somatic, affecting individuals during their lifetimes, or it could take the form of germline editing, altering the genome in ways that would be passed on to offspring. AI itself is technologically complementary to gene editing because it can sift through massive amounts of data to find gene combinations capable of changing not just disease potential, but looks, physical strength, and various dimensions of cognitive ability. But this potential raises obvious ethical issues. As in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, designer babies could bring us closer to a genetically tiered society, where only the wealthy have the means to improve their and their progenies' cognitive and physical performance and lifespans. In this scenario, those with the money today will grow even richer and more genetically superior with each generation. This scenario is not merely hypothetical. Embryo selection services based on polygenic screening are already sold commercially to in vitro fertilization patients, and advances in AI have made them even more enticing to those who can afford them. If current trends continue, we will end up with a cadre of multi-billionaires and multi-trillionaires who are intent on cementing their economic privileges with biological ones. Worse, this could happen just as many other people are facing the prospect of AI-driven job displacement en masse. To prevent such a future, most people's first instinct is to ban germline editing and designer babies altogether. But this is not the right response. After all, we already design our bodies and our children by means of vaccines and operations. Parents-to-be in the industrialized world, and increasingly in emerging economies, test for a variety of diseases, such as Down syndrome, and can opt to terminate the pregnancy. The line between these interventions and genome editing is not hard and fast. Would editing genes to build natural immunity against smallpox be so different than injecting children with a vaccine? The issue isn't so much about interfering with nature as it is about two other considerations. First, the implications of germline editing are poorly understood. Living organisms are constantly attacked by pathogens, and some genetic changes, especially those passed from parents to offspring, can create unforeseen vulnerabilities. Here's where it gets pretty complex and intrusive. Exempligratiae. The Zhonghua Daluren, or mainland Chinese scientist, He Jiankui, created the first designer babies by editing the CCR5 gene to confer resistance to the human immunodeficiency virus, or HIV. But the same edit appears to increase susceptibility to other infections, such as West Nile virus and influenza. The He Jiankui affair triggered massive international scrutiny, prompting summits in cities like London to discuss the ethics and legalities of germline gene editing. We know what smallpox vaccines do, both because of their simplicity and because we have more than 2 centuries of experience. But the same cannot be said of the far more complex and intrusive process of genome editing. Second, vaccines are a public health intervention, whereas genome editing, at least in the foreseeable future, will be available only to the privileged, who will propagate their advantages in ways that we have not yet imagined. These two issues point to a clear set of guidelines for how we should approach germline editing. First, we must make certain that unforeseen consequences are limited in number and scope. This requires not just research by individual scientists and labs, but also public infrastructure to provide a rigorous testing and permission process that is even more stringent than what the United States FDA, or the Food and Drug Administration, requires for drugs and vaccines. Second, we must legislate and enforce the norm that germline editing should be treated solely as a public health measure. No germline editing services should be purchasable in the private market, and any well-tested, fully understood genome engineering intervention that does prove beneficial must be made available to all. Implementing such guidelines isn't pie in the sky. We already have highly respected institutions with the relevant expertise, and norms within the scientific community are aligned with these bodies. The United States National Academies of Sciences, Engineering and Medicine, and the FDA have both already published widely circulated reports and guidelines for research and practice in this area. Moreover, the 2015 International Summit on Human Gene Editing, which was convened by American, British, and Communist Chinese academies, adopted a hard line against germline engineering, especially the alteration of gametes and embryos that would generate heritable advantages for the privileged few. The COMEAU Chinese scientist, He Jiankui, caused a global bioethics scandal by altering the DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, of human embryos to make twin girls resistant to HIV. After serving a 3-year prison sentence in communist China on the Asian mainland for illegal medical practices, Dr. He has since returned to genetic research. Subsequent summits in Hong Kong, circa 2018, where the Hay case broke, and London, circa 2023, then reaffirmed and refined that stance. The fact that such bodies exist and have taken a proactive stand helps to explain why I see the challenge posed by designer babies as being somewhat more manageable than those associated with AI. The tragedy with AI is that we are on the cusp of similarly transformative developments, but with no equivalent bodies. Recently established AI safety institutes and European Union bodies lack the authority to influence the industry, and many individual scientists and labs remain oblivious to the societal effects that they will ultimately unleash. We urgently need to build an ethical consensus on AI, not least because doing so could help us deal with the various symbiotic challenges that genetic engineering brings. Failing that, we will have traded future generations' inheritance for a mess of pottage. In the immediate interim, the American midterm elections are scheduled to take place in November, which in and of itself betrays the real reason Republicans are trying to tear America apart right now. Trump's big, beautiful bill, which gave the top 1% fully $118 billion this year in tax cuts, turns a year old this week, and Republicans in Congress actually celebrated the largest cuts to food assistance and Medicaid in American history. They told us it was about fraud, about lazy people gaming the system, about restoring the dignity of work. Exactly a year later, we can now see what it was really about in a line of cars outside a food bank in Phoenix, Arizona. That's where ProPublica found Anya Alvarez on a recent morning, a single mother of 5 who works at a restaurant and lost her family's SNAP, or Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program benefits, last September. She reapplied in December, and the program, the government still hasn't processed her application. She calls the agency every week and gets told to keep waiting, so she clips coupons. Her kids don't go to the zoo anymore. And as the summer heat bears down, she's doing grim arithmetic on rent, the car payment, and the electric bill that keeps the air conditioning running. She's one reason Arizona has lost more than half of its SNAP recipients in a single year. In Michigan, a widow named Sarah works 12 food service jobs to raise her 9-year-old daughter on $219 a month in food assistance, help she's needed since her husband died suddenly 6 years ago. Last Christmas, one of her employers wrote a single number wrong on her renewal paperwork, 1 missing 0, and the state cut her off. And in Atlanta, Human Rights Watch documented a 36-year-old supermarket cashier who was working and meeting every requirement until she gave birth in late 2025, at which point Georgia shut off both her Medicaid and her food stamps, claiming she'd failed to report the job she was standing at every day. She spent the months since trying to get her coverage back while the medical bills pile up. In Russia's insurgent Red Party of family values, having a baby is now a firing offense. None of these women are cheats or freeloaders. They're workers, mothers, widows. Exactly the people these cynical Republicans swear they're protecting. But the numbers tell the story. More than 4 million Americans have been pushed off SNAP since the bill passed, the steepest drop since Clinton's 1996 welfare cuts. And in just the 13 states that published the data, roughly 808,000 children have lost food assistance and are literally starving to death. The Congressional Budget Office projects millions more will lose Medicaid as the work requirement paperwork machine grinds through the states, even though more than 9 in 10 of the people targeted are already working, in school, caring for family, or disabled. The cruelty built into the bill isn't a side effect, it's the whole reason for the enhanced paperwork requirements. You like that term? Enhanced. Like they're cyberneticized super soldiers or something. Every mother who gives up in frustration, every widow tripped by a typo, every application left to rot in a backlog is a line item of savings that can translate into a larger tax cut for Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and Mark Zuckerberg, while the poorest households actually see their taxes go up. Now, that's the majority, or rather, the morality, I should say, of today's Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party laid bare. They looked at Anya Alvarez's 5 kids and Sarah's daughter and that new mother in Atlanta, and they decided all the multi-billionaires needed the money more. Every day, without respite, we see or hear about another way in which Trump and his lickspittles in Congress and the various federal agencies are tearing our country down, weakening our defenses, pitting Americans against each other, looting our government, and making life harder for everybody except the morbidly rich. The question nobody seems to have an answer to is, why? Is it that Craig Unger, is it that, as Craig Unger has proven, that Trump's been a Russian agent for decades and is setting us up to lose to the age-old monolithic Sino-Slavic synaxis of the Russian and Communist Chinese empires? Is it that he spent so many years burning with rage and embarrassment at not being accepted by New York high society that he's just come to hate America? Could it be that American values hating foreign powers that have poured literally billions of dollars into the Trump crime family are paying him to tear us apart, so they'll never again have to endure the humiliation of having their human, civil, and women's rights records called out by a future administration? Is it possible it's all just to pay for tax cuts for multi-billionaires? Or are his, Vance's, and Musk's white supremacist, Christo-nationalist, libertarian, and or Judeo-Bolshevik ideologies so intense that they're willing to essentially burn the country down just to expel immigrants, deny benefits to people of color, elevate the rich, crush unions, and resubordinate women? These are serious questions for which I cannot find credible answers that explain the entire spectrum of their misbehavior. Why would Trump and his Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent party condemn 12 million Americans to sickness and early death by gutting Medicaid, and the biggest cuts don't even kick in until right after this fall's election? destroy American soft power by killing USAID, thus literally condemning millions to death around the world, fire so many workers at the Social Security Administration that just getting through to sign up or get help has turned into a multi-day slog, gut the State Department at a time diplomacy is most needed for world peace, end the SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, food assistance for millions, when 1 in 5 American children experience hunger, thus condemning millions of children to death by starvation on a scale of mass famine that rivals what happened in Ethiopia. Imagine children with malnourishment, swollen bellies, the hydrocephalus that comes with those conditions. But they're all white Americans, or a rainbow of color across our land, crawling in weakness, unable to have the strength to even beg. Why does Trump refuse to enforce laws and rules that allow workers to form unions in their workplaces? Propose forcing all new Medicare recipients onto Medicare Advantage, mega corporate scam plans. Refuse military aid to Ukraine for over a year to give the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire time to finish off their genocidal mass extermination campaign and complete what Stalin started with the Holodomor under Judeo-Bolshevik commissars that murdered over twice as many Ukrainians as Jews died in the Holocaust. Why does Trump stop the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau from going after fraudsters and banks when they rip people off? Why does Trump eliminate a major NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration program, designed to warn communities about the dangers of flooding and other extreme weather crises, so he can see more white girls die in Christian summer camps? A form of mass child sacrifice, if ever there was one on his part. An Edomite operation that would make his co-conspirator Epstein proud. Why does Trump politicize the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the Federal Election Commission? Why did Trump end net neutrality so that none of us are safe online? Shut down anti-cyber warfare operations in our federal government. Defund university research that leads to innovation and saves lives. Cut unemployment insurance benefits across red states. Terminate support for people with student loans and gut scholarship programs. Slash Affordable Care Act outreach budgets and allow junk insurance plans. Reverse over 100 environmental rules, including those on clean air, clean water, and chemical safety. Weaken Dodd-Frank, including gutting oversight of too big to fail banks and stress tests for mid-sized financial institutions. Dial back OSHA workplace safety standards and inspections. Cut taxes to the rich elite while raising them via tariffs on the working class proletariat. Change the Federal Trade Commission to allow more monopolistic rip-off mega corporate misbehavior. Make it harder to vote and harass blue states by demanding their voter information. Work to prosecute women who have miscarriages or abortions for murder. Make it harder to qualify for SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, and SSI, Supplemental Security Income. End auto emission standards and increase our reliance on fossil fuels. Pack the courts with judges that even the American Bar Association confirms are unqualified. Destroy our faith in our own elections and set up election workers for harassment. Fire the inspectors general who find waste, fraud, and abuse across multiple federal agencies. Weaken whistleblower protections. Put the military on the streets of our cities in direct violation of posse comitatus. Abuse state power to punish political opponents and those who've investigated Trump's crimes, proven Russian collusion and corruption. Create a network of concentration camps across America. Allow a shadow cabinet of multi-billionaires and fundamentalist theocrats via Project 2025. Attack judges and prosecutors leading to violence and threats of violence. Foment violence, like on January 6th, as a political strategy. Destroy our asylum and refugee systems. Mass pardon terrorist insurrectionists, serial rapists, cyber criminals, and other wealthy criminals. Defund the IRS so they can no longer audit the morbidly rich, leading to the loss of hundreds of billions of dollars in federal revenues. Ban books and censor entire libraries. Criminalize trans and queer people. Roll back all gun safety measures. Defund the arts, humanities, and public media. Gut vaccine and other programs that keep Americans healthy. Nakedly politicize our military. Expand federal surveillance powers while kneecapping oversight. Criminalize free speech, particularly on college campuses. Not only criminalize free speech, particularly on college campuses, it's all in the name of Charlie Kirk. Attempt to revoke birthright citizenship and render it the new Roe v. Wade thereby. Attack press freedom and bar the Associated Press from the White House. Sabotage the United States Postal Service. Undermine the census. Scale back civil and women's rights enforcement. Normalize the dehumanizing language of Communist Chinese autocracy. Communist autocracy sans ethnicity or any ethnic distinction. A truly totalitarian trans-spectrum attack on the very concept of humanity by the employment of terminology like vermin, scum, and calling immigrants animals. Why did Trump expel millions of brown-skinned immigrants who've already gone through the legal process to get work permits and are on a legitimate path toward citizenship? Why did Trump create international fiscal chaos with an on-again, off-again, taco or Trump always chickens out tariff policy? Why did Trump cancel the suicide hotline for queer kids? Gut our national parks and sell off our federal lands to wealthy friends of the maladministration. Create a vast, secret, unaccountable police force with masked officers whose identity is concealed. Allow himself as president in the office of the executive to accept hundreds of millions of dollars in obvious bribes from foreign powers in direct violation of our Constitution. And finally, why does Trump work so hard to conceal the crimes of a notoriously industrial-scale mass sexual predator? And this, of course, has only been a partial list of the ways Trump and his Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party have weakened our empire, reduced our standing and prestige in the world, corrupted our government, and immiserated working-class families. Many of the theories about why Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party would enthusiastically do so much damage to our people, our military, and our democracy contradict others. Exempli gratiae. Why would multi-billionaires want tax cuts at the expense of destroying the very economy that makes them rich? Why would we promote a muscular military policy like bombing Iran while simultaneously destroying morale within the ranks of our military and kneecapping our intelligence agencies? Back in the 1960s, Bob Dylan sang, "Something is happening here, but you don't know what it is." Today we're there, with Trump's secret network preparing for civilizational collapse. It recently emerged that the techno-multi-billionaire, activist entrepreneur Peter Thiel, a vicious homosexual Südafrikaner of a German-American ethno-heritage, who is a co-founder of PayPal and the software firm Palantir, is running a secret society that brings together fellow CEOs and multi-billionaires with political leaders. Members include figures like the NATO Supreme Commander, Alexis Grinkevich, and the transgendered son-in-law of our own United States President Donald Trump, Jared Kushner. Revelations about the society, known as Dialogue, have attracted widespread attention, and Thiel himself gave a confidential lecture series in my own Golden Gated Greater San Francisco's Silicon Valley and Biotech Bay Area Metroplex region this year, in which he framed issues of politik and technology in literally biblical terms. Thiel has said he believes that humankind faces existential doom from runaway AI, artificial intelligence, engendered nuclear war that will only lead to Armageddon. In such an end times era, so the thinking goes, only the most ingenious, those in Thiel's secret society, will survive. Thiel is an extreme, but by no means isolated case. Other powerful people in politik and technology are viewing today's world through a lens of civilizational crises and impending catastrophe. These are the politics of the end times. Over the centuries, the political leaders have often invoked fears of declining collapse. In ancient times, Augustus, the first Roman emperor, championed the narrative that Roma faced moral collapse to justify concentrating power in his own hands. Yet the current moment of end times politik is different on several fronts. Threats, both real and imagined, spread faster than ever, diffused through social media algorithms that only ever favor hysteria and conspiracy. In Silicon Valley, influential figures routinely discuss promoting AI as humanity's salvation only to trigger an extinction event. The Palantir CEO Alex Karp has described the AI race as our Oppenheimer moment, when the world's rich nations must decide whether to halt the development of a dangerous technology or tip the balance of power in its favor. Yet the phenomenon extends beyond eccentric techno circles. End times narratives have made their way into the halls of power as political figures seize the opportunity to propagate radical politik. United States military personnel have filed a large number of complaints, stating that their commanders have been abusing biblical end times rhetoric to rationalize the American imperial attacks on Iran. Their leadership made reference to the Armageddon, viewing the war in Iran as a necessary step in bringing about the return of the Christ. This occurs in a context where the Trump maladministration has been catering to the Christo right, particularly evangelicals, as a major constituency for its spiritual warfare. The United States Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, in particular, has been portraying himself as an instrument of God in an existential civilizational battle for Christianity. Hegseth and other central figures have reportedly been stacking their departments with evangelicals and Christo-Zionists. These instances can only be viewed as elements of a larger shift, where political and corporate leaders mix their misinterpretation of Christianity with beliefs about American imperial superiority, or, hell, beyond that concept, Amero-supremacy. Well, Judeo-supremacy by American proxy. Radical minds, radical politik. Trump's threats towards Iran, including his decree in April that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, indicate the consequences of this myth-making. It paves the way for radical politik in these United States, and also beyond. The Trump maladministration has claimed that Europe is facing continental decline and civilizational erasure due to mass immigration and European integration. In the same vein, Nigel Farage, leader of Reform UK, has sounded the alarm about the United Kingdom facing societal collapse. Research has shown that people are more willing to support extraordinary measures when they believe they face an existential threat. It has also been shown that political leaders' psychological dispositions matter more in times of uncertainty. The unforeseeable effects of technological and environmental transformation create risks and anxiety, and the danger is that leaders treat opponents, social movements, or minority groups as mythical foes. End times politik then becomes a struggle over the definition of the ultimate threat to humankind. We are in a time when humans face multiple risks. These Weltanschauungen, these worldviews, eventually determine how Nationalpolitik and geopolitik evolve. There is another reason to pay attention. For much of the modern era, the most influential people were elected leaders and state officials. Today, a novel type of leader has emerged. Techno-executives with limitless wealth and mass media machinery influence. Their baleful influence now extends deep into the state. symbolized by Elon Musk's role in the United States Department of Government Efficiency and the critical role of SpaceX in American imperial global strategy. For a long time, scholars explained global politik in terms of institutions and structural relations, and globalization through business interests. Now, the future of both increasingly depends on the psychology, often deviant, of a small political and mega-corporate elite. End times leaders will exaggerate certain threats while downplaying others. Often, techno executives will establish links between a prosperous future and the necessity of disruptive innovation. The American venture capitalist Mark Andreessen has been a proponent of technological accelerationism, the idea that unregulated technological development is the only way to overcome our world's existential problems. The challenge is distinguishing between genuine threats and narratives that amplify fear while obscuring more pressing problems. At a time when the debate is saturated with predictions of collapse, it may be more important than ever to focus on the risks that are supported by evidence. The climate catastrophe and an erosion of democratic systems, for example. On the question of whether technology can overcome climate catastrophe and bring world peace, it might be wise not to take the word, never take the word of techno-multi-billionaires. After all, Thiel has recently been hedging his bets between a bunker in New Zealand and the refuge in XII.XXII.MCMLXXVI, Argentina. Why do you think Trump and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party are working so hard to destroy our empire? Consider answering that your homework assignment. Granted, that's a holdover from my tutoring the lads on estate yesterday and returning to do so tomorrow. All right. Very well, kids. Story time's over, children. You've been gathered around the fire. Time to retreat into your tents. Everybody's had their fill. Come back to us on Sunday night. Same Dietrich time, same Dietrich channel. Dietrich is the Teuto-Slavonic for Dragon. Same Dragon time, same Dragon channel. Sunday night, and bring a friend. Spread the word. And with that, kisses to the ladies, hugs to the gentlemen, and we look forward to our regathering. There's our man, Aristides. Hey, love you, man. Okay, that is our man. Go, Ari. Ari's the man. Have no idea what happened to the call, but I had nothing to do with it. Microsoft's flipping us. Probably got angry because he provided the link to space relations. Love you, Ari. We'll talk soon enough. Not tomorrow, but probably the day after. All right. Returning to the Estates tomorrow for International Drag Day. And photographs of that will appear on Saturday. Sunday! We'll be back on Sunday. He said try to switch to PC before. Could have goofed something. Yeah, no worries. Love you. All right, man. Stay safe and be well. And the same goes to all of you who provide us moral and fiscal support. All right. we're ending stream.